Chapter 101. The scimitar trembled even more miserably. Xiao Yan was a little flustered. He gently caressed the back of the blade. Sorry. I didn't see you clearly just now. I won't do it again. After a few strokes, evil fate narrowed his eyes and the trembling finally stopped. Xiao Yan asked again, "Where's your master?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Ignore it." Xiao Yan turned around to look. He suddenly stood up. Surprised and happy, he said, "San Lang. Why are you here?" The young man behind him slowly walked over. It was Hua Cheng. He tied his black hair into a crooked ponytail. His upper body was dressed in white, and his red shirt was tied at his waist. His sleeves were rolled up. His pale but sturdy arms were revealed, as well as the tattoos on them. As he walked, the silver chains on his boots jingled. He was very casual, like a young man next door. But he was also very confident. He bit a small weed. He smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Brother." Xiao Yan had originally planned to find Hua Cheng to thank him after settling the two children down. Who knew that he would actually come himself? Hua Cheng leisurely walked to his side. He pulled out the silver scimitar stuck in the ground with one hand and looked at it. Then, he put the scimitar on his shoulder and said, "Brother is busy here. There's no need to trouble you to make a trip, so I came myself." You forgot this. He was actually carrying a bamboo hat on his back. He took it off and gave it to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had forgotten this at the rich merchant's house. He was startled and hurriedly said, "I forgot about it. Thank you." After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that after something happened last night, he had said to Hua Cheng, "I'm looking for my bamboo hat. My bamboo hat is missing." That was nonsense said in a muddled state, but Hua Cheng actually went to help him find his bamboo hat. He suddenly felt embarrassed, afraid that Hua Cheng would use this as a joke. Fortunately, Hua Cheng didn't even mention it. He smiled and changed the topic. Brother picked up two more children. As he spoke, he carelessly rubbed Gu Zi's head, making his hair a mess. However, Gu Zi seemed to be very afraid of him and hid behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said, "It's okay. This brother is a good person." Hua Cheng said, No. I'm very bad." As he said that, he flipped his hand and a small silver butterfly appeared in his sleeve. It fluttered its wings and slowly flew in front of Gu Zi. Gu Zi's black eyes widened as he stared at the little silver butterfly for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Because of this, his wariness towards the City of Flowers was greatly reduced. Then, Hua Cheng casually glanced at Lang Ying. His gaze was different from when he looked at Gu Zi. When he looked at Lang Ying, his gaze was cold and sharp, not friendly at all. Lang Ying lowered her head and anxiously shrunk behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan took the bamboo hat in his hand and said, "If you want to come, then come." "Why did you sweep through Pu Chi Monastery?" Hua Cheng said, "I'm just cleaning up the house." "Don't you feel refreshed after getting rid of all the rubbish?" Xiao Yan remembered the missing Qi Rong and wondered if Hua Cheng had thrown him away like trash. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream was suddenly heard from behind the Pu Chi Monastery, the dog flower city that should go to hell and be slaughtered with 1,000 knives. "Murder! Hua Cheng is murdering people!" Gu Zi shouted, "Father!" He ran over with his two short legs. Xiao Yan also hurriedly followed. There was a small stream behind Pu Chi Monastery. Normally, Xiao Yan washed his clothes and washed his rice here. At this moment, Qi Rong was also soaking in the water. His body was still tightly bound to Ruoxi. He struggled to break his face out of the water and shouted with all his might, "I'm not going out, I'm not going out. I'm going to stay in this body until he dies. I won't give in." Hua Cheng spat out the wild grass and said, "Do you think you're some brave warrior?" "Trash." Xiao Yan said helplessly. I caught him on a mountain a few days ago. He attached himself to someone else's body and refused to come out no matter what. This person isn't dead yet. Forcibly stripping away his soul will destroy his body. Really? San Lang, do you have any ideas? Hua Qing said, huh? Are you asking for a way to make him wish he was dead? There are plenty. These words were a threat. Qi Rong scolded, you too. Really a broken pot with a rotten lid. Heart of a snake and scorpion. Gulyalu. Before he finished speaking, he sank back into the stream. Although when Xiao Yan saw him, he thought of his mother's corpse that had turned into ashes, and felt anger and sorrow in his heart, this corporeal body belonged to someone else. He must protect it. Thus, he lifted him out of the stream and placed him at the entrance of Pu Chi Monastery. Qi Rong hadn't eaten anything for a day and night. He was so hungry that his heart was sticking to his back. Then, he was viciously tormented by Hua Cheng. He was weak and weak. Guzi fed him meat pancakes that were secretly brought back from a rich merchant. He wolfed them down, truly hateful and pitiful. Xiao Yan shook his head and discovered that Qi Rong's limbs were stiff. It wasn't due to Ruoxi's binding. It was probably because Hua Cheng had used some sort of spell to fix his body in place. Thus, he said, Ruoxi, come back. Ruoxi had tied Qi Rong up for several days and had long been aggrieved. With a swish, it slithered down and wrapped around Xiao Yan's entire body like a white snake. Xiao Yan opened the door. As he comforted it, he untied it from his body and said, all right. I'll give you a bath later. Don't feel bad. Go play on the side first. Ruoxi then dispiritedly swam over to the side. Hua Cheng also casually tossed Calamity Sword to the side. Calamity Sword found a dignified posture and landed on the ground. Ruoxi, who was facing the wall, suddenly discovered that there was a scimitar flashing with silver light leaning on the side. The eye on Calamity Sword's hilt also rolled over to this side, sizing up Ruoxi. Fang Xian, on the other hand, was lifeless and motionless. She didn't show any expression. These days, Xiao Yan had been concentrating on studying culinary arts. He felt that he had gained quite a bit of experience, so his confidence had multiplied. He wholeheartedly wanted to show off his skills and properly entertain Hua Cheng. Thus, he asked him to stay for a meal. Naturally, Hua Cheng happily agreed. When he returned from town, Xiao Yan had bought a large pile of vegetables. Now, they were all piled up on the altar. Picking up the kitchen knife, he struck the pot and chopping board with it. This altar could be used as a study table, but it could also be used as a kitchen counter. It could hold bowls and chopsticks, and it could also be used as a seat for children. It could be said that this table could be used for 100 purposes. Hua Cheng leaned against the wall and watched for a while. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked, do you need help? Xiao Yan was currently working in full swing, so he said, no need. Ruoxi's help is enough. As he said this, he swung his hand and tossed over a few bundles of firewood that hadn't been chopped yet. Pa! Like the sudden attack of a cobra king, that white silk whipped at the firewood. The wood that was as thick as a calf was immediately chopped into thin pieces of firewood. After Ruoxi revealed this skill, he concave into an exceptionally exaggerated pose in front of Calamity Sword and Fang Xian. It was as if he was showing off his strength and beauty. But not long after, Xiao Yan placed another plate on the ground and tossed over a cabbage. Ruoxi was just about to receive it when Calamity Sword's eyes suddenly turned cold. He flew up and danced in the air, creating dazzling silver lights. Immediately, the sky was filled with vegetables. By the time he landed on the ground, that cabbage had already been chopped into a neat and fragmented plate. Xiao Yan crouched down and picked up the plate to take a look. He praised, "You're really amazing. Your chopping is even better than Ruoxi's." In an instant, Ruoxi was plastered to the wall. It was as if he had retreated a few steps until he reached the edge of the wall. On the other hand, Calamity Sword frantically rolled his eyes, revealing a proud expression. It was as if he was already floating in the air. Amidst the knife and the silk, Feng Xian remained unmoved. Xiao Yan didn't pay any attention to the small battle between the transcendent artifacts. As he tossed 7 or 8 different side dishes into the pot at the same time, he turned his head and asked, "That's right, San Lang, how long will you be here this time?" Hua Cheng had been paying attention to his movements the entire time. It seemed as if he wanted to remind him of something, but in the end, he held back and smiled. "It depends on the situation. There's nothing to do over there, so I'll play for a few more days. If I stay here, I hope Gidge doesn't mind." Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "How could I? It's fine as long as you don't mind that my place is small." He talked about how the female ghost had come to Divine Martial Hall and blindly pointed at him in anger. However, he naturally concealed the matter of him being accused of dripping blood with Yan Jin's chastity. But then he thought about Jun Wu saying that Hua Cheng had planted spies in the heaven realm. Could it be that he already knew? Fortunately, regardless of whether Hua Cheng knew or not, Xiao Yan didn't show that he knew. Xiao Yan said, "San Lang, who do you think the father of this fetus spirit is?" Hua Cheng raised his head and faintly smiled. "It's hard to say. Perhaps, she really picked up the golden belt from the streets." This kind of vague answer wasn't like Hua Cheng's usual style. Xiao Yan found it a bit strange, but very quickly, the bubbling pot snatched away his attention. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the pot was uncovered. In the past, Qi Rong only ate the offerings the villagers gave to Xiao Yan. Although it was just some steamed buns, pickled vegetables, pancakes, eggs, sour wild fruits and so on, it was still something a human could eat. Once the pot was uncovered, the smell wafted out of Pu Chi Monastery. Outside the door, Xiao Yan loudly cursed, "Goddamn Xiao Yan. Black-hearted Shuel Yan. Why don't you just give me a quick stab? You pretentiously scooped me up, so it turns out that you wanted me to suffer this kind of torture. I've finally seen through you." Before he opened the pot, Xiao Yan was originally full of confidence. After removing the lid, he once again began to doubt himself. After racking his brains, he ended up making this kind of pot of food. Hua Cheng was still standing at the side watching, not knowing what to do. Did he really want Hua Cheng to eat this kind of thing? Hearing Qi Rong's ghostly howls and screams, he became even more vexed. Hearing this, Hua Cheng crossed his arms and was about to walk out. Xiao Yan raised his hand to stop him and said, "Forget it." He sighed and scooped a bowl of food from the pot. He then said to Hua Cheng, "Don't eat this pot. Wait for me for a moment." He went out and called Gu Zi and Langing to fetch water and leave the scene. Then, he carried the bowl of food and squatted down. With a pleasant expression, he said, "Cousin, it's time to eat." Qi Rong was terrified and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want to do?" "Xiao Yan, I'm warning you, right now I'm a human life. You better think about it clearly. Whoever can eat this thing of yours will be able to transcend the shackles of the 3 realms and jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There won't be any." Before he finished speaking, he saw Hua Cheng standing next to the pot. Hua Cheng himself picked up a spoon and scooped a bowl of food. Then, he sat at the altar and ate a mouthful. Unexpectedly, his expression didn't change and was as steady as Mount Tai. Xiao Yan was instantly awed. A thought that he had never thought before flashed through his mind, worthy of being called absolute. Xiao Yan brought the bowl closer to his face and calmly said, "It's fine if you don't want to eat. Come out." That was even more impossible. Qi Rong clenched his teeth. However, Xiao Yan pinched open his lower jaw with a "ka" sound and forced the food down his throat. In the next moment, a scream resounded through the sky above Pu Chi village. The bowl in Xiao Yan's hand was empty. On the ground, Qi Rong's nose was already crooked and his eyes were slanted. Even his voice was hoarse like an old man with one foot in the grave. He moaned. I hate. Xiao Yan saw that Qi Rong wasn't willing to come out even when he tried to stuff a bowl of food into his mouth. He didn't know whether his mood was happy or sad. Although he really wanted to force Qi Rong out as soon as possible, since he didn't succeed, this seemed to prove that the food he made with all his heart wasn't that hard to swallow. It seemed to be something worth being happy about. When he turned around, he saw that Hua Cheng was also holding a bowl. He was slowly eating while looking over. That bowl was also almost empty. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened and he stood up, saying, San Lang, you finished eating? He originally felt that it wasn't done and felt embarrassed to give it to Hua Cheng. Who knew that Hua Cheng would eat it himself? Hua Cheng smiled and said, that's right. Xiao Yan cautiously asked, what do you think of the taste? Hua Cheng also drank the soup. He smiled and said, not bad. It's a bit thick. Next time, it can be a bit lighter. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and nodded. All right, I'll remember. Thank you for your opinion. Chapter 102. Xiao Yan, who originally planned to show off his skills on this night, his confidence experienced twists and turns. Hua Cheng had suggested that it would be better to let him cook, but how could Xiao Yan have the nerve to let him fix his door, help him clean his house, and then help him cook? How could he ask a guest to do this? Moreover, what did he take the dignified desperate Ghost King for? Fortunately, he brought back a lot of stock from town. Although most of it went into Xiao Yan's pot last night, there were still some steamed buns, pancakes, vegetables, and fruits left. He could just make do with it and eat it. But after he finished eating, what should he do? On the second day, this problem was solved by itself. Early in the morning, the door of Pu Chi Monastery was knocked open by a group of village girls, bringing in a few large pots of porridge and a cooked chicken. All the village girls were shy and timid. Who did they come for? It was obvious. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looking good could really make a living. The roasted chicken was divided among the two children. Xiao Yan only drank a little porridge. Hua Cheng didn't touch anything. He said, brother is really popular here. Xiao Yan laughed, don't make fun of me, San Lang. Everyone clearly has an ulterior motive. After that bowl, Qi Rong struggled outside the monastery for an entire night. He wailed incessantly, I'd rather be caught by Lang Qianqiu and be hacked into pieces than be poisoned by you here. Cousin Crown Prince, I was wrong, I beg you to give me the antidote. Moreover, he seemed to see many illusions. Gu Zi was simply frightened. Early in the morning, Qi Rong was dispirited and listless. His face was already green. Now, he lowered his head and gulped down the porridge in Gu Zi's hands. Finally, he caught his breath and said in a hoarse voice, bullshit. What popular? Who's coming for him? With his shabby appearance. Also, dog Hua Cheng, don't be too proud. You can only attract these village girls from the countryside. Isn't it because you're dressed so rich that they eagerly stick to you? If you were dressed like a beggar, I don't believe they would still look at you. Xiao Yan thought, these words weren't right. Even if Hua Cheng dressed like a beggar, Xiao Yan believed that he could ask for a mountain of gold just by begging. But he didn't say anything and just slowly busied himself. After a while, a smell drifted out, and Qi Rong cried out again, what are you doing now? What is this? Xiao Yan warmly said, that pot of 100 years good broth. I'm heating it up. Hearing this, Hua Cheng immediately clapped his hands and said, good name, good name. Qi Rong said, you fucking gave this thing a name? Stop. Qi Rong didn't really need to feed it to Qi Rong. Just by heating it up a little, Qi Rong's horrifying memories would be evoked. He didn't dare to speak again. After finishing this meal, Lang Ying silently put away the bowls and chopsticks, as if she wanted to take them to wash. Xiao Yan said, no need. You can go play on the side. I'll do it. He might not be able to cook, but he could still wash the dishes. Hua Cheng watched as Lang Ying brought Gu Zi out to play and said, let me do it. Xiao Yan declined, you don't need to, just sit. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard Qi Rong, who had eaten and drunk his fill and had nothing to do, whistle twice. His voice was full of oil and gas as he said, yo, little girl, what are you staring at this uncle for? Are you having a crush on me? This ghost had just said that he didn't like this rural village girl, but now he was flirting with her, and in such a cliché way. Xiao Yan shook his head, thinking to himself that he should just drag him inside so that he wouldn't scare people outside. Unexpectedly, before he could open the door, the villagers outside exclaimed, what a peerless beauty. Why would such a beautiful girl come to our village? I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life, and there's even two of them at once. Immediately after, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. It was actually knocking on the door of Pu Chi Monastery. Xiao Yan was puzzled, peerless beauty. There are two more. Why would two peerless beauties come knocking on my door? Ah, could it be that the rich businessman brought his new wife here to fulfill his vow? Thinking of this possibility, he hurriedly took out the monastery's dilapidated house-seeking donations sign and prepared to put it out. At this moment, he heard a girl say coldly, what is that thing at the door? It's so irritating. Immediately after, another girl said in a puzzled voice, could it be that it's raised to guard the door? It can't be. There's no need to pick such a low-grade spiritual beast, right? Although these two voices were female, Xiao Yan had heard of them before. Wind Master Qing Xian and Earth Master Yi. He originally wanted to push the door open and go out, but he suddenly turned back and saw Hua Cheng, who was slowly cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks by the altar. He stopped what he was doing and cautiously looked out through the crack of the door. He saw two tall and slender girls standing outside the door. One was a white-clothed female with red lips and white teeth. Her figure was elegant and graceful. She swung her horsetail whisk and her eyes shone brightly. The other was a girl in black. Her skin was snow-white, her brows beautiful and sharp, but her complexion was extremely pale. She stood with her hands behind her back and looked elsewhere. The white-clothed female was full of smiles, cupping her hands in greeting and said, haha, thank you everyone, thank you everyone. No need to praise, don't be too high profile. I'm very troubled by you guys acting like this. That's enough, thank you. Ha! Xiao Yan, a large group of villagers surrounded him to look at the beauties. After looking at the beauties, they began to point at Qi Rong. Qi Rong was unhappy and shouted, what are you looking at? I like lying on the ground. Get lost. What's there to look at? The villagers saw that this person's actions were strange and his face was fierce and green. They were so scared that they scattered. Shi Qingxian said to Qi Rong, this, green young master, may I ask if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in the temple now? Hearing this person call Xiao Yan, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Qi Rong instantly lost interest in the two beauties in front of him and spat, pfft. So it's a dog official from the heavenly court. I'm not a dog that guards the door for him. Listen carefully, I am. Before he finished speaking, he saw Ming Yi walk over with his head down. Then, there was a scream and a series of bangs. From Xiao Yan's position, he couldn't see what Ming Yi was doing. He could only see Shi Qingxian flinging his horsetail whisk and saying, Brother Ming, this kind of violence isn't too good. Ming Yi said indifferently, what's there to be afraid of? He already said that it's not a domesticated spiritual beast. In order to prevent Qi Rong from being beaten to death, Xiao Yan could only open the door and raise his hand to stop him. Sir, show mercy. You can't hit him, he's a human. Seeing Xiao Yan open the door, Ming Yi lifted the hem of his black clothes and moved his boots away from Qi Rong's back. Shi Qingxian came up and cupped his hands, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I came a few days earlier. What's wrong with this person? He can't even hide his ghostly aura, does he think we're blind? Sai, let's go in first. This time, I have something important to ask for your help. As he spoke, he was about to walk around Qi Rong, who was on the ground, and enter the door. Hua Cheng was still in the house. How could Xiao Yan dare to let them in just like that? He hurriedly said, wait. However, it was already too late. Pu Chi Temple was only the size of a palm, there was no place to hide at all. The two of them immediately saw desperate Ghost King, who was standing behind Xiao Yan and washing the dishes. 8 eyes met, and Hua Cheng grinned, revealing a little white teeth. His smile was awe-inspiring, but there was no smile in his eyes. In an instant, Ming Yi's pupils suddenly shrank and she retreated 3 feet. Shi Qingxian threw out the Wind Master fan and took a stance, extremely vigilant, blood rain probing flower. Outside the door, Qi Rong, whose face was covered in dirt, was furious. I'm still Green Lantern Night Tour. How come you guys can't recognize me after beating me up for a long time? You can tell it's him just by looking at him. Ming Yi had once infiltrated the Ghost City and worked undercover under Hua Cheng for several years. Not long ago, he was caught by Hua Cheng and locked in the maze dungeon to be beaten up. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were exceptionally red. The small Pu Chi temple was filled with the smell of poison both inside and outside. Hua Cheng threw away the rag in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Master Geomaster is still quite lively. Ming Yi also said coldly, His Excellency Ghost King is also as idle as before. After putting on an act and greeting him, Hua Cheng's tone and expression turned cold. He warned, leave. I don't care what important matter you guys have, don't come near here again. Although he was very afraid of Hua Cheng, his imposing manner was actually not willing to back down. Ming Yi replied in a deep voice, coming here was not my original intention. Seeing that the smell of poison was about to become the smell of gunpowder, Xiao Yan said at the side, This, Master Wind, what should we do? Shi Qingxian tapped his forehead with his fan and said, I also didn't expect the blood rain probing flower to be coincidentally here with you. Didn't you guys just meet not long ago? How did you guys get together again so quickly? No matter what, it's best not to use force if possible. Violence is not good. If a fight breaks out, let's stop it. Xiao Yan said, I generally agree. Qi Rong was looking forward to these two groups of people fighting, so he had been listening attentively. At this moment, he suddenly said, Oh, so you're that bitch Master Wind? Xiao Yan and Shi Qingxian both turned to look at him. Qi Rong scolded Shi Qingxian like this in his own cave, and he actually dared to scold him like this in front of him. It was unknown whether he was courageous or lacking in wisdom. Shi Qingxian had always lived like a prince. It was probably the first time he heard someone scold him like this. He blinked his eyes and said to Xiao Yan with an inexplicable expression, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please wait a moment. After saying that, he went out of the monastery and closed the door. Only to hear Qi Rong scream again outside the door, followed by a series of bangs. In a flash, Shi Qingxian opened the door and came in. He had already changed into a man's appearance and said, All right. Where were we just now? I'm also hungry. I think it's better for everyone to sit down and eat something first. If there's anything, we can discuss it. There's nothing that can't be solved at the dining table. Although Xiao Yan didn't want them to fight in Pu Chi Monastery, Hua Cheng seemed to be extremely angry about the matter of Ming Yi being a spy. He didn't know what the inside story was. It seemed unlikely for them to sit down and eat peacefully. However, Hua Cheng actually didn't express any objections. After confronting each other for a while, the coldness on his face gradually dissipated and he continued to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, he walked to the pot and scooped a bowl of century-old soup. Seeing him take the initiative to withdraw his troops and stop the battle in time, the few of them all breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was to immediately change the topic and liven up the atmosphere. Thus, Shi Qingxian said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what's in that pot? It seems to be still hot." Xiao Yan said, "Oh, that's what I made." That pot had been cooked for so long, and the smell had already dissipated a lot. Although the color was unimaginable, the shape had been cooked until it disappeared. It looked much, much better than last night. When Shi Qingxian heard this, he became excited. "Is that so? I've never eaten something personally made by a heavenly official. Come, let us try it." As he said that, he also took 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and scooped 2 bowls. To tell the truth, Xiao Yan originally wanted to stop him. However, because of Hua Chang's repeated affirmation, it had planted a seed of confidence in him. In addition, when he reheated the soup this morning, he had mixed it according to Hua Chang's suggestion last night. Thus, he had the thought of, maybe I saved it. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say anything. He secretly looked at Shi Qingxian with anticipation as he handed one of the bowls to Ming Yi and said, "Come, Brother Ming, your share." Ming Yi glanced at the bowl and reluctantly moved his face away. This was a bit rude. Shi Qingxian was furious. He handed it over again and said unwillingly, "Come eat. Didn't you say you were hungry on the way here?" Hua Qing leisurely scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and sent it to his mouth. After swallowing it, he smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "It's indeed a bit light today, but the taste is just right." Xiao Yan also smiled and said, "Is that so? I added more water today." Hua Qing took another bite and said with a smile, "Brother is considerate." Chapter 103. Xiao Yan asked, "How is it?" Ming Yi made a pa sound. Face down. He collapsed on the altar and seemed to have lost consciousness. On the other side, Shi Qingxian was silent and 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Xiao Yan hesitantly asked, "Sirs, in the end, how is it? Can you pull yourself together and use your words to comment?" Shi Qingxian came back to his senses. She wiped her tears. She grabbed his hand and shook it hard. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xiao Yan held him back. "What?" Shi Qingxian was tongue-tied and speechless. After a long while, with snot and tears streaming down his face, he pushed Ming Yi, saying, "Ming Xiong. Ming Xiong. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Come on, wake up." Ming Yi lay motionless on the table. Shi Qingxian had always been unable to tolerate others and not responding to him. The more he pushed, the more ruthless he became. Finally, he grabbed the other party and started shaking him. Xiao Yan couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but remind, "Wind Master, why don't you put down the broom first? Let's talk it out." Shi Qingxian pinched the broom and turned around, shouting, "Ah! Your Highness, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly." Xiao Yan helplessly shouted into his ear, "Wind Master. The one in your hands is not the Geomaster. Lord Geomaster is here, here." At this moment, Ming Yi suddenly sat up. He actually returned to his male appearance in an instant. His face was ashen, and he immediately said, "I have an inner demon. Please help me get rid of it." Xiao Yan was shocked that a single spoonful of soup could cause an inner demon. He stammered, "I don't think so." Shi Qingxian pointed at Ming Yi and said with his eyes wide open, "Wait, you. What kind of monster are you? How dare you play tricks in front of this Wind Master? Where's Brother Ming? Quick, I'll cover you. We'll take him down together." While saying that, he grabbed the broom with one hand and brandished the Wind Master's fan with the other. With a swing of his fan, the entire roof would definitely fly away. Xiao Yan hurriedly went up to him and hugged him, saying, you can't. Sirs, wake up, will you?" "Ha ha ha ha, hee 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 hee." Outside the door, Qi Rong pounded the ground and laughed heartily, scolding, Serves you right. Corrupt officials. Ascend to the heavens. Delightful. That's great. The two heavenly officials in the room swayed left and right, moaning incessantly. Hua Qing crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Xiao Yan looked at him, then looked at the Wind Master and Earth Master who were hugging their heads and curling up on the ground. In a low voice, Xiao Yan said, "Did I add too little water? Why is his reaction even bigger than Qi Rong's?" Hua Qing raised his eyebrows. "I think it's pretty good." It was probably a problem with their taste. It happens all the time. Xiao Yan had never thought about what Qi Rong usually ate, and what the heavenly officials usually ate. In comparison, the divine officials felt a greater disparity in stimulation, so their reactions were naturally more intense. Of course, he didn't even consider whether there would be anything else in the pot after it passed through Hua Cheng's hands. Feeling depressed and guilty, he gave Shi Qingxian and Mingyi 7 to 8 bowls of water each before the two heavenly officials slowly woke up. Although his face was still green and his eyes were blank like Qi Rong's, at least his mind was clear and his speech was also clear. The only small problem was that Shi Qingxian still couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He would bite his tongue from time to time when he spoke, but it wasn't a big deal. After 2 hours of chaos, the four of them finally sat down neatly around the altar. Mingyi was still lying face down on the table, motionless like a corpse. Xiao Yan sternly said, "Wind Master, you said just now that you have something very important to ask me for help. What is it?" The haggard Shi Qingxian threw a soundproofing spell on the door to ensure that the people outside couldn't hear. Only then did he say in a hoarse voice, "It's like this. Cough, cough, cough. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have lived in seclusion in the city and cultivated in the human world for 800 years. You have walked a lot and seen a lot. You should have met a lot of demons and ghosts, right?" Xiao Yan crossed his arms and said, "I have met some." Shi Qingxian said, "Then I want to ask, have you ever met a vernacular immortal?" Xiao Yan was startled and said, "Crying at a wedding banquet, vernacular immortal?" Shi Qingxian lowered his voice and said, "Yes." All of a sudden, Xiao Yan felt his hair stand on end, and a gust of cold air rushed up his back. At the same time, there seemed to be someone beside his ear, sneering softly while humming an extremely strange tune. The warm and bright little Pu Chi temple, which was originally leaking in through the windows and holes, had unknowingly dimmed, as if it was shrouded in a huge shadow. And Xiao Yan's limbs were getting colder and colder, as cold as iron. Xiao Yan couldn't help but wrap his clothes tightly. He felt that it was necessary to be straightforward and said, "I want to ask, who is laughing? Who is singing? Who is blowing cold air behind my back? Who made the room so dark?" Shi Qingxian wiped his tears and said, "Oh, it's all me. It's just a little spell I cast. Don't mind it, it's just to make the atmosphere a little more lively." The other 3 people at the side of the altar were speechless. After a long while, Xiao Yan held his forehead and said helplessly, "Wind Master, why don't you stop blowing this cold wind? In this weather, everyone doesn't wear much." And in fact, the atmosphere was originally not bad. Once you added the cold wind and matched the music, it's all gone. Shi Qingxian said, "Ah. Is that so?" So he waved his hand and removed the cold wind that was pouring on the backs of the 4 of them, and said, "But the room is still so dark. I'll light a candle, it'll feel better." As he said that, he really took out a candle and lit it up. The faint light of the flame shone on 2 snow-white faces and 2 white faces with a hint of green. It was indeed very atmosphere, very feeling. If Qi Rong, who was outside the room, saw it, he would be scared to the point of screaming like a ghost. The other 3 people didn't want to say anything. Hua Qing leaned back, and Ming Yi remained stiff. Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "Let's continue, where were we?" Vernacular immortal. You should have said it earlier. Once you said vernacular immortal, I didn't even realize what it was. Shi Qingxian was shocked and said, Your Highness Crown Prince, you're really bold, it's not good to call it that. Although vernacular immortal was called immortal, everyone called it immortal, just for the sake of giving it some face. They were afraid that if they called it too bad, if it found out, it would teach them a lesson. Actually, everyone wished they could call it vernacular immortal vernacular monster, the worse it sounded, the better. Because it was really despicable. That's right, ordinary demons and ghosts were at most scary, but it was despicable. Because it liked to suddenly appear when someone was happy and pour a bucket of cold water on them. Imagine, a couple of newlyweds got married, and there was such a thing that appeared at their wedding banquet, drank their wedding wine, and suddenly said, It won't be long before you guys separate. Or perhaps, when someone's master was promoted, it would suddenly appear and say in the midst of everyone's congratulations, In a few years, you'll be in prison. If it pestered a person, it would follow them like a shadow, tightly binding them, and constantly send out a completely opposite curse when that person's joyous occasion came. One could imagine how despicable it was. Especially for those people who had a bad omen. If they encountered this thing, they would be extremely vexed. No one wanted to be pestered by this thing, but if they encountered it, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Because up until now, no one had figured out how it chose people to attack. It seemed that Shi Qingxian was very afraid of this thing. Xia Lian didn't mind and said, It's fine. There's nothing to be afraid of. To be precise, this thing was afraid of him. Shi Qingxian became spirited and said, It seems that your Highness Crown Prince has encountered it before. Is it possible for this thing to be completely obliterated? After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, Many years ago, I did encounter 2 of them. After that, they didn't appear again. I don't know if they were completely obliterated, but with my experience, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with them. Shi Qingxian was overjoyed and said, 2. You dealt with both of them? Then I really found the right person. What's the situation? Xia Lian told him. The first one was like this. Many years ago, Xia Lian passed by a small town where a rich businessman sent his daughter to study in the imperial city. Because he felt that his daughter had lived up to his expectations, he announced it with great fanfare and was overjoyed. Who knew that extreme joy turned to sorrow? At the farewell banquet, a voice suddenly shouted, Your daughter will overturn her carriage on the road and fall to her death in the cliff. That rich businessman flew into a rage on the spot and wanted to grab the person who spoke. However, after that person finished speaking, that person drilled under the table and unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. This time, everyone was afraid. Coincidentally, that day, Xia Lian had received some junk from this family and was preparing to bring it back. When he heard about this matter, he knew that he had attracted something, so he told that rich businessman not to worry. He told that rich businessman to hire more than 20 guards. Including himself, they carefully escorted that young lady to the imperial city and guarded her side for a while. A month later, that young lady won first place in a beauty competition. Her chance had come. That night, everyone held a banquet to celebrate the young lady in a restaurant in the imperial city. Sure enough, there was another voice in the crowd that said, In the future, you will be. As soon as he heard this, Xia Lian immediately grabbed the thing hidden in the crowd and grabbed its throat, not letting it say those words. Then he used a talisman to lock its body and beat it violently. Then he ordered someone to get a carriage and had it run wildly up and down the cliff. When it reached a corner, he cut off the reins and let the carriage fall down the cliff with it, fulfilling the curse it had given to the people around it. The other 3 people asked, That's it? Xia Lian replied, That's it. Dealing with trash. Alright, the vernacular immortal. There are 3 ways to deal with the vernacular immortal. First, don't let it speak. Before it opens its mouth, strangle it. This can be guarded against for a while, but it can't be guarded against forever. Second, if it opens its mouth, don't let the person it curses hear it. Anyone who hears someone cursing them when they are in a good mood will inevitably feel a trace of fear. And this thing feeds on fear and takes pleasure in it. The more afraid you are, the happier it will be. And if you are truly frightened to the point that your mind becomes absent-minded and, like it said, mess up what you are doing, its power will advance by leaps and bounds. But unless you are deaf, you will hear it one day. In fact, even a deaf person might not be able to avoid it. Because in order to escape from this thing, some people pierced their ears, but it was still useless. On the other hand, if you ignore it no matter how it curses you or how it splashes cold water on you, it can't do anything to you. Therefore, the most effective method is the third method: let yourself have many happy events. Don't put it in your eyes at all. It doesn't matter if it says anything or doesn't say anything. Let yourself become stronger and stronger. Don't follow the tragic future it has predetermined for you. In this way, in the end, it won't be able to obtain any pleasure from you and will most likely leave with its tail between its legs. Of course, there is also the possibility that it is only temporarily hiding, waiting for the next opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Although this third method was the most effective, it was also the most difficult to accomplish. After all, who in this world could truly have a heart like a stubborn stone, without a single ripple? The more Shi Qingxian listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. He asked, "What about the second time? Did you also solve it like this the second time?" Xia Lian replied, "The second time, for others, might not be of any use. After all, the situation is special." How special? Chapter 104. It was also many years ago. Xia Lian met a vernacular immortal. That time, he had just built a small thatched cottage with his own strength. Just as he was standing below admiring the new house, a small voice suddenly said from the corner, "Your house will collapse in 2 months." Shi Qingxian asked, "What will you do?" Xia Lian said, "Nothing." I said, "In 2 months? It can still stand for 7 days, that would be strange." Hua Qing smiled slightly, then, the smile faded. The vernacular immortal hid in the dark, waiting to suck Xia Lian's fear, irritation, and uneasiness. However, it sucked in air for a long time. When Xia Lian washed up and slept in the new house, he did not suck anything. Although Xia Lian did not see its true body, he could also feel, it was probably very angry. A few days later, a bolt of lightning struck down at night, the entire house was scorched. The vernacular immortal was quite happy. It probably felt that being scorched was the same as collapsing, its curse had come true. This time, Xia Lian should be afraid. However, it did not. It still did not suck anything that could fill its stomach. Of course, it was unwilling, so, it followed Xia Lian's side, waiting for the next happy event to arrive. Who knew that this wait would last for more than half a year? In this half a year there was not a single happy event on Xia Lian. If it was an ordinary person, they would have given up. However, the vernacular immortal had another characteristic, which was that he loved to stick to death. Once he set his eyes on a person, he would follow him to the death, so he also starved for more than half a year. Finally, the opportunity finally came. One day, Xia Lian earned a large sum of money from collecting junk and made a small windfall. The vernacular immortal was overjoyed. After holding it in for so long, he immediately used all his skills and burst out a long string of wonderful life of Xia Lian eating, drinking, gambling, and getting sick and owing a huge debt after he became rich. He kept cursing. Xia Lian listened with relish as he counted the money. After listening, he still washed up and went to sleep. The vernacular immortal still did not suck anything. That night, Xia Lian's pile of junk caught fire. After the fire was extinguished, Xia Lian, whose face was covered in black ash, sighed to the vernacular immortal, "What a pity. Everything was burned up, not a single coin was left. I haven't experienced any of the drunken dreams or golden floating world that you mentioned last night. I think what you said was quite interesting. Why don't you say it again? This happened 3 or 4 times. In the end, Xiao Yan even took the initiative to ask it if it had anything to say. Do you want to say a few words? The vernacular immortal couldn't take it anymore and ran away. To the immortals, Xiao Yan was a plague that was extremely unfriendly. Either he didn't have a happy event and waited for years, or he was used to all bad luck and didn't have any fear or uneasiness. Moreover, his luck was so bad that it was beyond the imagination of the immortals. Therefore, their curses didn't hurt Xiao Yan at all. They were simply blessings or daydreams. In short, from then on, Xiao Yan was cut off from being an immortal. He even suspected that the vernacular immortal had bragged about how evil he was to his own clan after he escaped. Hearing this, Shi Qingxian could not help but burst out laughing. Hua Qing said calmly, "Is it very funny?" Shi Qingxian also knew that it was inappropriate. He immediately became serious and said solemnly, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "It's fine. Anyway, I think it's quite interesting." He concluded, the vernacular immortal absorbs magical power from people's hearts of fear, and then uses this magical power to promote the prophecy to come true, and then makes a new prophecy. This cycle repeats until a person is completely defeated and his heart is like dead ashes. Therefore, the less determined one is, the more they will suffer, and the more they have, the more they are afraid of losing. After a pause, he reminded, "Is there a believer of the Wind Master who received this kind of prayer and asked you for help? You are the Wind God, this thing is not under your jurisdiction. If you receive it, you can hand it over to the martial god." Shi Qingxian said, "It's not the believer who met it, I met it myself." This time, Xiao Yan was even more curious, "You met it yourself?" Vernacular immortals generally don't dare to provoke the heavenly officials. Even if they do, with the dignity of the heavenly officials, they don't need to be afraid of them. Shi Qingxian sighed and said, "If I met it after I ascended, naturally it's nothing to worry about, but, this is a long story." It was said that hundreds of years ago, when the 2 feng shui masters were still human, they were born in a rich merchant family. Shi Qingxian was the second son. When he was born, the whole family was happy. Because of this, the son was given the nickname Xian. He gave out porridge and did good deeds. At that time, there was a fortune teller who ate porridge and saw the baby in the swaddling clothes. He asked about the baby's birth date and 8 characters and said these words, "After eating your family's porridge, I have something to say. This son of yours, although his fate is good, it's hard to explain in a few words. If you want to save him, you have to be as low-key as possible. Don't let him develop a flamboyant temperament since he was young. Don't let him be in the limelight. Remember to keep a low profile and get rich, so that he can live a peaceful life. Absolutely don't give him a happy event, it will attract bad things." These words were too unpleasant to hear, it was almost the same as talking about immortals. The Shi family was also a merchant family, they especially valued these things. On the spot, they cast aside their pride and chased the fortune teller away. Naturally, they did not take his words to heart. A few days later, they held a banquet for Shi Qingxian. They were decorated with lanterns and colored banners, gongs and drums sounded. However, at the banquet, just as everyone was drinking happily and singing to the second young master of the Shi family who was in the swaddling clothes, a voice suddenly came from underground, singing, "No good beginning, no good ending." This voice really came from underground, and it drowned out the voices of everyone else present. Everyone was stunned. The banquet dispersed in a panic. That night, Shi Qingxian, who was still a baby, had a fever and cried non-stop. He could not stop no matter what he did, and he continued to complain. His whole family was scared out of their wits. The Shi family remembered the fortune teller who was chased away not long ago because of his strange words. They hurriedly looked everywhere and invited him back. The fortune teller said, "I told you not to be flamboyant, you just didn't listen. This child has bumped into a true immortal, he will have endless troubles in this life. This high fever was nothing, and it would subside soon. However, this is just a greeting gift from it. The thing that he bumped into was naturally the vernacular immortal. However, this was not an ordinary vernacular immortal that could be easily chased away. This was the oldest and most powerful vernacular immortal. How high was it? Even without a wedding banquet, it could still cry at a funeral. Hence, it was called the vernacular true immortal. This true immortal could be said to not do business for 3 years, but once it did, it would eat for 3 years. It had a sharp eye, and the people it entangled were all legendary figures with ups and downs. Some people won it, but they also fought with it for their entire lives, providing it with many ingredients. Some people lost to it and became a part of its source of power. After thousands of years of accumulation, it had a deep foundation. Today, it had already rested for more than 100 years. Counting the days, it should be time for it to come out. This time, it was definitely going to eat a big mouthful. Coincidentally, the birth of Shi Qingxian at this time was to its liking, so it was decided by this true immortal. Although the little baby wouldn't understand its prophecy, the baby would eventually grow up, and one day it would be able to understand, one day it would know fear. Moreover, this fear that was buried from a young age would be deeply rooted in its heart, unable to be erased. Luckily, this kind of spirit often had a one-track mind. The way it thought about things was very strange, different from ordinary people. Hence, the fortune-teller thought of a way to trick it. First, let the Shi family send Shi Qingxian out, pretend to send him away, then change his son's appearance, pretend to be a baby girl and send him back, saying that he was an adopted daughter from outside. Let the whole family call this young master Miss, and raise him as a girl since young. As long as that vernacular true immortal couldn't find the baby boy, after a long time, he might not remember who he had picked back then. Hence, Shi Qingxian grew up to 10 years old safely. Within 10 years, the rich and powerful family gradually declined. Second master's parents passed away, and the family fought against each other for property. Shi Wudu was annoyed, so when he was 16 years old, he left home with Shi Qingxian, who was a few years younger than him. The two brothers depended on each other. Shi Wudu was the first to go up the mountain to cultivate, leaving his younger brother in the small town at the foot of the mountain. He cultivated until late every day, and only went down the mountain in the evening. There was no food on the mountain, so he could only go home to eat at night. One night, Shi Wudu was so engrossed in sparring with someone that he forgot the time. Shi Qingxian waited for a long time, but his brother didn't come back. He was worried that he had no food to eat, so he decided to send food up the mountain. At that time, Shi Qingxian was still a child. He didn't know how to walk the mountain road, and it was dark at night. He carried the food box and walked for a long time, waiting for the toilet. In a hurry, he took off his skirt at the side of the mountain road. At this time, a black shadow came from afar on the mountain road, and asked, "Is that Xian, in front?" When Shi Qingxian heard someone calling his pet name, he thought that it was someone his brother had called to pick him up, so he quickly put down his skirt and replied, "It's me." The strange voice asked again, "Your date of birth, is it a certain year, a certain month, a certain day, a certain time?" Shi Qingxian was even more curious. He was curious as to why he suddenly asked about his date of birth, and he was curious as to why this person said it exactly, so he also replied, "That's right." "How do you know? Who are you? Do you know my brother?" The voice did not answer, and finally said, "Come over, let me see your face clearly." This was a commanding tone. At this point, Shi Qingxian finally felt that something was wrong. Hugging the box of food, he ran away at top speed. As he ran, he heard the howling wind and wild laughter behind him. It was actually that thing chasing closely behind him, and it shouted, "You're about to fall." Shi Qingxian was scared out of his wits. When he said the word fall, he indeed fell, breaking the box of food, and the food spilled all over the ground. Just as that thing was about to pounce on him, Shi Wudu arrived. Seeing that the person came, the vernacular true immortal disappeared. Shi Wudu carried his brother, whose face was covered in blood and rice, and the two brothers were extremely shocked. It's still found out. After being hidden for so many years, the vernacular true immortal tasted the first sweetness, and from then on, it started to appear regularly, and each time it appeared, it became more and more elusive. This thing's Tao was too powerful, and the Shi family had already collapsed. The Taoists and venerable masters that Shi Wudu could invite were helpless, and they also did not have the strength to spend 1,000,000 merit points to directly transmit their voice to the heavens. Although it did not want Shi Qingshuan's life, the two brothers knew that this thing was just waiting to fatten up before killing it. Right now, it was just giving you a few light slaps to remind you to be afraid of it, and one day, it would come back with a big one. This was like a hunter, not giving his prey a satisfying shot, but instead, he had to brush past his body and shoot a few arrows, causing the prey to be extremely afraid, and then he would eat it. It was like a death by 1,000 cuts. Luckily, the situation finally turned for the better. After cultivating hard for a few years, Shi Wudu ascended. Once he ascended, he immediately brought Shi Qingxian to the central celestial heavens, and smashed him with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A few years later, Shi Qingxian also successfully ascended. From then on, that vernacular true immortal disappeared without a trace. Shi Qingxian naturally thought that it had finally given up, and retreated in the face of difficulties. However, this seemed to be just his wishful thinking. A few days ago, he found a large group of friends to drink. When he was drunk, he suddenly heard a fierce voice in his ear, "You will never see your brother again." That voice was extremely familiar. From the time he was 10 years old until the day he ascended, he would hear this voice once or twice a year. The fear of it had long been engraved in his bones, and it was practically a clap of thunder in his ear. Shi Qingxian instantly sobered up. He was so scared that he ran that very night to Pei Ming's territory. Only when he saw with his own eyes that Shi Wudu was having a good time with Ling Wen and the others did he calm down. Afterwards, he wondered if that voice was a hallucination. After all, this thing had planted too deep a shadow in him since he was young, and it wasn't like he had never experienced it before. However, after thinking about it again and again, he was still a little worried. Thus, he pulled Ming Yi along, and while he was at it, he came to find Xia Lian to ask. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Hua Cheng at Pu Chi Monastery. Enemies really were bound to meet on a narrow road. After listening, Xia Lian said, "If that's the case, then the one you met and the one I met are on a completely different level." After thinking for a moment, he asked Hua Cheng, "San Lang, have you seen that vernacular true immortal with your own eyes?" Hua Cheng played with a pair of chopsticks in his hand and said, I've never seen it with my own eyes. However, I've seen it with someone I know." As for who this person I know was, although Xia Lian was curious, he didn't ask too much. He only said, "How high is its cultivation? Is it really powerful?" Hua Cheng threw away his chopsticks and slowly said, "Very high." Hearing this, Shi Qingxian and Ming Yi's expressions became even more solemn. Hua Cheng then said, "It's different from ordinary small fries, it's indeed difficult to deal with." Although he said it was difficult to deal with, his expression was still the same as usual, as if he was just being polite. However, to be able to get such an evaluation from Hua Cheng, it was extremely not easy. Xia Lian said, "Lord Wind, it seems like the problem isn't small. Why didn't you tell Lord Navy about this?" Shi Qingxian waved his hand and said, No. You know, my brother is about to cross his tribulation again. What if he goes to fight that vernacular true immortal at this critical juncture and gets distracted? I have to keep this matter a secret, I can't let others know. I also didn't tell any of the heavenly officials who are good friends with my brother. Chapter 105. Shi Qingxian said seriously, "I want to try. I want to see if I can solve that thing by myself. No matter what, Your Highness the Crown Prince is more experienced. Are you free? If not, don't force yourself. Previously, Shi Qingxian had helped Xiao Yan a lot. Now that he needed help and needed his help, Xiao Yan couldn't say that he had something to do at this time. But Hua Cheng was a guest from afar. He hadn't even played here for a few days. He left. Who would greet Hua Cheng? Although he didn't greet him very well. While he was still thinking, Hua Cheng supported his chin with one hand. He smiled and said, "Brother, do you want to see that white speech true immortal? If you don't mind, can you give me a ride? After all, it's a rare monster. I haven't seen it with my own eyes." Xiao Yan said in his heart, "I'm ashamed. San Lang understands me." He was very grateful for his consideration. He nodded. Shi Qingxian didn't say anything. He naturally knew that Hua Cheng wasn't here to help him. But at least Hua Cheng wouldn't cause trouble. It didn't matter to him whether he came or not. Xiao Yan said again, "But that white speech true immortal is elusive. I don't know when and where it will appear again." Shi Qingxian said, "I don't know either. I plan to go to the best restaurant in the Imperial City to book a banquet. I'll drink for 80 to 100 days, set off firecrackers and sing opera every day. It will eventually come out." Xiao Yan said, "This is also a way. However, even if it comes out, we might not be able to catch it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Has the Wind Master investigated who its prey were in the past? How is their style? Let's see if there are any patterns to follow." Shi Qingxian said, "My brother has naturally investigated this a long time ago." As he said this, he took out a scroll from his sleeve and unfolded it. Xiao Yan moved closer to take a look and couldn't help but say, "Amazing, amazing. Good fellow. This thing was really too lazy to bait a small fish." Almost all the names on the scroll were famous and influential figures in the human world, and all of them had met a miserable end. Every one of them ended up collapsing and killing themselves. There were those who were defeated like a landslide, those who cut their own throats with their swords to end their lives, those who lost thousands of family fortunes in one day, those who lost 3 feet of white silk, those who sought fame and fortune but could not get it, those who were tossed and turned, forever lost. These people weren't defeated by the true immortals, but by the fear of losing in their hearts. However, there was no emperor on the list. True emperors were protected by the aura of the Son of Heaven, making it hard for evil spirits to invade their bodies. Actually, generally speaking, people with the potential to ascend would also be born with a layer of spiritual energy covering their bodies, causing these ghosts to retreat. Therefore, Xiao Yan faintly felt that Shi Qingxian being entangled by that thing was not that simple. Maybe someone had secretly done something to deliberately target him. If that was really the case, this person was definitely not simple. However, Shi Qingxian was still a baby when he was targeted, so how did he provoke such an incredible character? At this time, Hua Cheng said, "Brother, can you lend it to me to take a look?" Xiao Yan handed the scroll over to him and said, "Look." Hua Cheng scanned the scroll roughly and asked, "Who wrote this scroll?" Shi Qingxian said, "My brother." "What happened?" Hua Cheng threw the scroll on the table and said, "It's nothing much. Ridiculously wrong. I suggest that your brother refine it." Shi Qingxian was about to make a decision when he heard this, "Blood rain on flowers." Xiao Yan pulled him back and said apologetically, "Lord Wind Master, please sit down, sit down." "Forget it, San Lang has always spoken like this, he didn't do it on purpose." Shi Qingxian sat down and doubted himself, always spoken like this. Xiao Yan turned to Hua Cheng and asked, "San Lang, what you said was ridiculously wrong, where did you go wrong?" Hua Cheng also leaned over to him, and the two of them sat much closer. Hua Cheng pointed to a few names and said, "These few, they're wrong." Xiao Yan looked at them seriously. Those few were all hegemons who had committed a lot of crimes. He said, "How did you know?" Hua Qing said, because I killed these few. Xiao Yan said, aren't these all suicides? Hua Qing said, before I made my move, I sent someone to greet them first, and they ended their own lives. I don't know if this counts as me killing them. He didn't know if this counted as him killing them, but it could probably be considered very honest. Shi Qingxian coughed a few times uncomfortably. His lips moved slightly as he said, ghosts, can you not honestly describe how you killed people in front of the heavenly officials? Ghosts, can you not openly discuss this kind of problem with the heavenly officials in front of other heavenly officials? Hua Qing pointed to a few more names and said, these few, they're also wrong. Xiao Yan said, who killed them? Hua Qing said, Blackwater killed them. Xiao Yan was startled and said, that Blackwater Xian ghost, isn't he always very low-key? Hua Qing said, that doesn't mean he won't kill people. Immediately, he said to Shi Qingxian, the scroll that Zun Xiong gave you is full of mistakes. He didn't even bother to check it. Instead, it's very suspicious. It's just a pile of rags. So I suggest you tear it up and rewrite it. Shi Qingxian snatched back the scroll and said, my brother wouldn't do that. Although his words were weak and feeble, his tone was very firm. Shi Wudu shouldn't be careless about his younger brother's matter. Then, there was another possibility. Xiao Yan asked, every profession has its own specialization. In the process of investigating, Lord Shui Shi should have also borrowed the power of others. May I ask who the person who organized the scroll was? After hesitating for a moment, Shi Qingxian said, Ling Wen. Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Although the Lingwen Palace was always scolded by the heavenly officials of the other palaces for being inefficient, they wouldn't make so many mistakes. It was simply a perfunctory draft. The relationship between the malignant tumors seemed to be quite good, at least on the surface. As for what twists and turns there were, outsiders probably wouldn't be able to figure it out. Hua Qing leaned back and continued, how do you distinguish between the real and the fake? Let me tell you another thing, once a true immortal sets his eyes on a prey, he will cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only will his prey collapse and die, but the prey's relatives and friends will also be affected. Therefore, those above that only one of them died, while their relatives and friends are still alive and well, are all wrong. Hearing this, Shi Qingxuan's face paled for a moment. Immediately after, he pulled himself together and laughed dryly at Ming Yi, then wouldn't brother Ming also be in danger? You're my best friend. Ming Yi sat a little further away from him. His face was filled with the words, can I not want you, my best friend? With this move, he sat closer to Xiao Yan. Hua Cheng's gaze swept over him, his gaze like a knife. Seeing that Shi Qingxian didn't forget to joke at this time, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. However, he could also faintly see the uneasiness of the Wind Master. It would be better to say that it was precisely because of the uneasiness that he had to restrain himself by doubling his excitement. Shi Qingxian opened his Wind Master fan, fanning 5 to 6 times faster than usual. His black hair was messy in the strong wind as he said, then let's go now. We'll go to the most gorgeous building to indulge ourselves in luxury. I want to see if it still dares to come out with so many of us. We have a lot of people, ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan said, Wind Master, please calm down first. Wait for me for a moment, there are still some small matters in my monastery that need to be dealt with properly. He didn't know how many days this trip would take. With 2 children, 2 mouths, and a dead ghost attached to a living person's body, he couldn't just ignore it. He wanted to find a reliable family in the village to help take care of this place, but Hua Cheng knew every one of his considerations like the back of his hand. He said, if brother must go, then don't worry about it. I have people. After you leave, there will naturally be someone to take care of this place. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and said, thank you, San Lang. It's still better to have someone look after this place. Hua Cheng also laughed and said, that's right. Someone needs to keep an eye on it. The two of them clearly didn't have the same meaning when they said, look and stare. However, no one pursued the matter. Ming Yi moved away the altar and drew 1,000 miles shrinking array on the ground. Shi Qingxian fanned faster and faster until the afterimage of the fan could no longer be seen. He said, that's right, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I forgot to ask just now. Who exactly was that person at the door? Did I provoke him? The moment he opened his mouth, he said those words. Unexpectedly, he only casually asked this question at the end. If Qi Rong heard this, his angina would break out again. Xiao Yan thought that it was indeed not the words of a human. He put away Ruo Xia and Fang Xian, who were leaning in the corner, and said, didn't he already introduce himself? Shi Qingxian said, what? Was that really Qing Gui? With that kind of conduct? 100 rumors are not as good as seeing, 100 rumors are not as good as seeing. Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and briefly explained the situation. He repeatedly warned him to keep it a secret, especially not to let Lang Qianqiu know. In a few sentences, Ming Yi also finished drawing 1,000 miles shrinking array with a few strokes. Last time, Nan Feng drew for a long time and was also very rough. However, Shi Qingxian was the complete opposite. His drawing speed was extremely fast, but it wasn't sloppy at all. One stroke to the end. The circle he drew with his bare hands was even neater than one drawn with a ruler. The words were also neat and tidy like engravings. Xiao Yan couldn't help but secretly marvel. When the array was completed, Ming Yi said, let's go. Shi Qingxian took a deep breath and blew out the candle. Hua Cheng walked at the very front and was the first to push open the door. The small door creaked open. The outside was also pitch black. It seemed to be connected to an old house that had been abandoned for many years. The air was full of a musty and dusty smell. Xiao Yan followed behind Hua Cheng. He softly thanked Hua Cheng, who took the initiative to open the path in front. Then it was Shi Qingxian, and finally Ming Yi. After he came out, he closed the door behind him. Just as the door was about to close, a voice suddenly came from behind the door in the darkness. The place you are going will become a nightmare you never want to remember again. As soon as he heard this voice, Xiao Yan kicked out. The door was destroyed by him on the spot. However, after the array was used, it had already lost its effectiveness. Behind the door wasn't Pu Chi Monastery, but a pile of scrap metal. Xiao Yan coughed violently. He was a little glad that he didn't break the door Hua Cheng made. He covered his face with his sleeves and said, was that the white speech true immortal just now? Shi Qingxian gripped his horsetail whisk and fan tightly and said, it's its voice. Will it always be by my side? Xiao Yan waved away the dust and denied, it won't. There were 3 heavenly officials and a ghost king in the house just now. If there was something following you, how could we not notice it? It must have just arrived. Ming Yi also said, calm down. Shi Qingxian said, calm down. I'm very calm. I've calmed down a long time ago. However, Hua Cheng said leisurely in front, it's important to be calm, but it's not certain that you'll be fine. Does anyone know where this is? Xiao Yan looked around and also said, aren't we going to the best restaurant in the Imperial City? No matter how he looked at it, this abandoned old house didn't look like the restaurant that Shi Qingxian was talking about. The 4 of them walked around for a while and touched the door. It was actually locked by a few big locks. Xiao Yan kicked it again, broke the lock, and opened the door. After opening the door, what appeared in front of the 4 of them wasn't a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, nor was it a mysterious evil scene. Instead, it was an ordinary, dull little town. Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, the Imperial City shouldn't look like this. Xiao Yan also felt the same way. The bearing of the Imperial City couldn't be compared to this small town. He turned around and said, Lord Geomaster, did you draw the wrong array? However, Mingyi said, I didn't draw it wrong. The original connection was not here. Chapter 106. Shi Qingxian said, it flashed in and tampered with the formation after we left the Pu Qi temple. Then, he overturned it. No. It can't be like that. Xiao Yan also said, impossible. We had already pushed open the door and came out. Even if it flashed in and tampered with it, we should have arrived at the original location because the formation had already been activated, so it would be useless to change it. Therefore, it could only make a move for a moment. It was also the short moment when Ming Yi finished drawing the formation and Shi Qingxian blew out the candles that the entire Pu Qi temple fell into darkness. However, this contradicted what Xiao Yan had said just now. Shi Qingxian said, but in the room just now, there were clearly only the four of us. In a small Pu Qi temple. 3 priests, a ghost king. If there was something along the way, how could they not know? And if one of them took advantage of the darkness to do something, the most likely. Who could it be? Shi Qingxian could not help but glance at Hua Cheng. Although he immediately stopped, Hua Cheng did not miss this glance and said with a smile, why are you looking at me? According to what I said, don't you think the Geomaster is more suspicious? Ming Yi also glanced at him. Hua Cheng said, don't just guess who did it later. What if the formation he drew at the beginning was wrong? Ming Yi did not refute, he did not express it. Shi Qingxian could not bear to listen any longer and said, Lord Hua City, wait a moment. I know you guys have a grudge before, however, Brother Ming is really not such a person. This time, he was just temporarily pulled over to help me, there is no reason to do so. Hua Cheng said, there is not necessarily a reason to do something. Actually, Lord Wind Master, you are also very suspicious. Huh? Shi Qingxian never thought that this would work. He pointed at himself. Who? Me? Hua Cheng said, yes. A thief calling to catch a thief is very strange. Why are you here? If you and your brother were really so afraid of the white words true immortal, why would you tidy up such a pile of rags? It is not impossible to say that the two of you colluded to set up a trap and deliberately led us here. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he was just spouting nonsense without the slightest scruple. However, he did it in a way that made it seem as if everyone was worthy of suspicion. Shi Qingxian was about to waver as he said, Am I that bored? Hua Cheng smiled and said, likewise. I'm not that bored. Whatever the other party used to hit him, he would use the exact same method to hit back. Xiao Yan was thinking about something. He waved his hand and said, all right, all of you stop. The matter hasn't even been resolved yet and you're already suspecting your own people. Hua Cheng laughed heartily and stopped talking. His attitude was very clear. He was not going to help, nor was he going to cause trouble. He was purely here to play. There was no need to count on him, no need to be wary of him. After muttering to himself irresolutely for a moment, Xiao Yan said, actually, there's another possibility. When the Geomaster inside the house finished drawing the formation, there was already someone outside the house who drew an even stronger formation on the door. At that time, in order to prevent Qi Rong, who was outside the house, from hearing their conversation, Shi Qingxian cast an isolation spell, and the Pu Qi temple was sealed. Relatively speaking, it was not easy to be discovered if they did something outside the house. When two similar formations collided, the stronger one would win. This stronger did not only depend on the level of the person who set up the formation, but also depended on the materials used to draw the formation. At that time, Ming Yi used aged cinnabar that Xiao Yan picked up when he was collecting junk and didn't want. If someone used fresh blood to hold the line, it would naturally be better. Shi Qingxian immediately accepted this possibility and said, outside the house? Could it be Qing Gui? He's already like that, can he still cause trouble? Xiao Yan said, it can't be, Hua Qing calmly said, he shouldn't even think about moving for 7 days. However, he isn't the only one outside the house. These words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Xiao Yan said, in short, let's not make wild guesses first, lest we hurt each other's trust. After walking a few steps, he said, that monster's words are really strange. Why did he say that this place will become a nightmare that the Wind Master never wants to remember? Will we encounter anything in this place? Looking around, Shi Qingxian slightly frowned and said, wait. This place seems to be. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Ming Yi's gaze turn cold. His palm struck out through the air towards the back of Shi Qingxuan's head. Xiao Yan shouted, Wind Master, be careful of your back. However, he saw Ming Yi's palm split open a wide square object with a bang. That thing fell from the sky and smashed straight towards Shi Qingxuan's head. He jumped a few feet away and patted his chest, saying, that was close, that was close. When he looked down again, his pupils suddenly shrank. Xiao Yan went up to take a look and was also slightly shocked. That thing was actually a horizontal board with golden characters on a blue background. The 3 large words, Feng Shui Hall, were written on it. Splitting the horizontal board of a heavenly official in half was a huge taboo. Ming Yi retracted his palm, his expression grave and stern. Shi Qingxian was stunned for a moment, then immediately waved his sleeves and swept away the 2 halves of the board. He said in a low voice, keep it a secret, keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. If my brother knew that his board was smashed, he would definitely go crazy. Xiao Yan turned around and said, this is actually a feng shui hall. That's right, the dilapidated house that they came out of was a feng shui hall. The Navy Master was the god of wealth, there was no one who did not love wealth. The temple that he presided over had always been full of incense, but it was actually in such a dilapidated state. It was as unbelievable as a stack of silver notes being thrown on the street and no one picking them up. Shi Qingxian rushed back into the hall. The temple was filled with cobwebs and dust, it was a desolate place where no one cared about it. After searching for a long time, he finally found 2 statues that were too horrible to look at in the pile of abandoned junk behind the house. The goddess statue of the Wind Master was missing arms and legs, while the god statue of the Navy Master was decapitated. Furthermore, it was not due to aging and natural damage, but it was smashed by someone with a sharp weapon. It was as if someone had vented their endless hatred on them. These 2 statues were carved very realistically, as if they were alive. They were in such a sorry state, lying in the dilapidated and gloomy ancient temple with a smile on their faces, it was extremely uncomfortable. Shi Qingxian hugged a statue in each of his left and right hands and said, what kind of enmity is this? Even though Xiao Yan also felt that this scene was full of malice, in order to stabilize Shi Qingxuan's mind, he said warmly, Master Wind, calm down. If someone worships, then someone smashes. It's just common sense in the world, there's no need to care. It must have been deliberately set up for you by that thing in order to incite your fear and absorb magic power from it. Ming Yi said concisely, can you do it or not? If you can't, then leave. Shi Qingxian brushed away the dust on the faces of the 2 statues, gritted his teeth and grabbed the Wind Master fan tightly. He suddenly stood up and said, I can do it. I want to see what medicine it is selling in its gourd. The 4 of them left the dilapidated Feng Shui temple and walked around the small town. The town was very quiet and stable. It was neither prosperous nor backward, there was nothing unusual about it. It would be better to say that they were the most unusual ones. Compared to the crowd of mortals, this group of people's appearance and attire were too eye-catching. Therefore, not long after, they flashed into an alley and changed their attire. Xiao Yan's original attire was very simple, so there was no need to change. The other 3 people changed completely from head to toe. On the other side, Shi Qingxian was expressing his opinion on Ming Yi's attire. On the other side, Hua Cheng had changed into a refreshing black robe. His long hair was also tied up neatly and was adorned with a white jade. He was less lazy and more energetic, as if he was a handsome and talented junior disciple from a famous sect. He really forced the emperor to dress like a beggar and not look like a beggar. He was still very eye-catching. Looking at him, Xiao Yan could not help but think of an old saying, a handsome man must be dressed in soap. He secretly thought that it was true. When he came back to his senses, Master Wind remembered something and said in a low voice, San Lang, there is something I have always forgotten to ask you. Hua Cheng adjusted his sleeves and said, what is it? Xiao Yan clenched his hands into fists and put them in front of his mouth to cough lightly. He tried his best to ask casually. What is your spiritual password? If he wanted to communicate with another person at any time, he first had to get the other person's password. For example, to find Shiqing Xian, he had to first recite the following 4 lines of doggerel in his heart. Master Wind is a heaven-sent genius, Master Wind is funny and unrestrained, Master Wind is kind and upright, Master Wind is 28 years old. Of course, for a normal heavenly official, their password would not be so difficult to say. It was still relatively normal. The spiritual password of a superior heavenly official would not be easily revealed to others unless they had a close relationship. As a desperate ghost king, Hua Cheng was naturally the same. Although the two of them had not known each other for a long time, their relationship could be said to be quite good. It was a bit strange that they had not yet gotten each other's password. However, thinking about it, every time there was something, they would directly meet up. Whether they exchanged or not, it did not seem to matter. Xiao Yan had never asked for any heavenly official's password because if there was anything, he could just directly shout into the spiritual communication array. If he wanted to find someone to talk to in private, he could use the array to talk to them. This was also the first time he took the initiative to ask someone for a password. He had no experience and was a bit worried that it would be rude. Seeing Hua Cheng's gaze flicker, yet he did not move, Xiao Yan felt a bit awkward and hurriedly said, is it inconvenient? It's fine, it's fine. You don't need to worry about me. I was just casually asking. Because there was something I wanted to talk about in private later, I took the liberty to ask. I'll think of a way to quietly ask you. Hua Cheng interrupted him and said, it's not inconvenient. I'm very happy. Xiao Yan was startled. Ah. Hua Cheng sighed and said, I'm very happy. Gich finally asked me. Because you never mentioned it, I thought it was inconvenient and you didn't want to exchange passwords with others. That's why I never took the initiative to mention it. Now that Gich finally asked, how could I say it was just casually asking? Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and his mood immediately brightened. Grasping Hua Cheng's hand, he said, so it turns out we both have the same concerns. Just now, I was wrong. That sentence was just something I said casually to apologize to San Lang. So, what's your password? Hua Cheng's eyes slightly brightened. Slightly leaning forward, he said, my password, Gich should listen carefully. I'll only say it once. After he finished speaking, he whispered a sentence. When Xiao Yan heard this, his eyes widened. This? Is it really this? San Lang, are you sure? Hua Cheng was calm and composed as he said, It's this. If you don't believe me, Gich can try it now. How could Xiao Yan dare to try it? He said, then doesn't that mean every time someone comes looking for you, they have to silently say this sentence to you 3 times? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Hua Cheng giggled and said, it's precisely because I don't want others to look for me that I deliberately said this sentence. I want them to know when to back off. However, if Gich wants to look for me, I'll accompany you anytime. Xiao Yan still felt a little unconvinced. In his heart, he said, this is too bad. He hesitated. He wanted to use his psychic ability, but no matter what, he couldn't say that password. Even if he said it silently, it still wouldn't work. Seeing Xiao Yan cover half his face and turn his head away, unable to make up his mind, Hua Qing finally laughed enough and said, "Okay, okay. If Gich doesn't dare to say it, I'll look for you. What's your password?" Xiao Yan turned his head and said, "Just recite the Tao Te Ching 1,000 times." Hua Qing raised an eyebrow. After a while, Xiao Yan heard his voice in his ear, "Just recite the Tao Te Ching 1,000 times, these 11 words, right?" The two of them were clearly standing face to face, but they didn't say a word. They communicated with their eyes and used a voice that others couldn't hear to whisper to each other. It was quite interesting. Xiao Yan also used his psychic ability to reply, "Yes. You actually didn't fall for it." Hua Qing blinked and continued to reply, "Ha ha ha ha, I almost fell for it. This is really too interesting." Xiao Yan also blinked and revealed a smile. It should be known that this password was something that he had seriously thought up 800 years ago. He thought it was very interesting, so he used it after ascending. However, many other heavenly officials didn't seem to find it interesting. Even after falling for it, they were speechless. Mu Qing directly said, "Your Highness, this idea of yours is too cold. Forgive me for not being able to laugh." Although Feng Xian laughed until he was rolling on the ground and shouting himself hoarse, Feng Xian's sense of humor was very low and inexplicable. He laughed, but Xiao Yan didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Since Hua Qing also laughed now, it probably meant that it was really a bit interesting. The original plan was to go to the most expensive restaurant in the imperial city to drink, but since they didn't go to Qinghuang City, it didn't matter where they drank. Thus, the group went to the largest restaurant in town and asked for a private room. After sitting for a while in boredom, the waiter brought the wine. Xiao Yan said, "Excuse me to ask, what is this place?" Although this question was very strange, it was the most direct and effective way. The waiter asked curiously, "Honored guests, you actually didn't come because of the fame?" "This is Bogu Town." Xiao Yan said, "Fame? What fame?" The waiter gave a thumbs up and said, "Our town's social fire. It's very famous in this area. Every year at this time, there are many outsiders who want to come and see this strange thing." Shi Qingxian asked curiously, "What's social fire?" Xiao Yan said, "It's the entertainment that the people use to celebrate during festivals. There will be some acrobatics, local plays, and so on. You can watch it." It was a bit similar to the Xian Lu country's Upper Yuan Sacrifice Tour. However, the Heaven Sacrifice Tour was a royal operation and was controlled by the government. On the other hand, social fire was the entertainment of the people. Shi Qingxian said, "But today isn't a festival, right? At most, it'll be cold dew tomorrow." Xiao Yan said, "It doesn't necessarily have to be a specific festival. Sometimes, it's to commemorate someone and choose a special day to make a fuss and have some fun." At this time, a commotion came from the crowd on the street below the restaurant. Someone shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Children and women, don't stand in front. Everyone move back, the troupe is coming." The four people looked downstairs. What they saw was incredible. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly widened. They saw a long procession of people walking down the street. In the procession, everyone wore bright red makeup and all kinds of strange clothes. Moreover, there was a sharp weapon stuck in their foreheads. Chapter 107. Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. Shi Qingxian also stepped on the table, rolling up his sleeves as if he was about to rush down. However, Xiao Yan quickly pulled him back and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Wind Master, calm down." Shi Qingxian said, "Is it okay if your eyeballs are squeezed out?" Xiao Yan said, "It's okay. It's really rare to see the Blood Society fire here." Shi Qingxian quickly took his feet off the table and said, "Blood Society fire? What's that?" The two sat down again. Xiao Yan said, different places have different schools of fire. The Blood Society fire is a special school. It's extremely rare. I've only heard of it. I've never seen it because its performance is bloody and strange. And the makeup technique is top secret. It's getting rarer and rarer now. Shi Qingxian was stunned. Makeup technique? Are these all fake? This is too realistic. I thought it was made by some evil method. What he said was not an exaggeration. Xiao Yan also sighed, there are many capable people among the people. Looking at those wandering performers, not only did the sharp weapons on their foreheads penetrate 3 points. Some of them had their intestines pierced and their stomachs rotted, missing arms and legs. Some of them were crawling on the ground, crying. There were also a few people carrying a tall wooden frame. There was a woman hanging from a beam. Her neck was tied with a rope, as if she had hanged herself. 2 more people came, dragging a girl by her legs. The girl's clothes were torn to tatters. She was dragged face down, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. It really looked like a scene from hell. It was clearly a performance by people, but it was much more terrifying than the ghost city, which was full of ghosts. Compared to this place, the ghost city was simply a bustling bazaar on earth. No one knew how that makeup was done. Even if Xiao Yan had heard of this tradition, when he first saw it, he almost thought that it was a demon. Many women and children couldn't hold back their curiosity and wanted to squeeze in front of the crowd to see, but when they saw it, they were so scared that they screamed and retreated. Shi Qingxian said, Your Highness, didn't you say that the social fire is to celebrate? How can there be such a celebration? People are going to be scared away. The little girls will have nightmares. Will people really be happy to see this kind of performance? Whether people would be happy to see this kind of performance, it was really hard to say. As a matter of fact, killing and seeing blood would indeed excite people. Regardless of whether there was fear or not, after the fear, many people would feel a trace of pleasure in their hearts. There seemed to be a name for this kind of blood society fire in the local dialect called stabbing happiness. Xiao Yan's understanding of it was, stab someone to death with a knife, and you would feel happy in your heart. Unfortunately, this person, he's very unlucky. Whatever good things happen to him, they don't last long. His fiancée was his childhood sweetheart, gentle and virtuous, but his wife and sister were snatched away by a rich family to become a concubine. One refused and was beaten to death, while the other couldn't stand the humiliation and committed suicide. He went to argue, but was framed for adultery and theft. He was thrown into prison without food and almost starved to death. His 70-year-old parents begged for mercy on his behalf and kowtowed for a whole night, but to no avail. They were locked up for 2 years before they were released. His mother had no one to take care of her, so she died of illness. His father was old and had to work hard to support the family, so he was on his last breath. He stopped studying and went to do business, but because he did too well, he was suppressed by other big businessmen. Every bit of money he earned was taken away, and he even owed a lot of debt. The waiter sighed and said, Everyone, tell me, how can this person be so unlucky? Xiao Yan lightly coughed and sincerely said, Yes. Other than him, how could there be anyone else who was so unlucky? After the waiter finished sighing, he beamed with joy and said, Later, this person went crazy and lost his temper. One night, just like today, the day before the cold dew, he brought a large number of weapons and hacked all the people who had harmed him to death. That killing was so bloody that flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was delightful. Because those people he killed had been the common people of the village for a long time, everyone applauded and cheered. So later on, every day before the cold dew, the town would use a blood society fire to commemorate him, hoping that Lord Hixin would bless us and kill the evil people. They said it was to punish evil and promote good, but in the end, good and evil didn't have a good ending. The waiter left. Xiao Yan saw Shi Qingxian looking pensive and said, Wind Master, do you have any thoughts? Shi Qingxian came back to his senses and said, I seem to have some inexplicable thoughts, but it's still too inexplicable, I can't say why. Your Highness, what about you? Xiao Yan said, I'm thinking, could this Hixing be the predecessor of the vernacular true immortal? While they were talking, the next line of traveling teams began to play out the story again. Shi Qingxian looked down again and said, predecessor. Xiao Yan said, yes. The source of this kind of humanoid monster is often related to a person's particularly strong resentment or obsession. For example, I heard that Japan has a kind of monster called Hashiheim, which is formed from the resentment of a woman. Rumor has it that it's because of the sorrow of a woman waiting for her husband to not return, and it's also because of the madness of a jealous woman. If we say that the formation of the vernacular true immortal originated from someone who was plagued by misfortune, then it's not impossible to hate an unfortunate fate, or envy towards a lucky person. Mingyi said, check the local records. I want the exact time. Xiao Yan said, yes, I want to check. If he wanted to know whether this possibility was true or not, he had to check if this Hixing appeared hundreds of years ago. If he appeared later than the earliest records of the vernacular true immortal, then it wouldn't be true. Shi Qingxian nodded his head. After thinking for a while, he still said, there's one more small matter. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from below, laughing loudly, just you wait. Your closest relatives, your best friends, all of them will die without a burial place because of you. Hearing this, Shi Qingxuan's expression suddenly changed. His left hand pressed on the table, and he lightly landed on the restaurant. That voice came from the crowd of people. Xiao Yan shouted from upstairs, Lord Wind Master. Come back. Shi Qingxian landed in the middle of a group of bloody zombies and said angrily, come out. Come out. However, the performers' expressions were wooden. They completely ignored him and continued to walk forward as if they were sleepwalking. Shi Qingxian was led around in circles by the flow of people. He couldn't tell which person had a problem at all. When he saw one suspicious, he wanted to knock it down with his fan. When he saw another, he was even more suspicious. If he knocked the wrong person, then it would be a human life. Hua Qing placed the untouched vegetables on his plate into a smiling face. He didn't even raise his head and said, it's useless. It's very easy for an old monster with 1,000 years of cultivation to hide the fox's tail. In such a strange group of people, it was too easy to sneak in. Moreover, the form of the vernacular true immortals was originally very similar to humans, let alone the vernacular true immortals who had the highest cultivation among them. After a while, Mingyi also jumped down the stairs and brought Shi Qingxian out. The group of people left the main street and walked towards the Fengshui temple. Shi Qingxuan's hand that was holding the fan was still trembling slightly. Compared to the fear at the beginning, it was now as if he was angry. He carried a wine pot out of the restaurant. After walking for a while, he took a big gulp and the blood in his eyes gradually dissipated. He said, Brother Ming, it's better if you don't be my best friend for the time being. Wait until I kill this damn thing, then you can be back. However, Mingyi said rudely, who is that? I'm not one to begin with. Shi Qingxian was furious. Brother Ming, this is very boring. You can't just see that the situation is critical and immediately fall out with me. They quarreled and pinched each other for a while. Xiao Yan shook his head and took out 2 things from his sleeve. He said, I think, Wind Master, you should still use this. Shi Qingxian took it and said, earplugs? Xiao Yan nodded and said, although this method is stupid and can't cure the root cause, it's still effective for a while. As long as you can't hear it, that thing can't do anything to you. I've made a formation. The password to enter the formation is heavenly official blessings, nothing taboo. Next, we'll talk to you in the formation first. Shi Qingxian plugged his ears. Sure enough, he couldn't hear anything. The 4 of them entered the formation one after another. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly heard Hua Cheng's voice whispering in his ear, "Brother, brother." Xiao Yan looked up and only saw Hua Cheng blinking at him. He didn't open his mouth, but his voice still echoed in his ear, "Don't you have something to say to me? Since you didn't come to find me, I could only come to find you." Xiao Yan smiled and replied, "Who told you to set the password like that?" Hua Cheng said, all right. It's my fault." Shi Qingxian adjusted the position of his earplugs. Seeing that the two of them were clearly not saying a word, yet they were looking at each other and smiling, he wondered in the spirit communication formation, "Your Highness the Crown Prince and Blood Rain Tanhua, what are you two doing? Could it be that you exchanged passwords and are secretly talking about something?" Xiao Yan coughed lightly and solemnly said in the formation, "There's no such thing." Hua Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice, "You're lying." Xiao Yan's feet slipped. While pretending to be serious, he walked forward without looking sideways while replying, "San Lang, don't mess with me. I have something I want to ask you for help with." The two of them walked side by side, not looking at each other. Hua Cheng asked, "What is it?" Chapter 108. Hearing this, Hua Cheng turned his head, his gaze fell on Shi Qingxian and Mingyi who were still fighting behind him. He pointed at one of them and said, "Him?" Xiao Yan nodded. Hua Cheng said, "How do you want to test it?" Xiao Yan said, "Many years ago, I dealt with two white language immortals and was pestered by one for more than half a year. At that time, I tried to trick them and also tried to find out one of their characteristics. This characteristic, some of them didn't even realize it, but as long as I put in a little effort, you'll be able to tell." He secretly passed on this technique. When Hua Cheng heard this, he said, "It's easy." And so on and so forth. After the two finished their discussion, they returned to that broken feng shui temple. It was slightly cold in autumn, the sky was slightly dark. Shi Qingxian searched everywhere for the head of his brother, the water god statue, and glued it back. He straightened the two statues and placed them on the altar again. Xiao Yan started a fire in the ruined temple hall. He picked up some broken wood and burned it. The four of them sat around the fire. Shi Qingxian covered his ears, he drank a few pots of wine, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "We can't just sit here and wait for that thing, right? Is there any program that can liven things up?" He took the initiative to suggest it, which was exactly what Xiao Yan wanted. However, Mingyi stirred the fire. "At this time, what other programs do you want to liven things up?" Shi Qingxian said, "Yes. Doesn't that thing want me to be afraid? I'm not afraid. I'll play whatever I want. I'm even happier than usual. I'll celebrate the new year and anger it to death." Xiao Yan said in the spirit communication array, "Why don't we play dice?" Shi Qingxian frowned and said, "Dice again? Comparing size again? Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you addicted?" Xiao Yan said, "How could I?" Shi Qingxian said, "Forget it. Anyway, I don't have anything else on hand, so I'll play. But there are four of us. It's a bit messy when we play." Xiao Yan said, "It won't be messy. It's like this." He opened his palm and there were two small and exquisite dice. Xiao Yan said, "The four of us will be divided into two groups. San Lang and I will form a team, and the two of you will form a team. We'll see who has better luck. 2 dice, 1 roll per group, 1 roll per person, and the result would be recorded. The team with more points wins. Furthermore, they can request the other team with less points to answer their questions or do one thing." Shi Qingxian said, "I have a question." Xiao Yan said, "Please ask." Shi Qingxuan's legs trembled as he said, "Why?" "Of course, the two of you are in the same team, Your Highness. Have you considered our feelings before you divided yourselves into groups?" Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said, "Well, if you guys want to change groups, that's fine too. There is no difference." Shi Qingxian inserted the horsetail whisk into his collar and said, "Forget it. Actually, I don't have any objections to this grouping. But since Blood Rain Tanhua is so lucky, wouldn't our team be at a disadvantage?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "You can't say that. Although San Lang's luck was extremely good in our group, my luck was extremely bad. Adding them together, one above and one below, wouldn't that make it even?" Shi Qingxian thought about it and felt that it made sense. He slapped his thigh and said, "Good. That's it." He turned his head and elbowed Ming Yi, saying, "Did you hear the rules, Brother Ming? Don't drag me down." Ming Yi glanced at him, and his cold voice sounded from the spirit communication array, "Forgive me for not accompanying you." Shi Qingxian hurriedly pinched him back and said, "It's fine if you drag me down. Forget it, come. You should accompany me, otherwise, it would be so miserable for me to be in a group alone." Thus, the four of them simply swore to abide by the rules of the game and began to play. In the first round, Shi Qingxian threw a 5, Ming Yi threw a 4, Hua Cheng threw a 6, and Xiao Yan threw a 1. Shi Qingxian was overjoyed, "Ha ha 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 ha. Your Highness, your luck is really too bad, too bad. Ha 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 ha." Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said in a warm voice, "Although what you said is the truth, can you not say it in such a happy tone?" Shi Qingxian said, "Cough. All right, then, if our group wins, this Wind Master will ask the two of you to do one thing. That, Your Highness, Blood Rain Tanhua. I order you to immediately help the other party take off their clothes." Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said, "Wind Master." Ming Yi turned around with a disgusted expression and held her forehead, as if she didn't want to see this kind of bad taste scene. Shi Qingxian shouted, Come. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. A dignified god official and a dignified ghost king won't act shamelessly, right? I'm already seated, please begin your performance." Xiao Yan looked at Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng spread out his hands and mouthed silently, "Brother, it's not my fault." Xiao Yan was helpless and could only say, "How much?" Shi Qingxian was just playing around. Of course, he wouldn't really embarrass them. He shook his legs and said with a smile, "It's enough to take off one piece. It'll be easier to continue after leaving a few pieces." He. He actually wanted to continue. Xiao Yan hesitated and secretly transmitted his voice, "San Lang." Hua Cheng's face didn't change, but his voice seriously comforted Xiao Yan's ear, "It's fine. Didn't we agree that we could let them win a few rounds? There will be times when they lose later." This was indeed what they had agreed on in advance. It was just that Xiao Yan didn't expect Shi Qingxian to play like this. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. Ming Yi said, "What is the thing you regret the most in your life?" He did not expect that Ming Yi, who was usually quiet, would ask such a blunt question. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. Should I not have listened to the advice and insisted on going to the lower realm? Should I not have overestimated myself and went to Yong and to Rain? Should I not have wishful thinking and wanted to protect Xianluo? Or should I not have spared some people's lives? He knew that it was none of these. After a long time, Xiao Yan said, "The second ascension." The other three people in the temple looked at him and did not say anything. Xiao Yan was lost in thought for a while. After a long time, he suddenly came back to his senses and said, "What's wrong?" "Everyone, I'm done answering." Hua Qing said calmly, "Nothing. Continue." Third round, Shi Qingxian, 2, Ming Yi, 2, Hua Cheng, 6, Xiao Yan, 1. Seeing this, Xiao Yan let out a huge sigh of relief. The heavenly official's blessing finally won. It was Shi Qingxuan's turn to be punished, but he was eager to try, as if he was not afraid of anything, and said, Come on. Anything. Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Then, I'll do whatever I want. Lord Geomaster, please go first. He turned to Ming Yi and said, Lord, you have to answer the questions I'm going to ask next. Do not lie. Ming Yi did not speak. Shi Qingxian waved his hand and said, Don't worry, Brother Ming will not lie at all. Xiao Yan smiled and said, Okay. First question, who am I? Shi Qingxian was stunned and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what kind of question is this? Aren't you you? If you're not you, who else can you be? Hearing this, Ming Yi slowly raised his head and looked Xiao Yan in the eye. After a moment, he answered, The Crown Prince of Xianlu Country, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded and said, Second question, who is the person sitting next to me? After pausing for a moment, Ming Yi answered again, The Master of Ghost City, Blood Rain Tanhua. Xiao Yan said, Then, the last question, who is the person sitting next to you? Shi Qingxian was even more baffled, Your Highness, what are you guys playing at? Who am I? I'm the Wind Master. Xiao Yan said, Lord Geomaster, please answer. This time, Ming Yi didn't answer so quickly. After dealing with the vernacular immortals many times, Xiao Yan discovered a wonderful rule about them. Once the vernacular immortals opened their mouths, within 3 sentences, there would definitely be at least one lie. This characteristic was like an ordinary person. No matter how strong and healthy their body was, they must drink water within 3 days. Otherwise, they would die from dehydration. It wouldn't change with the level of their ability. Unless they ascended and were no longer human. The thousandly shrink formation was drawn by Ming Yi, and the door was also the last one Ming Yi passed. If he wanted to do something, he would have the best chance. Xiao Yan's first suspect was naturally him. However, at that time, Shi Qingxian was clearly uneasy. If he immediately revealed his suspicions, it would undoubtedly cause Shi Qingxuan's mind to waver, causing the vernacular true immortal to be able to absorb even more negative emotions from his body and turn them into a source of mana. Therefore, at that time, Xiao Yan quickly found another possibility. However, in fact, he didn't give up on the most direct possibility. Although the relationship between the Wind Master and the Geomaster was extremely good, if the Geomaster was the vernacular true immortal in disguise, the Wind Master would definitely be able to see through it. However, what if the vernacular true immortal had already quietly attached himself to Ming Yi's body? Therefore, from the beginning, he wanted Hua Cheng to cooperate with him and beat around the bush to get Ming Yi's words. Hua Cheng suggested that the two of them didn't interact much with Ming Yi in the first place, so it would be unnatural for them to get information out of him. It would be better to first use the name of the game to create as many opportunities as possible for Ming Yi to say a few more words. Then, they could see if they could find out the truth without being detected by the Wind Master and Earth Master. However, Ming Yi always spoke very little. No matter how warm the atmosphere was, his words were like gold. Just now, during the game, Xiao Yan had been paying attention to every word. Whenever he opened his mouth, most of it was ambiguous. It was impossible to determine whether he was lying or not. In the end, he could only use his trump card. He borrowed Hua Cheng's ability to secretly control the dice and make Ming Yi lose. Then, he suddenly threw out 3 questions, making it difficult for him to get off. He had no choice but to answer on the spot. Because they were in the game, Shi Qingxian wouldn't be able to react in time. He would still think that they were joking, so he wouldn't be taken advantage of by the vernacular true immortal to absorb his mana. As long as Ming Yi answered incorrectly and gave himself away, Xiao Yan would immediately subdue him. He already knew that for something like the vernacular true immortal, there would definitely be at least one lie in every 3 sentences. Now, Xiao Yan asked 2 questions, and Ming Yi's answers were both true. Chapter 109. If he really wanted to get away with it by making the wording a little ambiguous, or he could even pretend to be joking. However, Ming Yi's answers to the first two questions were concise and comprehensive, without any tricks. The last one should be the same. Otherwise. That didn't seem like Ming Yi. This also proved that something was amiss. Xiao Yan and Ming Yi looked at each other calmly. After a while, Ming Yi finally spoke. He replied in a tone no different from the previous two sentences, one of the 5 masters. The younger brother of Navy Master Wu Du Master Feng, Qing Xian. Shi Qingxian shook his head and said, "Sigh, why didn't you say, my best friend?" Ming Yi looked at him. "Who is that?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. As mentioned earlier, although true immortals were called immortals, they were not true immortals, after all. As long as it still belonged to the category of demons and ghosts, it was impossible to get rid of the characteristics of this race. 3 sentences were enough, and all 3 sentences were undoubtedly the truth. It seemed like there was no problem with Ming Yi. Unless Shi Wudu and Shi Qingxian were not biological brothers. However, this shocking reversal left everyone speechless. It should not exist. Who knew that before he could completely relax, Ming Yi would suddenly make a move? It went straight for his throat. Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng went to intercept his hand at the same time. The 3 hands were like 3 bolts of lightning, dazzling Shi Qingxian so much that he jumped up and said, "Brother Ming. What are you doing?" Ming Yi stared at Xiao Yan and said in a low voice, "You've asked 3 questions. In the previous round, I only asked 1. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and said, "Lord Geomaster, please recall the rules carefully. I did not say that I could only ask 1 question per round." Ming Yi said, "That's good. Let me add my question now. Who are you?" Xiao Yan said, "Didn't you already answer this question yourself just now?" Ming Yi said, "Perhaps I answered wrongly. Otherwise, the Crown Prince should explain why he suddenly designed this game and why he asked these 3 strange questions." "Your Excellency Ghost King's manipulation technique is amazing, using it on this kind of fun is a waste of a sledgehammer." Hua Cheng laughed, "What do you mean by that?" "You can use it however you like." One must know that Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng found Ming Yi suspicious, but Ming Yi also found them suspicious. Shi Qingxian did not know what they were arguing about, but he did not dare to take off his earplugs rashly. He could only say, "Stop, stop, stop. I order you all to stop immediately and tell me what happened. Otherwise, add me in." As he spoke, he also opened the Wind Master's fan. Ming Yi pushed him away and said, "Move aside. Don't cause trouble." Just at this time, a sudden gust of cold wind blew past. The bonfire that the 4 of them were surrounding was blown up and down by this gust of cold wind, dancing chaotically. The fire's shadows were chaotic, reflecting the faces of the male and female deities on the altar of the dilapidated temple. It looked like they were smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. It was extremely strange. Ming Yi grabbed Shi Qingxian again and said vigilantly, "Something is coming." Shi Qingxian had just been pushed to the ground by him and was unable to get up. Now that he was caught again, he said with stars in his eyes, "Brother Ming. Can you be nicer to me?" Ming Yi said, "I'm not free." Xiao Yan had been staring at the 2 deity statues and suddenly said, "Look at their eyes." The 4 of them looked back and saw that there were 4 bloodstains on the faces of the 2 smiling feng shui divine officials. There were actually tears of blood flowing from the eyes of the clay statues. Consecrating the light, erecting a statue of a deity that had received incense and worship, had a certain deterrent effect on demons, devils, and ghosts. Even if they did not retreat, they could not be destroyed or defiled by non-human things. That true immortal was indeed skilled. Shi Qingxian was still here, but it made the Wind Master's statue bleed and cry in front of the Wind Master. More and more tears of blood flowed and fell to the ground. They slowly gathered into a twisted and complicated shape. Shi Qingxian was puzzled. "What is that? Is it drawing a picture?" He could not understand what shape it was. He did not go near it, but changed directions and tried to figure it out. After a while, Xiao Yan suddenly came to a realization, this is not a picture, this is a reversed word. He immediately shouted, "Don't look. It's written for you to see." Ming Yi struck out with his palm and with a boom, the blood stain on the ground and the two deity statues were smashed into pieces. Shi Qingxian was dumbfounded, "Brother Ming. You, don't let my brother know, otherwise he won't forgive you." Destroying the statues of other divine officials was a great disrespect to that divine official. But today, Ming Yi first chopped the horizontal board and then the statue. This was no different from going to a restaurant and smashing their signboard and giving them 2 big slaps on the face. If word of this got out and people found out, they would definitely not let it go. It was unknown whether or not there would be a reign of terror. At this moment, Xiao Yan inadvertently turned his head and suddenly saw that the words on the horizontal board that they had smashed and placed aside in the day were not right. The horizontal board was clearly written with golden words on a blue background, Feng Shui Hall, but now it had turned into a blood-red distorted word, vaguely showing the half of the word, dead. He quickly covered Shi Qingxuan's eyes and shouted in the spirit communication array, "Close your eyes." They specifically looked for foreign tourists who came from afar to see the Blood Society fire to squeeze a little money out of them. They blocked them and refused to let them go, pestering and making a ruckus, "Two young masters, give us some tips. We've worked so hard to dress up, if it's fun, give us some tips." "That's right, it's not easy for us brothers, we only do this once a year. If you don't give us some tips, be careful that the ghost master will come looking for us." As this matter had nothing to do with him, Hua Cheng looked on with folded arms. He was not worried at all. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "I'd like to see just what kind of ghost would dare come looking for me." At this moment, Xiao Yan swept his gaze across the crowd and suddenly saw a pale-faced hanger ghost at the edge of the dilapidated temple. It was currently smiling slyly as it wrapped a hemp rope around a person's neck. Although it was noisy all around, everyone was drenched in blood, their noses and eyes slanted, and they were constantly pretending to kill each other, "And you die, I die." There would be people falling to the ground with strange cries from time to time. It was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake, but Xiao Yan instinctively felt that there was something wrong with that person. With a wave of his hand, Ruoxi flew out and struck the hanger ghost's head. As expected, the hanger ghost let out a miserable cry and turned into a wisp of black smoke, burrowing into a crack in the ground. The bystanders had no time to pay attention, but Xiao Yan saw it clearly. He said from within the spirit communication formation, "Everyone, be careful. Something's fishing in troubled waters." Compared to before, this Feng Shui temple now had a wisp of faintly discernible ghost qi. Naturally, it wasn't a true immortal, but a small fry that had snuck in from who knew where. Pretending to be a ghost all day long would eventually attract a real ghost. Appearing at this juncture was like adding snow to snow. There were too many people in this temple and it was too chaotic. Heads bumped into each other and feet stepped on each other. It was impossible to tell who the ghost qi was coming from. Xiao Yan pulled Hua Cheng and rushed out of the Feng Shui temple. When he was about to ask Master Feng and the others how they were doing, he discovered that his transcendence energy was running out. He was unable to communicate with them. In a moment of desperation, he said to Hua Cheng, "San Lang, lend me a bit of transcendence energy. I'll return it to you later." Of course, this "I'll return it to you later" was just nonsense. He had never been able to return the transcendence energy he had borrowed before. Hua Cheng said, "All right." He reached out and grasped his hand. Xiao Yan felt a faint wave of heat pass over him. Coincidentally, a few more bloody people came running out of the Feng Shui temple and chased after him. The last one had lost his internal organs as he ran. His face was covered in livor mortis, and there was a faint layer of ghost qi emanating from his body. Xiao Yan subconsciously raised his hand and struck him through the air. He only heard a loud explosion. At the same time, an extremely dazzling white light lit up. Only after a while did Xiao Yan react. The place where the disemboweled ghost had been hiding in the crowd was left with a pile of charcoal-like residue. As for the feng shui temple in front of him, the entire roof had been blown away. The noisy night roamers in the temple were all dumbstruck. They had long been stunned by that loud explosion and that white light. Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the feng shui temple that had lost its roof. Then, he lowered his head to look at his own hand. Finally, he slowly turned his head back to look at Hua Qing behind him. Hua Qing smiled at him and said, "Is this enough?" Xiao Yan said, "It's enough. Actually, really, a little is enough." Hua Qing said, "It's a little. Do you want more?" "You can have as much as you want." Xiao Yan hurriedly shook his head. Previously, he had also borrowed magic power from Shi Qingxian, Nan Feng, and the others. They had also lent him very generously. However, Xiao Yan had never experienced this kind of feeling, as if the blood in his entire body had turned into electricity and was currently flowing in his body. If the magic power he borrowed before was said to be frugal, eating one mouthful at a time, not daring to waste it, then right now, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem for him to eat one bowl and pour out 10 bowls. The magic power that Hua Cheng had transferred over was too strong. It filled his entire body, so much so that Xiao Yan almost didn't dare to move carelessly. He was afraid that with a wave of his hand, something next to him would explode. Taking advantage of the temporary silence around him, he hurriedly said in the spirit communication array, "Master Feng, where are you? I left the temple and didn't see you." Shi Qingxian said in the array, "Oh my God. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why did your voice suddenly become so loud?" "I also left the feng shui temple." Xiao Yan slightly retracted his magic power and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control it." "How did you leave? Are you all right?" Shi Qingshuan's ears were blocked and his eyes were closed. Shi Qingxian replied, "Hey, how else could I have left? Brother Ming pulled me out. Fortunately, I wasn't trampled to death by that group of people." Immediately after, Ming Yi's voice also sounded in the spirit communication array. However, what he said caused the smile that had just bloomed on Xiao Yan's face to freeze. He said, "It wasn't me. It wasn't." Chapter 110. Shi Qingxian did not say anything else. Xiao Yan felt a sense of foreboding. "Lord Wind Master. What's wrong with you? Are you still there? What happened? Why aren't you talking?" If he had been taken away by the night roamers in the chaos, he would not have suddenly fallen silent. Could it be that he had already been killed? However, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He didn't even know where Master Feng was at the moment. The crowd finally quieted down. Mingyi finally escaped from the feng shui temple. There were rules in the heaven realm. He could not abuse his magic power on mortals and casually manifest his spirit. If he killed someone, it would be a demerit. This rule made it hard for the priests who followed the rules. Otherwise, with a wave of his hand, the group of people flew along with the roof. It took a while for the crowd to react, and they shouted, It's here. It really appeared. The demon is here." The crowd dispersed in an uproar. Xiao Yan said, "Sergio Master. Why didn't you stop the Wind Master just now? Have you seen him? When did you get separated?" Mingyi said, "Just now there was a ghost in the crowd taking advantage of the chaos to attack people. He must have seen that someone's life was in danger. To divert his attention to save her. He had beaten the ghost but lost his friend." Xiao Yan said, "Let's hurry up and split up to search. He shouldn't have gone far." Suddenly, Shi Qingshuan's voice sounded again from the spirit communication array. He laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha." Although the laughter was very abrupt, Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "Esteemed Wind Master. What happened to you just now? You suddenly stopped talking. I thought something happened to you." Shi Qingxian said, "Ha ha 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 ha, how is that possible? Is it that easy for a Wind Master to get into trouble? I was just joking to scare you guys." "Ha ha 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 ha, Brother Ming, you bastard, you actually didn't hold me back. If I were to die, I would definitely come to find you." "Ha ha 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 ha," Mingyi said, "Don't, ha ha. Speak human language." Xiao Yan already knew that the more nervous this person was, the more excited he would be, the more scared he would be. "This isn't," forgetting to pause, she interrupted him, "You didn't say anything, did you? Is there any obvious change in his expression? Did you resist?" Shi Qingxian replied, "I didn't say anything." His expression did not change. There was no resistance. Xiao Yan thought, this is bad. He must have been scared silly. He softened his tone and said warmly, "Very good. Listen to me. Lord Wind Master, it's all right. Don't be afraid. Just stay the same and pretend that you didn't notice anything. If you have anything to say, just quietly say it to us through the spirit communication array. But don't let that thing find out that you already know what it is. Quietly spread out your spiritual light and form a layer of protection around your body." Otherwise, he would have found them a long time ago. Once this technique was activated, who knew where they would be sent to? Finding the whereabouts of the Wind Master was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Xiao Yan immediately said, "I'll go to the Heavenly Court Spirit Communication Array to inform them." Shi Qingxian hurriedly said, "Wait. Crown Prince, don't go. You promised me to keep it a secret. My brother is about to transcend the third tribulation. The third tribulation is a big hurdle, we definitely can't fail at this step." Mingyi said, "If you delay any longer, I'll let you transcend the tribulation now." Shi Qingxian said angrily, "I said no means no. How many eyes are staring at my brother? This thing is deliberately looking for this opportunity. It can forget about succeeding, don't even think about it. Even if I die and my bones rot, I will be dug out after my brother transcends the tribulation." After a while, Mingyi said, "Okay. Okay." Xiao Yan keenly noticed that his tone was actually suppressing a wave of anger. This was an unprecedented intense emotion. He felt slightly uneasy and didn't want to let it develop into more trouble. He rushed to say, "Lord Wind Master, has that thing been leading you?" Shi Qingxian said, "Yes. It's grabbing my arm." Xiao Yan said, "Is there anything special about it? For example, a special demonic aura, or a special smell, touch, and so on?" "No. Nothing at all." "What about the surrounding environment? For example, is the road under your feet rough or flat? Did you step on anything or kick anything?" Xiao Yan wanted to see if he could confirm the general area as soon as possible according to the surrounding environment. Shi Qingxian said, "The road is very strange. It's very soft and floating, as if it's on a cloud." Xiao Yan said in his heart, "You're so scared that your legs have gone soft." Shi Qingshuan's 5 senses had already been sealed, so it was very difficult for him to give any clues. He was afraid that it would be cut off here. Although Hua Cheng had been watching the show from the side in boredom, firstly, he himself came to watch the show and play. He was not related to Shi Qingxian and was even someone from the ghost realm, so there was no reason for him to help the heavenly priest. Secondly, Xiao Yan also didn't want to always trouble him to help. Thus, he calmed his mind and said, "Lord Wind Master, I have a way to let you immediately get away from that thing. However, I need your permission." Shi Qingxian immediately said, "Okay, I approve." However, Hua Cheng suddenly stopped and said, "Soul-shifting technique?" "What?" Xiao Yan said, "That's right. It's the soul-shifting technique. The soul-shifting technique, as the name implied, was a kind of soul-changing technique. With my eyes, I see what you see. This kind of technique wasn't commonly used. Firstly, the burning of mana was extremely cruel. Secondly, very few people were willing to hand over the control of their most important body. Hua Cheng's expression froze and said, "Brother, be careful." Shi Qingxian said, "Then what will you do if you face it?" Xia Lian said, "I'm not afraid of it, it doesn't matter." Mingyi said, "Change." Hua Qing said, "Brother, think about it carefully." Suddenly, Shi Qingxian said, "It stopped." Hearing this, Xia Lian shouted in the spirit communication array, "There's no time to hesitate, now." Shi Qingxian clenched his teeth and said, "Please, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xia Lian said, "Okay." As soon as he said that, he closed his eyes. His body suddenly became extremely light, so light that it was as if he was going to float up into the sky. Suddenly, he became extremely heavy, so heavy that it was as if he was going to fall into the ground. After the earth and sky spun for a while, he gradually felt real. He stabilized his body, but his eyes were still closed. Not a single sound could be heard in his ears. A hand was grabbing onto his arm, and it stood there motionless. Xia Lian suddenly opened his eyes. He took out the earplugs with one hand, and with a flip of his other hand, he turned the tables and grabbed that true immortal. He smiled and said, "How are you?" Shi Qingxian closed his eyes for a long time, and the surroundings were pitch black again. Therefore, the moment Xia Lian opened his eyes in his body, he was unable to adapt to the darkness and could not see anything. However, the thing that was grabbing him had already become the thing he was grabbing. Ruo Xia was not there, so Xia Lian specially used a locking hand, like a fine steel shackle to clamp that hand, making it unable to use magic to escape. Inside the spirit communication array, Shi Qingshuan's voice said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Are you okay? If you can't, why don't you change back first, or I'll just replace it myself." It seemed that Shi Qingxian had also safely changed into his body. Xia Lian firmly locked that true immortal with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, he kicked more than 30 times and said, "Pretty good." It was just that he had just moved his soul, so he was slightly not used to it. After a while, when he got used to it, his attacks and kicks could be even more ferocious. Shi Qingxian said, "Your Highness, I'll tell you the technique of my magic treasure. You can use whatever you want, don't stand on ceremony." Xia Lian did not have a sword by his side, and with a swoosh, he opened the Wind Master fan and said, "All right." Shi Qingxian said again, "I'll also tell you the technique of transforming into a female form, my female form's magic power is stronger." Xia Lian rejected flatly, "No. There's no need for that." Hua Qing said in a deep voice, "Brother, quickly look around and tell me what kind of place it is." Mingyi said, "No, let's talk about what you're fighting with first." Chapter 111. However, he could clearly see the outline of the branches and leaves around him, the face of the black shadow could not be seen clearly no matter how hard he tried. It was as if there was a ball of demonic wind and black mist circling around that thing. The Wind Master's Wind Master fan was a peerless magic treasure. It could blow away the demonic mist and clear the world. Xia Lian had obtained the spell taught by Shi Qingxian. He opened the fan and flew. A gust of wind rose from the ground, causing the leaves in the surroundings to tremble violently. There were even a few weak saplings that were uprooted from the ground. Its power could not be said to be weak. Unfortunately, this gust of wind blew a little askew. It did not hit the target. Magic treasures were not so easy to control. After all, he was not the owner of the Wind Master fan. He naturally could not use it as easily as Shi Qingxian. The angle and strength were not easy to grasp. If it was not strong, then it was weak. If it was not off, then it was the opposite. After realizing this, Xiao Yan decisively gave up. He changed his strategy and closed the fan with a paw. He directly used it as a weapon. He began to wildly hit the vital points of the other party's body, and then with a shua, a layer of spiritual light covered the edge of the fan, forcefully turning the paper fan into a bone-cutting steel knife. The sound of wind cutting whizzed, cold light flashed. Shi Qingxian roughly guessed what was going on and broke down. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you mistaken? That is a magic weapon, and you actually use it as a weapon. What a waste of natural resources." This was a common problem of the martial god. Xiao Yan took the time to calmly say, almost. Hua Cheng's tone became heavier. "Brother." Xiao Yan knew what he was rushing for. As he fought, he quickly scanned his surroundings. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters, pavilions, and pavilions. There was really nothing special about it, so he really could not determine where he was. That true immortal sensed his movements and roughly guessed his purpose. He suddenly said, "You are not Shi Qingxian." Xiao Yan's figure did not slow down, his mind racing. Under normal circumstances, it should not have thought of the soul transfer technique so quickly. Why did it immediately discover that I am not Shi Qingxian? Sigh, forget it, continue fighting. He beat people without any humanity. That true immortal probably could not take it anymore and said, "Fall immediately." As expected, it directly began to prophesy to Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to beat him even more fiercely. The vernacular true immortal said again, "You will be defeated." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "We already lost 800 years ago, so what if we lose a few more times?" How much more could he lose? Give up. Whatever you say to me is useless. Hua Qing said, "Big brother, if you're unable to determine where you are, then you just have to use the Wind Master to create a hurricane and I'll know where you are." It just so happened that Xiao Yan had thought of this method as well, and he said, "All right." He was just about to make a move when suddenly, the white language true immortal let out a sly laugh and said, "Someone is coming." Xiao Yan inexplicably became vigilant. Sure enough, that thing said in a low voice, "Don't worry, the person who came to find you, you will definitely watch him die in front of you." Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't smile anymore. His heart skipped a beat, and even his breathing stagnated. In the next moment, he actually cursed, "Shut up." In a split second, that white language true immortal suffered another 50 or so heavy kicks, each one landing on its head. It was kicked until it couldn't speak, but it still let out a deep sigh. That was a sigh of satisfaction, as if it had sucked on some holy delicacy, and it let out a cold laugh. In a moment of carelessness, Xiao Yan had actually allowed it to suck the thing it wanted from his body. However, Xiao Yan didn't have the mood to curse inwardly. It was only because that sentence just now really made his heart feel as if it had suddenly received a heavy blow. Even if he knew that it was impossible for Hua Cheng to do as this thing said and die in front of him, or to be exact, Hua Cheng had already died a long time ago, he still couldn't help but tremble with fear. He couldn't even bear to hear those words himself. Although the people inside the spirit communication array couldn't sense his abnormality, Hua Cheng seemed to have a telepathic connection and became vigilant. "Big brother? Is it saying something to you?" Xiao Yan said, "It's talking nonsense." "No. It didn't say anything." Hua Cheng immediately understood and scolded, "It's courting death. Tell me immediately, I'll go over right now." Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "No need, don't come over first." "Absolutely don't come over." Hua Cheng said, "Tell me." Shi Qingxian said, "I'm sorry to disturb you. I say, you guys really secretly exchanged spiritual passwords, right? Your Highness the Crown Prince, didn't you notice? You made a wrong array, a wrong array." Only now did Xiao Yan realize that ever since he had used the soul transfer technique, Hua Cheng's every word had been directed to him. However, Due to the intensity of the battle and his slightly chaotic state of mind, he hadn't noticed this and had directly responded to Hua Qing through the spirit communication array. This time, the matter of them privately communicating with each other could be considered to have been completely exposed. But right now, he couldn't care about being embarrassed. Xiao Yan said, "It's okay, give me half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I can deal with this thing." After he finished speaking, he plugged his ears again and attacked even more fiercely, fully concentrating on dealing with that white-spoken true immortal. However, he didn't know that on Bogu Town's side, after Hua Qing heard his words, he raised his hand and sent a palm strike, causing Mingyi to sink 3 feet into the ground. Then, he said to Shi Qingxian who was inside Xiao Yan's body, "Change back." Shi Qingxian had originally planned to immediately change back. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, "Blood Rain Tanhua, what are you doing?" "I'll change now. Your Highness the Crown Prince is helping me." "It's still reasonable for you to hit me, but why are you hitting Brother Ming?" After he finished speaking, he remembered that this was Xiao Yan's body. Of course, Hua Qing wouldn't hit him. If he had to hit someone, then it could only be Mingyi. On the other side, Xiao Yan was fighting fiercely when he suddenly heard Shi Qingxian shout in the spirit communication array, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please cover your ears and run away. I'm going to change back." Xiao Yan said, "Lord Wind Master, can you do it?" Shi Qingxian said, "I can't fight it, but I can still escape." Thus, Xiao Yan kicked the white-spoken true immortal several feet away. He turned around and ran for his life, saying, "Wait, you don't have to run. Wait, I'll set up a protective array for you here." "Lord Wind Master, do you have any protective magic tools on you?" "If you don't have magic tools, precious treasures will do." When Shi Qingxian heard this, he hurriedly said, "Treasure. I do. Touch my neck, there's a longevity lock. Is that okay?" Xiao Yan touched it, and sure enough, Shi Qingxian was wearing a heavy longevity golden lock. The golden light was dazzling, rich and exquisite. He happily said, "Yes. This is a rare treasure. This is great." Shi Qingxian said, "Is that so?" Also, I have a jade belt on my waist, an agate ring on my hand, a few beads inlaid on the upper of my boots, and the sandalwood handle of my horsetail whisk is even bigger than yours." "Oh, right, it said that the horsetail whisk's hair is also very rare. I don't know what kind of spiritual beast it came from." He said 7 or 8 things in one breath and said, "In short, Your Highness the Crown Prince, can you see if everything I have on me can be used?" Can be used. All of them were rare treasures. Xiao Yan was shocked in his heart. As expected of the god of fortune, as expected of the younger brother of the navy. He said, "Can be used. I'll find a house here for you to set up an array. After you change back, cover your ears and don't look out. Stay in the house and don't go out. Wait for us." Shi Qingxian was about to cry bitterly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're really too reliable. Thank you. From today onwards, you're my second best friend. In the future, if there are any good things, this Wind Master will definitely not forget you." Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He politely comforted him, "Thank you." As he spoke, he left that true immortal far behind. Xiao Yan aimed at a pavilion and rushed inside. With a wave of his hand, all the doors and windows automatically closed tightly. He first latched the golden lock on the door, bit his finger, and drew a talisman. Then, he placed those treasures one by one and used his blood to set up an array. This series of actions was compressed and completed in the shortest amount of time. Finally, he sat down in the center of the room, closed his eyes, and said, 1, 2, 3. Soul-shifting technique. Return. It was as if he was suddenly thrown high and then fell to the ground again. After the world spun and the sky spun, Xiao Yan once again felt his feet touch the ground. His body was slightly unstable, as if he was about to fall to the side. When he was about to fall, he was firmly supported by a pair of hands. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Hua Cheng's heavy voice from above, "Brother, I think you better explain." Xiao Yan grabbed his arm and stood up straight. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly discovered that someone was missing. He said, "Where's the Earth Master?" Hua Cheng said, "I don't know." Xiao Yan was stunned. "You don't know?" He looked to the side and saw a human-shaped pit on the ground. Ming Yi was slowly climbing out of that pit. He had nothing to say. After a moment of silence, the voice of Master Qing Xian, who was inside the spirit communication array, rang out, "Huh?" Xiao Yan's heart tightened as he said, "Is it here?" With so many treasures on Shi Qingshuan's body, he had made the defense of the house impregnable. That true immortal shouldn't be able to invade. Even if its cultivation was higher, it would still take a lot of time. However, Shi Qingxian said, "No, no, no. Your Highness the Crown Prince, your array is really amazing. It's as stable as Mount Tai, giving people a sense of security. I don't think anything can break in without 3 days and 3 nights. It's just that, it's actually here." Xiao Yan asked curiously, "Where? Do you know this place?" Shi Qingxian said, "Of course I do. This is the wine overturning platform. The place where I ascended." Xiao Yan was startled. In his heart, he said, "Wine overturning platform." Shi Qingxian seemed to have walked around the house again before he said with certainty, "That's right, I come back to this place every 10 years or so to take a look. There's no mistake." No wonder that true immortal could tell that the one inside the shell wasn't the real Shi Qingxian. If it was the original, with one look, he would know that this was the wine overturning platform. There was no need to look around to confirm. After Mingyi crawled out of the pit, he squatted down and drew an array on the ground. After he finished drawing a few strokes, he suddenly blasted out with his palm and destroyed the array on the ground. Hua Cheng's gaze turned cold. Xiao Yan was also stunned as he said, "Lord Geomaster, what are you doing?" Mingyi stood up and said, "I can't use the 1,000 miles shrinking anymore. I have to walk over." Xiao Yan asked, "What do you mean you can't use it anymore?" Mingyi said, "Just now, someone destroyed the entire area near the wine overturning platform." "No, it's the entire area where the 1,000 miles shrinking was connected. Not long ago, Shi Qingxian had clearly been brought to the wine overturning platform by the 1,000 miles shrinking." It seemed that after Shi Qingxian hid in the house, that true immortal quickly reacted and made a move, intending to hinder their footsteps. This was equivalent to passing through a huge mountain, but the mountain path was destroyed by a landslide. This time, no one could use the 1,000 miles shrinking to get near the wine overturning platform. Xiao Yan said, "If we set off now, how long will it take to get there?" Mingyi had already turned around and set off. He said, 1 hour. Xiao Yan said from within the spiritual communication array, "Lord Wind Master, we're heading towards your direction now. We'll arrive within 1 hour. You just wait there for us to come find you. If something knocks on the door, you absolutely must not open the door." Shi Qingxian said, "Okay, okay, okay. Of course, I know that even without you telling me. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I won't randomly open the door." Then, "Lords, you guys must hurry up." Fortunately, Bogu Town and the wine overturning platform weren't very far apart. The distance was still within an acceptable range. If they rushed over now, they would definitely make it in time. The 3 of them immediately set off. On the way, Xiao Yan casually circulated his spiritual power and discovered that the Great Soul shifting technique really burned up his spiritual power fiercely. Just now, Hua Cheng had poured such a powerful wave of spiritual power into him, and now, more than half of it had been used up. Hua Cheng noticed his movements and said, "Brother, do you still want it?" Xiao Yan hurriedly shook his head and said, "No. Just now, I really have to thank San Lang for your generosity. Hua Qing said, You're welcome. I already said, I'll give you as much as you want. After pausing for a moment, he half-jokingly said, However, when brother still has your spiritual power, can I collect some interest? Xiao Yan coughed lightly. In his heart, he thought that whether or not he could afford it was still a problem. Of course, he still braced himself and said, okay. They were scheduled to arrive in 1 hour, but the three of them weren't ordinary people. In addition, it was an extremely urgent situation, so naturally, they arrived even faster. When they arrived at the wine overturning platform, Xiao Yan took a look. Sure enough, it was the place from before. All around him were trees and weeds that had been blown down by him randomly using the Wind Master's fan. He couldn't help but blush with shame. Mingyi said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, which house did you place the protective array in? Do you still remember? Of course, Xiao Yan remembered. He was also carefully searching for it. After a while, his eyes lit up. Raising his finger, he said, It's that small building. The three of them walked towards that small building. The closer they got, the more relieved they felt. It was as if they were about to see the dawn of hope. However, when they turned around to look, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. Whether the person outside the door is real or fake, we can easily find out by asking. How could we be fooled so easily? At this point, Xiao Yan suddenly froze and muttered, unless it was someone he knew who asked him to open the door. Mingyi said, Someone familiar? How do you know? At this time, Hua Qing said, He's blocking his ears. He can't hear anything. Xiao Yan grabbed him and said, Well said, San Lang. Because of this, he said that it must be someone he was familiar with. Because the Wind Master had blocked his ears, he could not hear anything from the outside world. Unless he took them off, but would he? He was so scared that he didn't know how to do it. Therefore, there is only one way to trick him into opening the door. The spirit communication technique. Xiao Yan walked a few steps faster and said, That is to say, during the time we were here, there was a person who secretly communicated with Master Wind Master and said some words to him, making him open the door on his own accord. If it wasn't someone familiar, they wouldn't know the Wind Master's spirit communication password. Because the heavenly official's spirit communication password is strictly confidential, it wouldn't be easily known by outsiders, let alone by demons and ghosts like the true immortal Bai Yan. Moreover, this person should be very trustworthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the door and left without thinking. Hua Qing said, Or, he wasn't familiar with this person, but this person was very familiar with him and said a reason why he had no choice but to open the door. Xiao Yan seriously considered this possibility and said, In theory, as long as you know the spirit communication password, you can send a message to the Wind Master. However, if a strange voice suddenly spoke to him, wouldn't the Wind Master feel strange? Once he heard it, he would probably tell us through the spirit communication array on the spot. Unless, the first sentence of the mysterious person who was psychic to him was enough to shock him. But what kind of words would that be? Mingyi said, A threat? Xiao Yan said, How could it be a threat? You won't come out. Then I'll tell your brother that I've come back to bother you. He immediately rejected it. Doesn't seem like it. That true immortal Bai Yan might not have understood Shi Qingxuan's concerns. Moreover, it wasn't a heavenly official. What method could it immediately make the Navy Darren discover its existence? The reinforcements would arrive in half an hour, so Shi Qingxian wouldn't be so impatient to wait even half an hour. Finally, whether that thing could win against the Navy was still a question. Don't forget, it had never bothered Shi Wudu and only targeted Shi Qingxian. It specifically picked soft persimmons to pinch. Perhaps it was also very afraid of the Navy and might not dare to take the initiative to provoke them. Ming Yi said, finally, search for another half an hour. Xiao Yan understood his meaning and nodded. All right, if we still can't find him after half an hour, no matter how much the Wind Master opposes it, we must inform the Navy Darren. Let's split up. We'll go this way. We'll have to trouble the Earth Master over there. Ming Yi turned around and left. As Xiao Yan ran around looking for Shi Qingxian, he didn't give up calling for Shi Qingxian in the spirit communication array. However, the other side remained deathly silent. Hua Qing asked, how is it? Xiao Yan shook his head and said, there's no response. The ominous shadow in his heart grew thicker and thicker. He went through every single room in every pavilion. He had almost gone through all the rooms in the vicinity. However, there was no trace at all. Not long after, the two of them found the tallest pavilion in the area. This pavilion was obviously the main character of the area. The central building had been renovated countless times and was gorgeous and majestic. Many of the walls were inscribed with poems. Xiao Yan looked up at the plaque that read, Wine-Pouring Platform. He couldn't help but ask, is this Shaojuan's wine-pouring platform? Hua Qing said, that's right. This is the original location of Shaojuan's wine-pouring platform. Xiao Yan looked at him and said, so it's really related? Hua Qing said, yes. He then told him in a few simple words. It turned out that when Shi Qingxian was still a human, he would often drink here after cultivating. He would lie drunk on the platform and be very happy and carefree. One day, below the pavilion, there was a bully who often bullied the good people in the village. Shi Qingxian saw it from upstairs and casually poured the wine in the cup down. He cast a little spell and the wine poured right on the bully's head, knocking him out. After that, Shi Qingxian was appointed as a general by Shi Wudu. He still liked the human world very much and maintained his original appearance, drinking and hanging around here. On the day of his ascension, he was also drinking here. Ascension while drinking sounded a little ridiculous, but in fact, it was not a big deal. Sometimes, fated chances came at such inexplicable times. Xiao Yan even ascended while he was sleeping in his dream. Perhaps in the future, there would be a heavenly official who ascended while going to the toilet. It would definitely be a miracle. In short, scholars and poets had always liked places like this where legends and stories were told. They could often express their desire to write poems here and express their yearning for the elegance of celestials. Xiao Yan understood that this was a scenic spot. There were no tourists at night. When tomorrow came, many tourists would be shocked to find that many houses and trees had been blown away. The Grand Master of the Wind had appeared. However, this young master pouring wine scene was different from what Xiao Yan had originally imagined. At this time, he heard Hua Qing say in a low voice, "Brother, I'm going to take care of a small matter first. You must be careful here. I'll be back soon." Xiao Yan thought, what matter? Thinking back to Hua Cheng's angry voice when he was communicating with the spirit, in addition to his current unkind expression, he guessed, "Are you going to find that true immortal Bai Yan?" Hua Cheng paused and said, "No." Since that was not the case, it was inconvenient to ask. Xiao Yan nodded and said, "You originally came here to play. Now that you have a matter, just go. You should be careful." Hua Cheng said, "N." He paused and said, "When I come back, I will tell you something." Xiao Yan was stunned and blurted out, "What?" However, Hua Cheng's figure had already disappeared. After an hour, Xiao Yan, who still had not found anything, said from the communication array, "Sergio Master. How are things on your side? I haven't found anything here, so I'm rushing back." Ming Yi also said, "Nothing." Xiao Yan said, "No, I can't take it anymore. Let's meet at the center of the pouring wine stage. I'll go tell Sir Navy right now." After speaking, he immediately recited Ling Wen's psychic password and said, "Is Ling Wen here? Can you find Sir Navy? Please tell him it's extremely urgent. Please come to the pouring wine stage to see him." A clear and bright male voice sounded beside his ear. It seemed that the current Ling Wen had a male appearance. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince? Sir Navy is here with me. He has always been a person who doesn't like to go out. It's probably because he can't come down. Do you need something from him? I can pass on the message." At this time, Xiao Yan had almost returned to the main building of the pouring wine stage. From afar, he saw something hanging outside the pouring wine stage. It seemed to be a piece of white cloth that fluttered in the night wind. Xiao Yan was stunned and thought, was there this thing there before? After walking closer, he finally saw it clearly. Wasn't that the outer robe that Shi Qingxian wore? At this time, Ming Yi shouted from the communication array, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Immediately come to the tallest building of the pouring wine stage, quickly." Xiao Yan quivered. Ling Wen said from the other side, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Are you still there?" Xiao Yan said, "Let him come down quickly. Something has happened to Sir Wind Master." After shouting this sentence, he rushed up the stairs. However, there was no sound from the other side. Most likely, Ling Wen was also frightened by his words and hurriedly went to tell Shi Wudu. At the top of the tall building, there was a person lying on the ground. It was Shi Qingxian. Shi Qingxuan's eyes were tightly shut. There were no external injuries on his body, nor were there any traces of blood. Another person helped him up. It was Ming Yi. Shi Qingxian sat up without feeling anything. Something fell from his arms. Xiao Yan fixed his eyes on it and his heart tightened. It was actually the Wind Master's fan that had been split in half. This kind of top-grade magic weapon could only be encountered but not sought. It might not be refined even after hundreds of years. Moreover, it was the Wind Master's #1 magic weapon, yet it was actually destroyed just like that. Xiao Yan said, "We came here just now. There was clearly no one here." As soon as he finished speaking, he discovered something else that was not right. Previously, when he came here with Hua Cheng, there were many poems inscribed on the wall. Some were graceful, some were frivolous, and some were firm. Now, however, all of them had disappeared, as if someone had erased them with a finger. All that was left was a line of blood-red characters that originally didn't exist. It was a line of words dripping with blood, not a good beginning. Not a good ending. It was the sentence that the true immortal Bai Yan had given him on the day Shi Qingxian was born. At this time, Ming Yi suddenly asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, where is the one who was with you?" Xiao Yan was startled and thought, "Oh no. San Lang actually left at this time." The moment he wasn't by his side, something happened to Shi Qingxian. This was really something that couldn't be explained clearly. However, Xiao Yan's expression didn't change. He solemnly said, "I asked him to help me search for the whereabouts of that true immortal Bai Yan." Ming Yi asked, "When did he go?" Xiao Yan's expression didn't change as he said, "Just now. He left not more than half a stick of incense." In reality, the time was much longer than that. However, Xiao Yan didn't doubt Hua City in the slightest. Of course, he couldn't let others have the opportunity to doubt him and cause more trouble. At this time, the faint sound of thunder could be heard from the sky. Unexpectedly, there was an 8-rider golden chariot in the night sky. It pierced through the layers of clouds and aggressively drove towards them. Since he couldn't use the 1,000 li distance shrinking technique to get to Qingjiu Tai, Shi Wudu directly drove the golden chariot over. It should be known that once this golden chariot drove over, it would cause a great fanfare. If by any chance it was seen by a mortal who couldn't think straight and looked up at the starry sky in the middle of the night, it would cause an uproar in the mortal world. This water across the heavens really wasn't afraid of trouble. Xiao Yan saw that the golden chariot was coming towards them menacingly and immediately said, Sir Geomaster, if a heavenly official interrogates you later, please don't mention Hua City Lord, okay? There are many heavenly officials in the heavenly court who like to add oil and vinegar to the fire and fabricate nonsense when they hear about him. This matter has nothing to do with him, so don't make this complicated matter simple. Ming Yi glanced at him and said, okay. Once he regained his senses, the first thing he saw was Shi Wudu's face. The next moment, something that no one expected happened. Chapter 113. Shi Wudu was suddenly pushed by him. The dignified navy. He almost fell to the ground. He was battered and stunned. After a while, he said, Qing Xian. It's my brother. Shi Qing Xian roared, I know it's you. Since he knew it was Shi Wudu, it was not that he was muddle-headed and could not see people clearly. Then why is he reacting like this? Shi Wudu stretched out his hand again. It's fine. Shi Qing Xian opened it and said, It's fine my ass. How could he be fine? Stop talking. Ah. I can't take it anymore. As soon as he said this, not only Shi Wudu, but even Ling Wen and Pei Ming, who had just returned after instructing his subordinates, had a change in expression. Pei Ming said, Qing Xian. Don't be ridiculous. Aren't you just slapping your brother in the face and making him feel cold? Usually, when Master Qing Xian heard Pei Ming speak, he would definitely retort. But right now, he was hugging his head and not saying a word, not caring at all. As if possessed by a ghost, he muttered to himself, I don't want to hear anything. You don't have to say anything. Give me some time to calm down. You can go now. Hurry up and leave. Shi Wudu couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Ling Wen also said, Master Wind, if you have something to say, just say it. It'll be easier to solve the problem if you tell me. Shi Qing Xian said angrily, Don't you understand what I'm saying? All of you get lost. Can't you all just get lost? Ah! Ah! He roared like a madman, and as he shouted, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yan said, Esteemed Wind Master. Shi Wudu grasped his wrist and checked for a moment. In an instant, his expression became more terrifying than a ghost's, as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yan asked, Sir Navy, what happened to Sir Wind? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to check, but Shi Wudu suddenly slapped his hand away. He glared at Xiao Yan, as though he absolutely couldn't let Xiao Yan find out what was going on with Shi Qingshuan's body. Then, he said to his brother, You're sick. You've been scared out of your wits. I'll take you back for treatment. I can definitely cure you. Shi Qingxian stared into his eyes and said word by word, I'm not sick. You should know best whether I'm sick or not. Don't think I'm crazy. I'm very clear-headed. I've never been so clear-headed before. Shi Wudu grabbed him and dragged him to the carriage, shouting, You don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Shi Qingxian shouted, Brother Ming, save me, Your Highness the Crown Prince, save me. He stretched out his hands, grabbing one in each hand. Xiao Yan and Mingyi both grabbed his outstretched hands, but Shi Wudu dragged him away rudely, saying, Let's go. It's fine now. Brother is here. Shi Qingxian was still shouting loudly while Pei Ming and Ling Wen helped Shi Wudu to hold him down. Mingyi said, Your brother doesn't want to go back with you. Xiao Yan also said, that Bai Hua true immortal still hasn't been dealt with. Admiral, do you plan to? Shi Wudu said sternly, What nonsense, I don't know what you are talking about. He's sick and confused, that's all. Xiao Yan said, But Great Wind Master, Wudu interrupted them and said, "This is my little brother, how can I not be good to him? There's no need for you two outsiders to worry about my family's matters. I'll have to trouble you two sirs to not talk nonsense outside. Just take care of yourselves." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand in front of Shi Qingxian and brushed his face, knocking him unconscious and forcefully bringing him to the golden carriage. Although his words were unpleasant to hear, Xia Lian was startled when he heard it. It was reasonable. After all, Shi Wudu was Shi Qingxuan's biological older brother. How could he harm Shi Qingxian? Moreover, there were two other heavenly officials accompanying him. Going back with them was the safest option. His family had already come forward, so how could outsiders continue to interfere? The two halves of the Wind Master's fan fell to the ground with no one showing any interest. Ling Wen picked it up and said to Xia Lian and the others, "Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, Master Geomaster Darren, please do not take offense." Master Navy Darren was also confused due to his concern. This matter is a family matter. In the future, I will definitely apologize to the two sirs. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he also hurriedly got on the carriage. That golden carriage rumbled as it took off from the flat ground and rose into the air. Watching as the streak of haze gradually disappeared into the night sky, Xia Lian was finally sure that the Navy had really taken the Wind Master away just like that. As for them, after being tossed around for so long, they had really been left here just like that. Mingyi turned around and was about to leave when Xia Lian came back to his senses and said, "Great Earth Master." Mingyi stopped and turned around to look at him meaningfully. "Don't worry, I won't say anything about Hua Cheng's matter." Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief and said, "Many thanks. Do you want to go up and see Wind Master?" Mingyi nodded and turned around to continue forward. Although Xia Lian was also very worried about Wind Master, the almighty immortal doctor of the heavenly court would be more useful than him. Moreover, Shi Wudu definitely wouldn't want outsiders to see his younger brother's arrogance. No matter how he thought about it, this wasn't a good time to visit. On the contrary, Hua Cheng's sudden departure made it even more difficult to feel at ease. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he still decided to go find Hua Cheng first. After making up his mind, Xia Lian left the wine-pouring platform and quickly hurried on the road at night. He couldn't use the thousandly shrinking technique, nor did he have a bronze horse or a golden carriage. He could only rely on his pair of legs to run on the mountain roads. As he walked, he thought to himself, what situation did San Lang encounter? Just now, looking at his expression and listening to his tone, it seemed like the situation wasn't light. I hope I can help him a little this time. After walking for less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he suddenly felt the demonic energy in front of him pervading the air. His vision became unclear and he couldn't help but slow down. He thought to himself, it can't be. What did I encounter this time? He stood at the side of the road and quietly observed the situation. After a long time, he heard a strange chant coming from the demonic energy in front of him. Panting, panting. Panting, panting. At the end of the road ahead, an extremely tall black shadow appeared indistinctly. That tall black shadow seemed to be floating about, but he couldn't see what it was. Xia Lian had never seen something of this shape before, but it was definitely a colossal creature. He couldn't help but take a step back in vigilance. Roasie's left hand was ready to strike, and his right hand was placed on the hilt of his fragrant heart sword. In a flash, that colossal creature slowly revealed its true form from the dense fog. Xia Lian slightly widened his eyes. As it turned out, it was actually a gorgeous carriage. The carriage was extremely magnificent, with a golden canopy draped with exquisite tassels and fluttering gauze curtains. If someone were to sit on it, they would definitely be blocked by the enchanting red curtain, only reflecting a silhouette that would cause one's imagination to run wild. Next to each skeleton's skull floated several balls of ghost fire, circling back and forth. They seemed to be used for illumination, because every time they reached a dark place, the ghost fire would suddenly burn extremely fiercely. This scene was too strange, with a demonic energy in it. Xiao Yan couldn't help but stare, thinking to himself, could it be that I've encountered a ghost lady going out to meet her lover? He hurriedly retreated to the side of the road, making way for them. Who would have thought that the 4 golden skeletons carrying the gorgeous carriage would stop in front of him and uniformly turn their skulls around? The lower jaw of one of the golden skeletons made caw-caw sounds, and a human voice came out of nowhere. It trembled as it said, "City Lord Darren sent us to fetch His Highness the Crown Prince of Xianlu Country." "Is that His Highness you?" "City Lord Darren, it should be Hua Cheng." Xiao Yan removed his hand from the hilt of his sword and said, "It's me." Caw caw caw. The skeletons seemed to be extremely happy as they lowered the carriage and said, "Come on, let's go." Could it be that he had to let these 4 golden skeletons carry him to see Hua Cheng? Xiao Yan braced himself and said, "This isn't too inconvenient, right?" "Not at all." "How is it inconvenient? Isn't this what we do?" "Your Highness, please come on up. City Lord Darren is waiting for you." Thus, Xiao Yan cautiously stepped onto the carriage. Lifting up the gauze curtain, he sat down and said, "I'll have to trouble you." The golden skeletons were happy, and it was unknown what they were saying as they raised the carriage. Then, they began to jolt up and down the mountain road. The carriage was equipped with soft brocade seats that were extremely comfortable. Xiao Yan sat upright in the center, but he felt that it was a bit too wide for him to sit alone. The carriage that the golden skeletons were carrying seemed to be swaying back and forth, but in reality, after they sat on it, it was very stable and moved extremely fast. It was even faster than flying on a sword. Moreover, aside from the strange chants that the golden skeletons liked to shout, there was practically no sound. It was much quieter than the rumbling bronze horses and gold carriages, making it appear even more mysterious. In the past, when Xiao Yan was the crown prince, he would occasionally ride a carriage. At that time, he was still young and would sit on his father's or mother's lap while being carried by carefully selected palace maids. They would be surrounded by people from the front and back, looking very awe-inspiring. As he grew up, he no longer liked to sit. This was the first time he was being carried by these things, so he couldn't help but feel strange. After running for a while, he suddenly felt a group of ghostly green willow, the wisps shining through the gauze curtain in front of him. In front of him, a burst of whispering could be heard, "Who is it? If we want to pass through this graveyard, shouldn't we leave something behind?" They actually encountered wild ghosts that were blocking their way, and it was a case of black eating black, ghosts eating ghosts, and they even came to eat Hua City. The skeletons laughed and said, "What do you want to leave behind?" Just when Xiao Yan was thinking if he should go out and settle it, he heard those thin voices screaming, "Io, io, io, sorry. Our dog eyes are blind, we didn't know that this is Hua City Lord's carriage. Go back to the graveyard, all of you go back to the graveyard. Sirs, please feel free to pass, sirs are magnanimous, please feel free to pass." The golden skeleton said, "It's too late, it's too late, Lord City Lord has instructed us to not offend His Highness who is sitting in the carriage at all. Now that we're delaying His Highness's journey, you guys can tell us what to do." Hearing the ghostly wails and wolf howls in the surroundings, Xiao Yan couldn't hold it in anymore and said, Forget it. Since we're in a hurry, let's not care about these things." The skeletons said, "Since His Highness said so, then let them go. You guys have it easy." Xiao Yan said again, "However, remember not to block the road and harm the pedestrians." The wild ghosts said happily, "No, no, no, I guarantee that I've never done that before." "Thank you, sirs." The skeletons shouted, "Let's go." When they went over, Xiao Yan could faintly hear the female ghosts muttering curiously from underground, "Hey, say, which highness is sitting in this carriage?" I've never heard of Hua City Lord's golden carriage carrying other people. If it's a woman, it's hard to imagine. But it's a man, how strange. Xiao Yan thought, what's so strange about it? The next moment, he heard the female ghost say, yes. I've said it before, this carriage is definitely for madam to sit in. After days of rushing, Xiao Yan sat in the carriage and felt slightly sleepy. He supported his forehead with his hand and rested for a while. After a while, he noticed that the carriage had stopped again. Xiao Yan said in a daze, what's wrong? He thought that they had encountered wild ghosts who were blocking the road again. Just as he finished speaking, the carriage sank slightly. It was a person who came up and lifted the gauze curtain. She said softly, brother. Xiao Yan rubbed his eyes and squinted. He looked outside and said, San Lang. The person who came was naturally Hua Cheng. When he saw Xiao Yan's half-awake and hazy appearance, he was slightly startled. Xiao Yan sat up a bit embarrassedly and coughed lightly. He said, I accidentally fell asleep. Immediately, Hua Cheng smiled and sat up. He said, brother is too tired. Squeeze. Brother, don't blame me. Xiao Yan nodded and tried to sit to the right, wanting to make more space for Hua Cheng. However, Hua Cheng reached out and grabbed his right shoulder, pulling him back. He said, no need. It's wide enough. In reality, it wasn't enough. This carriage was also made skillfully. It was wide enough for one person to sit, but it was a bit cramped for two people. Unless it was like when Xiao Yan was young, one person sitting on the other person's lap, then it would be just right. Xiao Yan said, you left just now at the right time. 3 heavenly officials suddenly came down from the heavenly court. Hua Cheng snorted. 3 malignant tumors, huh? I've long since expected that. Xiao Yan jokingly asked, could it be that you ran because of this? Hua Cheng also jokingly replied, no, I went to call for a carriage. How was it, brother? Isn't my netherworld ghost carriage much more interesting than those heavenly court heavenly officials' bronze horses and gold carriages? Xiao Yan said, interesting, very interesting. He laughed a bit, but when he thought of Master Feng's strange state, he couldn't laugh anymore. With a serious expression, he said, that's right, San Lang, what did you want to tell me just now? Inadvertently, the two people's gazes met. Hua Cheng still had his arm around Xiao Yan's right shoulder, not letting go. It was as if he was holding Xiao Yan in his arms. If one looked from the outside, they would only be able to see 2 overlapping silhouettes behind the gauze curtain of the carriage, snuggling together, inseparable. Behind the red curtain, Hua Cheng smiled. He said, brother, let's get married. Xiao Yan blankly said. Ah. Such a gaze, such words, so close, there was nowhere to hide. At that moment, Xiao Yan's vision was filled with colors. His mind was blank, and his entire body stiffened. Stiffer than a zombie. Seeing his state, Hua Cheng retracted his arm and said with a smile, I was joking. Brother, are you scared? With great difficulty, Xiao Yan regained his senses and said. You're too naughty. How could you joke about something like that? He wasn't just scared. He was so scared that his heart almost stopped. Unexpectedly, there was a trace of indignation that even he himself didn't notice. Hua Cheng laughed and said, my bad. He straightened his long legs and crossed them in front of him. He shook his boots, causing the silver chains to collide, making a clear jingling sound. Sure enough, he was very naughty. If it was in the past, Xiao Yan would have thought that this youth's temperament was very interesting and cute. But now, he didn't know why, but he couldn't calm down because of that noise. He was inexplicably vexed. After staring blankly for a long time, he couldn't help but say in his heart, how could you joke about something like that? However, when he thought about it, it made sense. It was precisely because he really didn't care that he could joke about it. Hua Qing noticed his strange expression and immediately sat up straight. He said, "Your Highness, please don't mind me. I was wrong just now. I won't joke about it anymore." Seeing him apologize so solemnly, Xiao Yan instead felt guilty. He thought to himself, could it be that you've become stupid? It was just a joke, what's the big deal? Moreover, San Lang only said, get married. He didn't say who to marry, so what are you thinking about? Come back quickly. Immediately. Immediately. After fiercely shouting at himself a few times in his heart, Xiao Yan calmed his mind and said with a smile, no, no, no. What did you do wrong? Don't misunderstand. I was thinking about the matter with Master Feng just now, so my expression was a bit serious. Hua Qing said, oh. Even Shui Hengtian has come down, so his matter should have been resolved. Both of them were extremely cooperative. Xiao Yan began to seriously think about it. He lightly shook his head and said, San Lang, do you really think this matter has been resolved? I always feel that this is just the beginning. Shi Qingxian had always respected and loved his older brother very much. Just now, he had escaped danger. Yet, when he saw his older brother's face, he actually had this kind of reaction. He couldn't help but have a terrifying thought, could the person who tricked Shi Qingxian into opening the door be Shi Wudu? Although Shi Wudu should have been with Ling Wen, General Pei, and the others at that time, it wouldn't be particularly difficult for a heavenly official with powerful mana to use a clone technique to do something. He was about to continue telling Hua Qing about some of his doubts and speculations when Hua Qing said, no. This matter has already been concluded. His tone was firm. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be startled. He said, San Lang. Hua Qing stared at him and said, Big brother, do you believe me? Xiao Yan also stared at him and said, I believe you. Chapter 114. After this sentence. Along the way. Xiao Yan's mind was heavy. After a few more words, Hua Cheng's words gave him the feeling of, that's all. So, Xiao Yan didn't ask any more questions. When he returned to Puqi Monastery, the sky had yet to break. As soon as he pushed open the door, the pots and pans had to be cleaned up. Lang Ying, Gu Zi, and Qi Rong were all sleeping in the room, covered with quilts. It was very stable. It seemed that after he left, someone had indeed been taking care of this place. He had already left without a sound. When Xiao Yan returned this time, what followed was a lot of prayers. Puqi Monastery had never received so many prayers before. He also didn't think that it was the rich merchant who had helped him publicize his good name. Yes. The rich merchant who had lived in town had finally fulfilled his promise and came. However, he had come, but he hadn't noticed the sign that Xiao Yan had placed in a conspicuous place, or he had deliberately turned a blind eye. He hadn't donated as much incense as he had promised. This time, the main purpose was to send a silk banner over. In front of all the villagers of Puqi village, he enthusiastically handed it over to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan opened it without any precaution and immediately closed it. However, the 4 big words on the silk banner were still deeply engraved in his mind, miraculous hands of reincarnation. Xiao Yan. After sending the rich merchant away, he sighed and thought to himself that he was worried about when this house would collapse every day. He really didn't know when it would be repaired. Hua Cheng, who was leaning against the door, seemed to see what he was sighing about and said, There's something I've wanted to say for a long time. If brother can't live in this house, why don't you move somewhere else? Xiao Yan shook his head and said, It's easy for you to say, San Lang. Where should we move? Hua Qing smiled and said, Why don't you move to my place? Xiao Yan knew that Hua Qing wasn't just joking. But ever since that night of joking, there was an inexplicable shadow in his heart. If Hua Qing spoke with such a joking expression again, he didn't dare to casually reply. He just lowered his head and smiled. As for the prayers he received, although they were mostly about the old cow's leg being injured and unable to work in the fields, or his wife being pregnant and lacking manpower in the fields, they were still prayers. He had to treat the prayers of the believers equally. 2 days later, Xiao Yan answered his prayers and went to the village to help with the planting and plowing of the fields. Since Hua Qing lived here, he naturally tagged along to have fun. Because it was rough work, Xiao Yan originally didn't want him to go down to the fields. However, he couldn't change his mind. Thus, the two of them changed into coarse cloth clothes, rolled up their sleeves and trouser legs, and went down to the paddy fields. Looking from afar, there were many busy farmers scattered around the large green paddy fields. Among them, there were 2 figures that were particularly eye-catching. Even though Xiao Yan was wearing coarse cloth clothes, it couldn't cover up Hua Cheng's elegance in the slightest. In fact, it would be better to say that his tattered clothes made his face and figure even more outstanding. Both of them had fair skin, beautiful arms, and long and straight calves. Amidst the dust-covered farmers, they formed a beautiful and eye-catching scenery, causing the village girls, who were used to seeing rough men, to blush and their hearts to race. They couldn't help but steal glances at them. As they were planting, the seedlings under their hands became crooked in an arc, which then turned into a joke. Hua Cheng's fair skin was almost devoid of the color of blood. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's fair skin was rosy. Moreover, due to his natural physique, the more he sweated, the whiter his skin became. Under the scorching sun, he sat there for a while. His entire body was pale, and the heat was unbearable. He couldn't help but wipe the beads of sweat from his neck. However, when he thought about how ghosts were gloomy and didn't like the sun, Hua Cheng became even more unhappy, so he turned his head to look. Sure enough, Hua Cheng also leisurely stood up. He squinted his eyes and used his hand to block the sun. His eyes fell on the shadow cast by his right hand between his eyebrows as he stared fixedly at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan walked over, put the bamboo hat on his head, and said, "Put it on." At first, Hua Cheng was startled. Then, he squinted his eyes and smiled. Okay. Although Hua Cheng said that he went down to the fields for fun, his work was much faster than Xiao Yan's. He was fast, good, and extremely skilled. After an hour, Xiao Yan had finished the field on his side. His waist and back were aching, so he stood up and massaged his waist. On the other side, Hua Cheng came over to help him. Xiao Yan took a look. In a short while, Hua Cheng had actually silently finished a large field by himself. One by one, the green rice plants were planted neatly in the paddy field. It was a sight that was very lovable. He sincerely sighed and said, "San Lang, you really learn everything very quickly. You don't need to help me. Just sit there and rest. Drink some water or something." Hua Cheng then went to the edge of the field to get some water. The village chief had been watching from the side for a long time. At this time, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Dao Zhang, which family's young man is this? He's so diligent and so amazing. One person is worth dozens of people. If any family's eldest daughter catches his eye, that would be a blessing." Xiao Yan laughed out loud. Not long after, there really were a few people who secretly came over to ask Xiao Yan, Hey, Dao Zhang, this young man who lives in your monastery, where did he come from? Is he married? He doesn't have a wife at home, right?" "Definitely not, he's so young." Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He vaguely said, "This, right. He's young, so there's no need to think about this first." The few people hurriedly said, "How can that be? It's precisely because he's young that he needs to quickly settle down. Dao Zhang, you should still advise him. Men need to settle down early to grow up. No matter what he does, he needs to have a home first." "That's right, young man. Dry wood and blazing fire. Can't bear the loneliness. These people all had daughters at home and wanted to inquire about the situation. Just as Xiao Yan was about to gently push them, Hua Cheng walked over with a bamboo tube and said, "He's married. He already has a wife at home." When those people heard this, they were greatly disappointed. However, they still didn't give up and asked, "Which family's girl did he marry? Can this little brother tell us? He's not trying to trick us, right? He's definitely beautiful and virtuous, right?" Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, That's right. She's beautiful and virtuous. She's a noble lady with golden branches and jade leaves. I've liked her since I was a child. I've liked her for many years and had to go through untold hardships to chase after her." He spoke in a deadpan manner and didn't seem to be lying in the slightest. Those people felt that they had no hope and could only leave with great regret. Xiao Yan was slightly entranced as he listened. Hua Cheng handed him a cloth towel and a tube of water and said, "Drink some water." Xiao Yan took the cloth towel and wiped his muddy hands. Only then did he take the bamboo tube and drink a few mouthfuls before handing it back. His hands unconsciously clutched the cloth towel into a messy ball and wiped it back and forth. After holding it in for a while, he still couldn't help but ask, "Really?" Hua Cheng took the bamboo tube and drank a mouthful. His Adam's apple rolled up and down before he lowered his head and said, What?" Xiao Yan raised his sleeve and wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead. He always felt that the sun was a bit too bright, causing his forehead and cheeks to feel hot. He tried his best to carelessly smile as he asked, "I already have a wife at home. She's beautiful and virtuous. She's a noble lady with golden branches and jade leaves. I've liked her since I was a child and had to go through untold hardships to chase after her." Hua Cheng said, "Oh, it's fake." Xiao Yan didn't even realize that he had let out a sigh of relief. This time, he really laughed. Imitating Hua Cheng's previous tone, he said, "I'm lying." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "However, it's not all fake. I just haven't caught up to her yet." Hearing this, Xiao Yan stared blankly. However, Hua Cheng had already turned around and continued to help with the work. Xiao Yan stayed where he was for a while before bending down and slowly starting to work. He didn't know why, but he kept feeling a bit depressed. In a flash, he realized that he had accidentally inserted a small row and hurriedly pulled back his thoughts. While he worked in the fields, he secretly tried to communicate with the Wind Master. Although Hua Cheng had told him not to get close to the Wind Master's group, Xiao Yan still couldn't do it. These past few days, he had tried countless times. However, not a single time had he succeeded. He silently recited the password several times, but there was no response from the other side. It was a field of deathly silence. Thus, he took a detour and found Ling Wen. He asked, "Ling Wen, how is the Wind Master right now?" Ling Wen's side quickly connected. Her voice rang out beside Xiao Yan's ear as she said, "Is it the Wind Master? He's a bit better, right?" Xiao Yan had a feeling that she wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't pursue the matter. He only made up his mind to go up and take a look later. At this time, he heard Ling Wen say, "Oh right, the Navy Master sent someone to deliver a gift to you. It has already been delivered. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please remember to take a look." Xiao Yan stared blankly and said, "Gift? There's no need. There's no need to accept a reward without doing anything." Ling Wen said, "There's no need to be modest and polite." The Wind Master impulsively found random people to accompany him. You accompanied him to toss and turn for so long, so you have no qualms about accepting it. The Navy Master said it was just a small token of his appreciation, so you should just accept it. Xiao Yan still felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he took note of it. After finishing his work, they packed up. Hua Cheng went to help the village chief repair his family's plow, while Xiao Yan first returned to Puqi Monastery. After the 3 idlers in Hua Cheng's mouth were moved to Pu Chi Monastery, Xiao Yan searched around the house and thought, where's the gift? Where is it? Thinking about whether or not it had fallen into the gap at the bottom of the merit box, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to move the box away. Who knew that when he moved, it wouldn't budge in the slightest? That merit box was unexpectedly heavy, as if it had taken root in the ground. Xiao Yan was baffled. He fished out a key and opened the lock. As soon as he opened the lid, he was blinded by the dazzling golden light. Inside the merit box, it was actually densely packed with gold bars. With a cursory glance, he estimated that it could give him at least 10 million merits. Xiao Yan suddenly slammed the lid shut with a paw. His hands firmly pressed down on it as he thought, a small token of my appreciation. Giving such an expensive thing for no reason, could it be a hush money? Originally, he was still considering whether it would be better to accept a small gift like a spirit jade pendant that contained magic power. After all, directly sending it back might not give sure wudu face. That Navy master was proud and arrogant, so it wouldn't be good. But now, fine, as expected of the god of fortune. Such a big box of gold bars, he had to send it back. Coincidentally, he was also planning to immediately go to the celestial heavens to see Master Wind. Thinking that Hua Qing probably wouldn't be back so soon, he left a note and carried the heavy merit box on his back before setting off. Who knew that once he reached celestial capital, it would be chaos and people would be thrown into a complete mess. Xiao Yan couldn't help but stare. The good Shenwu street was actually smashed full of holes and potholes. A group of little god officials bustled about in circles. Ling Wen squatted beside a deep hole and massaged his temples as if he had a headache. Xiao Yan went up and asked, "True sovereign, what's going on?" Ling Wen raised his head and was shocked by the huge merit box on his back. He said, "Your Highness, why are you carrying such a big merit box up here?" "You're asking what's going on?" "AI, don't mention it." General Nanyang and General Xianzhen were fighting and smashed their immortal residence. Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Xiao Yan curiously asked, "Why are they fighting again?" Ling Wen replied, "Isn't it because of the matter with the fetus spirit last time?" Several martial gods gathered over there to discuss how to deal with that ghost mother and son pair. General Nanyang proposed to send the fetus spirit to be refined. After all, that thing really killed countless people and harmed no small amount of people. Xianzhen didn't allow it. As for his tone, it made people feel a little uncomfortable. Nanyang said, "How could you be so kind-hearted in the past? Could it be that you have ulterior motives in your heart?" "Your Highness, you know, they're just like that." With a few words, they go outside and fight. Look, how did they fight? I've already said that the atmosphere in your martial gods really isn't good. The repair expenses of Celestial Capital this year are too terrifying. Just now, I was calculating halfway and forgot everything. Really? Xiao Yan saw that she really had a headache and said, "Then, you can slowly calculate it. I'll go see Master Wind first." Ling Wen raised her head and said, "See Master Wind?" "Goodbye, Your Highness." "Master Wind isn't seeing guests right now." Xiao Yan asked, "Didn't you say he's a bit better?" Ling Wen replied, "That's what Master Navy said. However, Master Wind isn't seeing guests, and that's also what Master Navy said. Right now, even I can't see Master Wind, so he probably needs to rest for a period of time. Your Highness, you shouldn't go." Chapter 115. Shi Qingshuan's chin was pinched by him, he drank a few mouthfuls, he choked hard and spat out most of it, staining his chest. He shouted and knocked his head against the bowl, knocking it over. Shi Wudu's face turned black, he said, "Fall. Continue to fall. What are you afraid of? There's a lot of medicine if you fall a bowl, I'll give you another 20 bowls. I'll pour it down until you drink it. Shi Qingxian roared, "Ah! Can you not care about me, just let me fend for myself." Shi Wudu said sternly, "I'm your brother, if I can't care about you, who else can?" Shi Qingxian stopped talking and turned his head inside. After a long while, Shi Wudu sat down by the couch, he softened his tone and said, "I'll go fix your fan." Shi Qingxian said, "I don't want that fan anymore." The Wind Master loved his peerless magic treasure, the Wind Master fan. He would take it out and play with it whenever he had nothing to do. In the winter, when the snow filled the sky, the paper fan would not move. Now, he actually said that he did not want the Wind Master fan anymore. The more Xiao Yan heard, the more curious he became. Shi Wudu said, "It's fine if you don't want it, I can refine a new magic treasure for you." Shi Qingxian turned his head again, he said, "I don't want a new one either. Let me go down." Shi Wudu turned around and said, "Go down? Where to?" Shi Qingxian said, "To the mortal world. I don't want to stay in the heavenly courts anymore, I don't want to be an immortal." The veins on Shi Wudu's fair forehead bulged, he said, "What a joke. You don't want to be an immortal and go to the mortal world? What kind of good place do you think the mortal world is? Stop making a fool of yourself. How many people have waited for so many years to ascend, and how many priests in the heavenly courts have squeezed their heads to enter the heavenly courts? I think you don't know." Shi Qingxian said angrily, "Yes. I don't know. I just want to be a wandering immortal, can't I?" Shi Wudu said, "No. Dream of being a carefree wanderer and loose immortal. I." At this moment, his expression changed. It seemed that someone had reported something. Shi Wudu stood up and placed 2 fingers on his temples to listen for a while. His expression became more and more solemn. After a while, he said to Shi Qingxian, "Stop causing trouble. I'm busy these days, I don't have time for you. Wait until I cross the 3rd heavenly tribulation, then you won't be able to mess around with me like this anymore." With that said, he swung his arm and rushed out of the sleeping chamber. Once he was far away, Xiao Yan quietly flipped down. He pushed the window to enter, but no matter how much he pushed it, it wouldn't budge. Presumably, there was a restriction placed on it. He was afraid that a warning spell might have been cast on it, so he didn't dare to force it open, so he lowered his voice and said, "Lord Wind Master, Lord Wind Master." Shi Qingxian moved on the couch. Why aren't you guys following? The hole is about to close. As expected, the hole under the bed was actually gradually shrinking. Seeing that, Mingyi quickly went in, and Xiao Yan also followed. The 3 of them crawled in the tunnel that Mingyi opened up for a while. Xiao Yan turned his head and saw that the hole had actually closed up. It was truly amazing. He asked in a low voice, "Lord Geomaster, how did this tunnel open up? I've never heard that a tunnel could be opened under an immortal residence in Immortal Capital. It must be known that the foundation of Immortal Capital wasn't the land of the mortal realm." Only after asking did he find out that Geomaster Mingyi was originally a skilled craftsman among the common people. In his life, he had repaired bridges, roads, opened mountains, and built houses. He had benefited countless people, which was why he had ascended. Nowadays, whenever there was a large construction in the mortal realm, people would pay respects to the Geomaster before starting the construction, praying that the construction would go smoothly. After he ascended, he had refined a transcendent artifact. It was a crescent moon shovel. Rumor had it that there was no such thing as a godly shovel that could move an uneven mountain, open a hole, or enter a room. He had a huge advantage when he went undercover in the Ghost City. If he encountered a secret room that he wanted to open, he could just dig up the shovel and close it up afterward. Last time, if he hadn't been beaten up by Hua Cheng to the point of vomiting 3 liters of blood and losing a lot of his mana, he might have been able to use that treasured shovel to escape from the dungeon. Before this, the Geomaster had never tried this shovel in any heavenly official's residence. He also didn't show off that transcendent artifact and always kept it. He didn't flaunt it. Most of the transcendent artifacts of the heavenly officials in the heavenly courts were rather elegant and unrestrained. Books, brushes, treasured swords, folding fans, zither, and flutes. If there was a heavenly official who carried a shovel in and out all day, that would really kill the scenery and ruin their image. After hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but think that if I want to repair my Puqi Monastery's dilapidated house as soon as possible, shouldn't I also pay respects to the Geomaster? After crawling for a while, Xiao Yan heard Mingyi ask Shi Qingxian in front of him, was it done by a true immortal? Xiao Yan also wanted to know if that was the case. If it was really a true immortal who harmed Shi Qingxian like this, it would definitely cause a huge shock in the heaven realm if word of this got out. A demon that could make a heavenly official lose his magic power in a short period of time and become immortal. It could be imagined that everyone would be in danger. Faced with such a serious matter, Shi Qingxian was silent for a moment before saying, no matter who did it, this matter ends here. This kind of reaction was too wrong. If he was set up, no matter what, he shouldn't have this kind of attitude. Especially Shi Qingxian, this person wasn't a sucker who would silently suffer losses. In an instant, Xiao Yan suddenly had a bad guess. Although it wasn't good, it could explain everything. At this moment, Mingyi suddenly said, silence. The 3 people in the tunnel immediately held their breaths. Mingyi held up a flame in his palm, faintly illuminating the area. The other 2 people looked at him. Mingyi seemed to want to communicate with the spirit, but now that Shi Qingxian had lost all his magic power, he couldn't use his mind to transmit his thoughts. Thus, he changed his method and used his finger to write in the air. The place where his fingertip brushed past left an ink mark, as if thick ink had dripped into clear water and dispersed. The other 2 people saw it clearly. What he wrote was, don't speak, don't move. Wait. When the person finished reading, he blew silently and the word dissipated in the air. Xiao Yan still had some magic power left over here. He raised his hand and wrote a line of words, wait for what? Wait until when? Mingyi wrote, wait for the person above to leave. Xiao Yan and Shi Qingxian looked up at the same time. It turned out that the tunnel that Mingyi's treasure shovel had opened in the immortal capital had passed through some immortal abodes and divine halls. Probably at this moment, there was a god official above them. Listening carefully, there was indeed the sound of steady footsteps, walking slowly, as if he was pacing in the room. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao Yan judged that this person should be a martial god. Most martial gods' 5 senses were sensitive. If they made any suspicious sounds, they might really be caught. Shi Qingxian could not communicate with the spirit, nor could he write, he could only silently complain. Xiao Yan read it twice before he understood what he was saying. Brother Ming, why don't you avoid the divine halls and temples? Can't you dig under Divine Martial Street? Mingyi wrote coldly, this hall was originally empty, Divine Martial Street is now full of pits. Xiao Yan also wrote, yes. I saw it on the way here just now, the street is full of potholes, and some are even a few feet deep. If you dig a hole under there, you might face someone when you raise your head. Hence, the 3 of them did not say a word and turned into 3 dull stones, patiently waiting for the god official above to leave. After waiting for a long time, Shi Qingxian mouthed again, has he left? Mingyi shook his head. The veins on Shi Qingxuan's forehead bulged. It was 70% similar to his brother's angry appearance just now. He said silently, who is so dawdling, this is not the time to sleep. Moreover, which god official would sleep? Is it a toilet or somewhere else? In fact, strictly speaking, god officials did not need to go to the toilet. When he mouthed the word toilet, Xiao Yan suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He pushed the two people in front of him. At the same time, he took the initiative to fall back. Chapter 116. Although Xiao Yan used to treat himself as an impotent person in the past, treat yourself as if you don't have that thing, and really lose that thing forever, there was still an essential difference. In an instant, he was so shocked that he broke out in a thin layer of cold sweat. He shouted, "Dodge!" As soon as his voice fell, the sword suddenly pulled away. Xiao Yan seized the opportunity to move forward. A moment later, he suddenly pulled Shi Qingxian, "Be careful." Another sword fell in front of Shi Qingxian. It was almost stabbed down close to the top of his head. If it weren't for Xiao Yan's pull, he would have been nailed here on the spot. He said in horror, "So close, so close. How did you know where he was going?" Xiao Yan said, "I don't know. I guessed." It was also intuition. As for killing intent, he had almost practiced to the point where he could react without using his brain. Immediately after, the second, third, and fourth sword also stabbed down. Streaks of sharp sword light blocked the three people's path and retreat. Then there was a loud boom. A violent vibration came from above, and dust and gravel rustled down. Xiao Yan said, "It's bombarding from above." The rumbling sound was louder and louder, the vibration was also louder and louder, obviously closer and closer. There were sharp swords blocking the way. They were all young and sharp high-grade swords. Fang Xian was already so old, she still didn't know if she could meet force with force. Ming Yi took out a crescent shovel from somewhere. With difficulty, he dug a hole to the other side in the narrow space. Shi Qingxian was about to spit out smoke. "Brother Ming, can you do it or not? Brother Ming, can you hurry up? It's all your fault for not using this magic weapon for so long. Don't you know how to use it more often? Look at how unfamiliar you are." In fact, being unfamiliar could be forgiven. After all, in the entire heavenly court, other than Xiao Yan who could carry a shovel and walk in and out all day without a change in expression, there was really no other heavenly official who could do this kind of thing. The veins on Ming Yi's forehead bulged, and he said, "Shut up." Xiao Yan hurriedly said, don't be angry, it's through, it's through." Sure enough, Ming Yi exerted force in his hand and the hole opened. He held a shovel and frantically opened up a path in front of him. Shi Qingxian was in the middle, encouraging him. Xiao Yan, as the only one who had not gone crazy, was in charge of bringing up the rear. The Jia Master's treasured shovel was indeed miraculous. With just a few strokes, it had already dug out more than 100 feet of tunnel. After a while, when Shaoqin turned his head back to look, he saw that the tunnel was slowly closing. Furthermore, a faint light leaked in from above where they were trapped. Xiao Yan immediately said, "He's almost through." Ming Yi dug even more crazily. Suddenly, she paused and looked up. Xiao Yan also had the same reaction as him, because they both felt that this place was completely silent, without any activity. This should be an empty palace. Since the tunnel had already been discovered, no matter what, he had to get out first. Ming Yi turned to dig upwards. Shi Qingxian asked, "Are you sure there will be no one after you dig this place out?" Ming Yi said, "I didn't hear anything. Unless he's sleeping." Of course, normal heavenly officials did not need to sleep, and would not sleep in their own palace in the middle of the day, so this possibility should not exist. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ming Yi's shovel went up, the three of them broke out of the ground. As soon as the three heads popped out, they took in a breath of fresh air. Before they could exhale, they saw a bed opposite them. On the bed lay a young man with his limbs spread out, sleeping. Xiao Yan. Was there really a heavenly official sleeping in his own palace in the middle of the day? Hearing the noise, the youth turned over and sat up. His curly hair was messy from sleep. He frowned and scratched his head. He looked at the three heads on the other side of the bed with sleepy eyes, as if he didn't understand why such things would appear in his palace. The three of them pretended that nothing had happened and quickly climbed out of the hole. Unexpectedly, just as Shi Qingxian was about to climb out, he suddenly shouted. Xiao Yan turned around and saw a hand grabbing his ankle. The owner of that hand was Pei Ming. Even in the tunnel, he was still very gentlemanly. He said, I was wondering where this little rat came from to dig a hole under my palace. Qingxian, why did you come out? Where are you going? You know when your brother gets angry. Hurry and go back before he finds out. Ruoxia flew out and repelled his hand. Pei Ming jumped out and said, Your Highness, Geomaster Darren, don't you two have anything to do? Urging Feng Shi to leave for no reason is unreasonable. Xiao Yan said, although Feng Shi Darren is Navy Darren's younger brother, he is still a heavenly official. He is also several hundred years old. General Pei, don't make him sound like a 3-year-old child. Even if it's reasonable, imprisoning an immortal in the heavenly court for no reason is more unreasonable than Navy Darren. If his guess was correct, then Feng Shi really couldn't stay in the heavenly court. Quan Yizhen sat on the bed and stared blankly at them, as if he still didn't understand the situation. Pei Ming raised his sword and said, Qi Ying, don't look. Come and help us first. We'll talk about it later. After thinking for a moment, Quan Yizhen really did come to help. He jumped off the bed, picked up the bed he was lying on, and threw it at Pei Ming. Sure enough, he did help. However, it was to help Xiao Yan and the others. Pei Ming was unexpectedly hit by a bed. He was stunned and said, Qi Ying. Why did you hit me? Quan Yizhen waved his hand at Xiao Yan, probably indicating for them to quickly leave. Xiao Yan and the others were stunned for a moment before hurriedly leaving. Shi Qingxian didn't know if it was because he was injured or not, but after running a few steps, his face turned green. Xiao Yan supported him while Ming Yi directly grabbed him and carried him on his back. Xiao Yan put his hand on the door and took out 2 dice. He turned back and said to the youth, Many thanks. Quan Yizhen was still madly smashing at Pei Ming. His attacks were fierce and without any pattern. If it weren't for Pei Ming's ability, he would have long been smashed until his head was full of blood. Pei Ming was smashed until his veins stood out. He shouted, Guards! Stop him! Before he could call for help, Xiao Yan threw the dice, opened the door, rushed out, and closed the door. This was the perfect opportunity to escape from the heavenly court. However, what he did not expect was that after he closed the door and turned around, what appeared in front of him was Hua Cheng, who was standing on a new achievement box. His upper body was bare, and he was wiping his sweat. How could a small and tattered Bodhi monastery hold so many great gods? Xiao Yan felt like he was about to suffocate. Outside the room, there was also a ghost-possessed person howling and making noise. Millet come over and massage Dad's legs. After a long while, Hua Cheng casually threw away Misfortune, who was cutting wood, and slightly raised an eyebrow. His half-naked body had extremely beautiful skin tone and lines. It was extremely dazzling Xiao Yan's eyes. He clearly couldn't see anything clearly, but he couldn't stop his blood from rushing up. His 2 eyes turned black. Xiao Yan scrambled in front of him and opened his arms to block Ming Yi and Shi Qingxuan's line of sight. Close your eyes, close your eyes. Quickly close your eyes. The 2 people's faces froze as they looked at them with strange expressions. Hua Cheng put his hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder and said amusedly, Gidge, what are you so nervous about? Xiao Yan finally reacted. That's right, what was he nervous about? Hua Cheng wasn't a big girl, so what was wrong with working topless? However, he still didn't put his arms down and tried to cover Hua Cheng as tightly as possible. In short, put on some clothes first. Hua Cheng shrugged and said, listen to Gidge. After he finished speaking, he calmly took out some clothes and slowly put them on. Seeing his calm and natural appearance, Shi Qingxian said embarrassedly, sorry to disturb, I didn't expect you guys, ha ha ha, you're pretty good, ha ha ha. In short, ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan said, Darren, if you want to say something, just say it. If there's any misunderstanding, I can explain it clearly. Don't use ha 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 as a substitute, okay? Time was tight. Pei Ming would probably come to investigate in a moment, so they couldn't stay in the Bodhi monastery for long. Ming Yi put down Shi Qingxian and began to draw 1,000 li on the ground. Just as Xiao Yan was about to ask where they were going, he suddenly heard Hua Cheng sigh behind him. Xiao Yan remembered that Hua Cheng had warned him not to get close to Feng Shi and the others. He couldn't help but turn around and say, San Lang, I'm sorry. Hua Cheng had already put on his clothes and said, I knew you wouldn't just stand by and watch. After a pause, he smiled and said, however, why is Gij apologizing to me? You only remember one sentence I said a few days ago. Don't tell me you forgot that I also said something else to you. Xiao Yan was slightly startled and thought, which sentence? Suddenly, he remembered. It was that night in Green Ghost's lair, when Hua Cheng said, just do what you want to do. After remembering, Xiao Yan blinked his eyes. He didn't know what else to say, but he suddenly really wanted to do something for Hua Cheng. However, for a while, he couldn't think of anything he could do. After holding it in for a long time, he suddenly saw the collar of Hua Cheng's red clothes and said, wait. After he finished speaking, he rushed forward to help Hua Cheng straighten his collar. It turned out that when Hua Cheng casually put on his clothes, he didn't straighten his collar properly. After finishing, Xiao Yan looked at it for a while and smiled, it's done. Hua Cheng also smiled and said, thank you. Xiao Yan whispered in his heart, I'm the one. The two people on the other side didn't seem to be able to look over here. Even the circle under Ming Yi's hand wasn't that round anymore. After he finished drawing the array and opened the door, Xiao Yan thought he would see some gloomy cave or towering palace. Who would have thought that outside the door, there was actually a large expanse of farmland. In the distance, there were faint green mountains and green bamboos. A group of farmers were working in the fields, and there was also a sleek and strong black ox plowing the ground. Looking at this scene, he almost thought that he was still in Puqi village. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Ming Yi had already carried Shi Qingxian out. Before he could take a step, Hua Cheng also stepped out of the door before him. The four of them walked in pairs on the ridge of the fields. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but that black ox seemed to be staring at them. After walking for a while, they found a small thatched hut. The four of them went in and sat down. Only then did Shi Qingxian finally let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan asked, don't we need to run anymore? What if General Pei comes here? Hua Cheng looked outside for a while, especially that black ox. He closed the door and casually said, don't worry. He doesn't dare to provoke the owner of this place. Even if he comes, he won't have a good time. Shui Hengtian also won't act rashly. Xiao Yan thought for a moment, but still said, San Lang, this matter is a mess. I'm afraid that it involves a lot of things in the heavenly court. It's better if you don't follow us. Hua Cheng smiled and said, what happens in the heavenly court has nothing to do with me. I'm just following you around to take a look. Suddenly, Shi Qingxian said, all of you, don't follow us. The other three people in the hut all looked at him. Shi Qingxian said, Your Highness is right. This matter is a mess and involves a lot of things. I'll just stay here and not go out. Friends, you don't need to help anymore. Let's stop here. Xiao Yan slowly said, Feng Shi Darren, whether or not we should stop here is not up to you. It's up to Navy Darren and True Immortal Bai Yan to decide. Hearing this, Shi Qingxuan's face stiffened. Xiao Yan then said, Feng Shi Darren, I have a question. Please don't take offense. What question? Xiao Yan said, you and Navy Darren, did true immortal Bai Yan have something on you? Shi Qingshuan's face slightly paled. Originally, on that night at the wine table, Xiao Yan had already set up an extremely strong defensive array. As long as Shi Qingxian didn't open the door and go out, he wouldn't be harmed. However, why did he take the initiative to open the door? Unless, when someone was communicating with him, the first thing they did was to throw out that weakness, leaving him no room to resist. He also didn't dare to speak out and had no choice but to follow the other party's instructions. Xiao Yan sat at the table and said, I'm more inclined towards Navy Darren's weakness. Because, I believe, no matter what happened before, you didn't know. That's why the backlash after finding out was so intense, to the point where he had conflicting feelings towards the heavenly court. He would rather go down to the human world to be a wandering immortal than stay in the heavenly court to be a heavenly official. Ming Yi frowned and said, what weakness? Shi Qingxian wasn't a sucker. If he was harmed and lost his magical power, his normal reaction would be to be extreme anger, investigate the truth, and violently beat up the culprit. However, he didn't do any of that. He was angry, but it wasn't towards true immortal Bai Yan, but towards his own older brother. What he said to others was, stop here. Of course, this was completely abnormal. There was only one exception, Shi Qingshuan's ascension was originally abnormal. Defying the heavens and changing fate, putting a person who originally couldn't ascend on the altar, this was simply too daring and disgraceful. Xiao Yan had never heard of such a thing. If it was true, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Think about it, if everyone wanted to ascend, everyone could use this method. Wouldn't the order between heaven and earth disappear and become a complete mess? Although this guess was outrageous, the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it was. Since birth, Shi Qingxian had been pestered by true immortal Bai Yan for many years. The only way to get rid of him was to ascend, and he really did. In just a few years, a pair of brothers ascended one after another. This was a great thing, and also a great coincidence. Xiao Yan didn't want to doubt the fact that Shi Qingxian ascended. However, if Wind Master ascended naturally, how could he be drained of his magical power so easily? If it was so easy for demons to turn a heavenly official into a mortal, who knew how many heavenly official would have been retaliated against like this? Unless, he was a mortal to begin with. Unless, when the Wind Master ascended, the Navy had done something unclean. Using heavenly materials and earthly treasures to support the path of cultivation was not out of line. Taking advantage of the change of power in the human world, fighting and killing to ascend was also not out of line. After all, this was the way of the world. Glory was bound to be accompanied by blood. After ascension, it was written off. However, some things would be out of line. If a mortal, or a heavenly official, in order to let a person ascend, used crooked means to deliberately harm a life, then it would be very different. Xiao Yan asked in a low voice, Master Wind Master, the night you ascended, was it the eve of the cold dew? After a long while, Shi Qingxian took a deep breath and said, yes. After a pause, Shi Qingxian said again, that day in Boga town, I remembered. The eve of the cold dew, isn't that the same day as my ascension? I wanted to ask you, does this count as a clue? Does it have anything to do with it? Is it a coincidence? But I didn't feel at ease, so I didn't ask. Now you know whether it has anything to do with it. It has something to do with it. Of course, it has a lot to do with it. Why did immortal Bai Yan choose this day to first teleport Shi Qingxian to Boga town, let him see a wonderful show of blood and fire, and then bring him to the wine-pouring stage to make a move on him? He definitely wouldn't have gone to such great lengths for no reason. Try to connect this time with two places. Many years ago, on the eve of the cold dew in Boga town, a mortal named Hixing broke down, killed countless people, and died himself. And on the eve of the cold dew on the wine-pouring stage, Shi Qingxian ascended. In this way, what Immortal Bai Yan wanted to express could not be clearer: your Shi Qingxuan's ascension cannot be separated from the death of the main character of the blood and fire. Xiao Yan's bad, but very reasonable guess was like this: after Shi Wudu ascended, in order to help Shi Qingxian escape from Immortal Bai Yan, he secretly found a person who met the requirements and used some kind of evil method to let that person block the disaster for Shi Qingxian. This person was undoubtedly He Sheng, who came from a poor family but was unusually intelligent, but suddenly had bad luck, and in the end, his family was ruined. He Sheng took on Shi Qingxuan's name and deceived Immortal Bai Yan. Then, his own luck was taken by Shi Qingxian. On the eve of the cold dew, one person experienced the taste of purgatory in the human world, while the other person successfully passed the tribulation and ascended under a strong escort. Chapter 117. Xiao Yan continued, I dare to guess that He Sheng has a single name, Xian. Furthermore, his birth date is the same as Lord Wind Master's. Stealing the heavens and deceiving the heavens was not something that could be done casually, it had to meet certain specific conditions. From the 3 questions that the vernacular true immortal asked when he first caught Shi Qingxian, it firmly remembered 2 things. First, the prey's name had the word Xian. Second, the prey's birth date. But it did not recognize the prey's face. It even had to walk up to it himself. Because the Shi family had saved it early. Other than that, it probably did not know anything. Therefore, if he wanted to find someone to block the calamity for Shi Qingxian, it had to be a man who was born on the same year, month, and day as Shi Qingxian and had the word Xian in his name. Such a scapegoat was too difficult to find. But how big was the world? Even if he searched to death, there might not be none. Relying on his power as the great navy, he cast a net and really found such a person. Moreover, he was actually someone who had the potential to ascend and was about to transcend the tribulation. How could he let go of such a good thing? Compared to bitter cultivation, how convenient was it? The opportunity was not lost. It would not come again. At this point, Ming Yi seemed to have reacted, and his expression gradually turned solemn. Shi Qingxian nodded at first. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Hua Cheng, who was leaning against the door. After all, this kind of thing could not be discussed in front of a ghost. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and said with a smile, Wind Master, you don't have to look at me. You shouldn't be worried about me. This matter has nothing to do with me. Why don't you worry about whether anyone else in the heavenly courts has caught hold of your brother? Ming Yi said in a deep voice, you really have spies in the heavenly courts. Hua Cheng said indifferently, didn't you already know? The Geomaster was originally sent to the Ghost City to investigate this. However, it seemed that the spy had been buried very deeply. After more than 10 years of undercover work, he still could not find out who it was. When Hua Cheng said that this matter had nothing to do with him, Xiao Yan naturally believed him and did not think too much about it. However, he still said that it was better to worry about the other people in the heavenly courts. Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something and asked, Wind Master, why did you open the door of the protective array that night at the wine-pouring platform? Did someone ask you to go out? Who is that person? Shi Qingxian said, yes. He was a true immortal. The moment he opened his mouth, Xiao Yan folded his hands in his sleeves and said, but how did it know your spiritual communication password? Ming Yi's face darkened as she said, it's all because of this person. All day long, he goes around making friends with people. Even when he's free, he wants to chat a little. Talk too much. Shi Qingxian felt wronged and said, Brother Ming, you can't say that. The people who talked to me were all the officials of the heavenly courts. I didn't introduce myself to this thing. Xiao Yan said, since that Bai Yan Zhenxian has been dormant for so many years and has made a comeback, being able to clearly investigate the Water Master, this kind of secret, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain the Wind Master's spiritual communication password. Someone must have leaked your psychic password. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, we can investigate this. Mingyi continued, so, did you see clearly what kind of thing it was? What did it do after it called you out? Shi Qingxian seemed to have a headache and said, I don't know what it looks like. It cast a spell and I can't see clearly. He said it vaguely and didn't say what he saw. Ming Yi's face turned cold. Xiao Yan guessed that it was probably some bloody scenes of the Blood Society's fire. It was indeed hard to describe. After a long while, Shi Qingxian sighed and said, I'm useless. If I could fly on my own, these things wouldn't have happened. Shi Qingshuan's original fate was probably considered very good among mortals. Otherwise, that true immortal would not have targeted him. However, it was probably far from reaching the level of being able to ascend. This kind of people were all covered by a layer of spiritual energy. It was difficult for non-human beings to attack them. Moreover, which demon or ghost would be willing to take the initiative to provoke a future heavenly official? Whether a person could ascend or not was not determined by being smart. Being smart and hardworking might not necessarily work. Furthermore, the more heaven and earth treasures one threw at it, the more useful it would be. Sometimes, it was just so annoying. 10 years of hard work could not compare to a person's natural talent. 100 years of painstaking effort could not compare to a wisp of enlightenment in the blink of an eye. Without that fate, there was no fate. Even if Shui Shi spent a lot of money on his younger brother, if he didn't change his fate, it was very likely that he would stop in the middle heavens. At most, he would be the leader of a low-level heavenly official. To be able to reach this step and have limitless glory, it was all because his elder brother stole something that belonged to someone else and placed it on himself. Anyone with a bit of conscience and self-respect could imagine how they felt after knowing the truth. If there was no such thing, then how glorious would the person who originally had the fate of ascending be today? Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Xiao Yan's mind. He said, no. Lord Wind Master, the one who called you out wasn't a true immortal. Shi Qingxian raised his head and said, ah. That voice was definitely it. I won't remember it wrong. Xiao Yan said, no. The voice is it, but it doesn't mean that the body is still it. Everyone, do you still remember? The prey that the true immortal targeted all committed suicide in the end. However, there was an exception. After a pause, he said, how did He Sheng die? How did the Blood Society fire play out? Was it suicide? Shi Qingxian opened his eyes wide and said, it wasn't suicide. It was. Ming Yi said, he died of exhaustion. Xiao Yan said, that's right. Even if he was plagued by bad luck, until the last moment, He Sheng never thought of committing suicide. He focused and said, thinking about it carefully, this person's will was exceptionally firm. He suffered all kinds of unfair blows one after another. If he was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have long given up on himself or ended his life. However, he always resisted and did not yield to anything. I guess that after the true immortal found him, it never sucked in what it wanted. Fear. His death wasn't a suicide because he collapsed from fear and despair. The true immortal tangled with him, but in fact, it didn't have any good results. In one bite, it bit a steel plate, broke its teeth, and in the end, it completely lost. Shi Qingxian listened and slowly shook his head, sighing sincerely. I am indeed not as good as this person. Xiao Yan continued, he died with a murderous aura and resentment. I don't think that such a tempered soul would rest in peace. It would definitely not be at peace and thirst for revenge. So, Lord Wind Master, I think that it's very possible that the current vernacular true immortal isn't the one that found you when you were just born. Instead, it's the He Sheng who stubbornly resisted until he died, or should I say, He Xian. When these words came out, Shi Qingxian and Ming Yi were both startled. Hua Qing faintly followed up, ghost eats ghost. When people eat people, if they could bear to eat, at most they would eat until they were full. When ghosts eat ghosts, if the eating method was correct, they could digest the other's abilities and magic power for their own use. Xia Lian said, this also explains why the true immortal knew so many details about this matter. Originally, this kind of spirit was slow and strange, it wouldn't be so smart. But now, the one who came back to find you was a... He originally wanted to use combination, but he felt that it wasn't too accurate. At this time, Hua Qing said, strengthening the body. Xia Lian said, yes. After swallowing the true immortal, He Sheng's consciousness completely controlled the dominant position. Now, not only does he have the ability to curse, he's also very smart. Moreover, he has endless resentment towards you guys. Therefore, although it clearly knew Shi Qingxuan's psychic password, it didn't use the psychic technique to curse him from the beginning. Step by step, it tightened the trap, forcing him to block his ears, close his eyes, and lock himself in the room. It was like a cat catching a mouse. It didn't kill it immediately, but played with it until it was scared to death. After a while, Ming Yi said, now that things have come to this, what do you plan to do? Everyone looked at Shi Qingxian. Shi Qingxian had already unknowingly grabbed his hair into a mess. He said blankly, don't look at me I don't know what to do either. I just, temporarily, I don't know how to look at my brother. After all, he was his own brother. Moreover, for him, he committed such a heinous crime and harmed people's lives. For a moment, it was understandable that he didn't know what to do. Shi Qingxian said again, but, I'll first ask everyone here, first, don't tell anyone. Temporarily, just temporarily, let me think carefully. What should I do? Although I've thought about it for a few days, I still didn't think of it. In short, let me calm down first. At the end of his sentence, he was already incoherent and his eyes were staring straight ahead. Shi Wudu kept saying that he wanted Shi Qingxian to cure him. What kind of illness could be cured? It was nothing more than falling off the altar and turning back into a mortal. Only by changing his life again and ascending again could this illness be cured. Although it was very difficult to find such a suitable candidate, who knew what other evil methods Shi Wudu would use. It was no wonder that Shi Qingxian said that he wanted to be a mortal and not an immortal, and ran away in a hurry. There was also the scroll about the true immortal that was full of mistakes. It must have been done to mislead Shi Qingxian so that he wouldn't be able to find the right direction. It was unknown whether it was done by Shi Wudu or Ling Wen. But back then, Shi Wudu wanted to find such a person who met the requirements, so he needed the help of Ling Wen Palace Hall to cast the net. Did the Supreme Spirit Text really not know anything about this matter? Since there was Shi Qingxian, a god official, who flew up like this, could there be a second, a third, or even more god officials who also flew up like this? If that was really the case, then it was too scary. The world would be in chaos, and they had to be cautious. Other than Hua Cheng, who stayed out of the matter and was carefree, the other people in the small thatched cottage all had a worried look on their faces, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the thatched cottage. There was a cow mooing angrily, and there were many farmers shouting, "Stop! Stop! What are you trying to do with such a murderous aura?" Xia Lian looked through the crack of the door and said, "It's General Pei." Pei Ming was clearly smashed by Quan Yizhen just now, but at this moment, he was standing outside unscathed. There was a crooked tablet in front of him, and with the tablet as a boundary, he seemed to be afraid and didn't dare to rashly invade. He only held on to his sword and stood on the spot. All the farmers held hoes and sickles in their hands, their faces full of unwelcome. In the farmland, the black cow exhaled a few rough breaths from its nose. Suddenly, it stood up like a human, instantly transforming into a tall and strong man. His face was rather handsome, and he even wore a small iron nose ring. He smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this General Pei? A rare guest. What wind blew you here? Let me say this first, your family's Xiao Pei's matter has nothing to do with us." Xiao Yan looked pensive. When he saw the farmland and the black cow just now, he had a faint impression. Sure enough, this place was Mount Yulong, the hometown of the Rain Master. Back then, it was also this brother cow who lent the Rain Master's hat to Xiao Yan to use for rain. After not seeing each other for so many years, he was still as elegant as before. When he plowed the land, he was still diligent and vigorous. Shi Qingxian also squeezed to the crack of the door and said to Xiao Yan, "The cow of the Rain Master's family. The cow is not bad." Chapter 118. The ox said, "Hey, I didn't praise you, what's there to be afraid of? I'm busy farming here, so I didn't see anyone coming." Pei Ming said, "If that's the case." As he said that, he took a step forward. The farmers immediately raised their hoes and said, "He was trampled to death. He was trampled to death." Pei Ming frowned slightly. "What trampled to death?" The ox said, "You trampled to death the crops they painstakingly planted." "Apologize." Pei Ming lowered his head to look. He said patiently, "If I'm not wrong, this is just wild grass." The ox said curiously, "You're a general who fights and kills. What do you know? It's grass and crops. Don't we farmers know better than you?" Although Xiao Yan could already tell that the people of Yushir village were deliberately making things difficult for Pei Ming, he could not help but be curious about whether it was grass or crops. Pei Ming was the martial god who guarded the north. Why would he apologize to a group of farmers for such a boring reason? He directly ignored it. He took a few steps forward and shouted, "Qingxian, come out. Your brother is going through the tribulation now. The situation is not good. Something is going to happen." Shi Qingxian had originally planned to hide in the house and not go out. Pei Ming would not force his way in, but when he heard this he said, "What?" He opened the door and rushed out. Pei Ming glanced at the ox. "As expected, you've come here again." Shi Qingxian was stunned. After a moment, he reacted and jumped back. He said, "Don't scare me. How can it be so fast? This is too sudden. I thought it would take at least a few more months." However, just now in Immortal Capital, the Navy had indeed left in a hurry. It was as if they had gone to deal with something important. He immediately put two fingers together to touch his temples. This was the hand seal of the spirit communication technique. However, when he raised his hand, he remembered that he had lost all his magic power. He could not even care about his melancholy. He hurriedly grabbed Xiao Yan and said, "Your Highness, help me ask if this is true." Xiao Yan and Ming Yi both entered the spirit communication array. As expected, it was already a mess inside. It was extremely bad. Many of the heavenly officials seemed to be watching the East Sea. They all muttered, "Oh my God, this situation, as expected of the water Hengtian. This, can we survive this?" The stronger the magic power and the more times a divine official had gone through tribulations, the more dangerous the next heavenly tribulation they had to face. Sure, Wudu monopolized the waterways and monopolized the wealth. This was his third tribulation, so one could only imagine what it would be like. Xiao Yan replied, "It's true." The bull was still blocking the way, so Pei Ming couldn't force her way through. She said from afar, "You're not a kid anymore. Who would lie to you about something like this?" Transcending the heavenly tribulation wasn't a date to have a meal. How could it be a good day to change into new clothes before going? He was caught off guard. He is now in the East Sea. There are huge waves in the East Sea, and no one can go in or come out. He is fighting the waves, and suddenly someone reported that you ran away. How can he pass the tribulation in peace? Shi Qingxian said, then hurry up and tell him that I'm in Yushi village. Xiao Yan listened to the spirit communication array and said, I can't do it anymore. Right now, the entire sea region where Master Navy is undergoing his tribulation has released a layer of frenzied magical force field. I'm afraid he's in a mess, and no one can talk to him. Shi Qingxian rushed out and said, bring me there. Pei Ming stretched out his hand and said, let's go. However, Ming Yi suddenly flashed and blocked in front of Shi Qingxian with a serious expression. Shi Qingxian said, Brother Ming, what's wrong? Ming Yi frowned and didn't say anything. However, Xiao Yan could roughly guess what he was thinking and why he wanted to stop Shi Qingxian. Was it really the right thing to do to help the Navy survive this heavenly calamity? If the matter of changing his fate was true, Master Navy would have to accept the corresponding punishment. Then, before he could be held accountable, he had to first help him reach a higher level. Was there really nothing wrong with doing this? The reason why he could guess it was because Xiao Yan was also thinking about this problem. Shi Qingxian hesitated for a moment, and finally let out a long sigh and said, Brother Ming, thank you. But no matter what, that is after all. I'm still worried. Let's get through this first. After saying that, he rushed to Pei Ming's side and turned around. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Master Rain. Thank you, Ox. Thank you, everyone. I'll repay you in the future. The two of them left in a hurry. Ming Yi stayed on the spot for a moment and followed. Xiao Yan looked at their backs and didn't move. Hua Qing slowly walked out of the house and said, Brother, aren't you going? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yan shook his head and said slowly, I can't care about this matter. Let's see how they solve it first. Shi Qingxian was in it. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out what to do. He was also in a difficult position. Although Xiao Yan could understand why Shi Wudu had to do this, he couldn't agree with this method. The ideal outcome was for Shi Wudu to admit his guilt and accept his punishment. Ming Yi probably hoped so too, which was why he stopped Shi Qingxian. However, with the pride and arrogance of Master Navy, this was almost impossible. After sitting in such a high position for so many years, no one would be willing to come down. If it was someone else, Xiao Yan would probably immediately report this matter to the heavenly courts. However, thinking of how friendly Master Wind had always been, at his brother's critical moment, he couldn't turn hostile for the time being. That would be like taking advantage of someone's precarious situation, adding insult to injury, and not caring about the past at all. He could only see how they solve it first. If the final solution was still not appropriate, thinking of this, he said to Hua Cheng in a self-deprecating manner, San Lang, your advice before was probably right. Sigh, this matter. Hua Cheng smiled and was about to speak when Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. He heard Ling Wen in the spirit communication formation say, What? A few hundred fishermen's boats were stirred up. At this juncture, Xiao Yan was startled and cried out, Fishermen? Where were they stirred up? East Sea. If the spirit communication formation was a mess just now, then the porridge was spilled on the ground and fed to the dogs now. Ling Wen didn't even have time to reply, but his voice was still considered calm. Excuse me, which martial god is on duty? Old Pei. Pei Ming said in the formation, Don't be anxious, I brought Qingxian over there, Master Geomaster is also there. You should first calculate how many hundreds of people were trapped in the storm, so that we can bring them all back and try not to miss a single one. Ling Wen said, Then I will have to trouble you. Master Navy has now exploded the execution field, no one is allowed to enter the range of his tribulation. The Middle Heavens heavenly officials will definitely be beaten to a pulp if they enter, but the Upper Heavens heavenly officials can still try to break through the barrier. I'm afraid there are more than 200 people affected, just the two of you alone might not be enough, we need a martial god. Which martial god is there? General Nanyang. General Xianzhen. Someone replied, aren't the two generals grounded for destroying the celestial capital? We can't call them now. What about Taihua? Is Prince Taihua back? Not back. He was sent out. What about Qiying? Who knows where he went? This person has been blocking all spirit communication all year round. He doesn't listen to anyone. It's not like you don't know. Other than these few, which martial god in the upper heavens heavenly officials could be ranked? Even in the midst of his anxiety, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Could it be that his reputation as a god of trash was so strong that everyone had forgotten that he was a martial god? He quickly said, I'm here. I'll go. Are we going to the East Sea to fish up fishermen? Ling Wen said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, right now the winds and waves of the East Sea are very dangerous, your spiritual power won't be effective. What if? Xiao Yan said, It's fine. I've fished in all 4 seas. There wasn't a time when I went out to sea without encountering strong winds and waves, often drifting on the sea for 10 days to half a month. I'm already very used to it. The heavenly officials couldn't help but think, that's fine too. In the end, what else have you done? The current situation was critical, there was no time to think too much. Ling Wen said, okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, General Pei, you guys cooperate. Pei Ming said, okay. Xiao Yan closed the spirit communication, turned around and said, San Lang, the East Sea. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw that Hua Cheng had already changed into a fresh fisherman's outfit. He threw a die, grabbed it with one hand, and put the other hand on the door. He simply said, let's go. Xiao Yan stared blankly for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, okay, and followed. When they opened the door, what they saw wasn't the furnishings of the house, but a gray beach. The two of them came out from a small fishing house on the beach. This small house was one of the most commonly used footholds in the East Sea to shorten the distance by 1,000 miles. Beyond the beach was the vast and boundless sea. The reason why the beach was gray wasn't because the sand was gray, but because the sky was gray, and the sea was also gray. Dark clouds rolled in, heavy and oppressive, making it hard for people to breathe. Far away on the sea, from time to time, a monstrous wave would rise, as if a towering wall had been erected on the flat ground. Then, it would immediately collapse. There were also water pillars that were like water dragons that soared into the sky, like tornadoes that wreaked havoc and madness, rising and falling again. Dense thunder crawled across the horizon, twisting and malevolent. A brand new big ship was moored on the beach. One couldn't have nowhere to land on the sea. If they only flew in the air, they might be struck down by a bolt of lightning, so they had to have a ship. This ship naturally wasn't an ordinary ship. Shi Qingxian, Pei Ming, and Mingyi were already on the ship. When they saw Hua Xia and Pei Ming coming out of the small fishing house, Pei Ming said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Shi Qingxian sighed and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, It's been hard on you. I'm really sorry. Xiao Yan boarded the ship and said, It's just my duty. How do we sail this ship? Pei Ming saw Hua Cheng who was crossing his arms leisurely behind him and said warily, Unrelated people, please retreat. This storm isn't fun. At this moment, Hua Cheng was wearing plain clothes that were patched up, but it still couldn't hide his handsomeness and intelligence. He was just like a handsome little fisherman as he smiled and said, I'm not an unrelated person, I'm just following my highness. Xiao Yan also said, He's a member of my palace. However, Pei Ming had already drawn his sword and didn't give in. He insisted and said, Retreat. Before Xiao Yan could reply, Hua Cheng had already said to him in an abnormally firm manner, No. I must accompany you on this trip. The two sides were in a stalemate for only a moment, but Shi Qingxian was able to see through the four seasons. He said to Pei Ming, "General Pei, there's no problem with this person, hurry up and set sail." As he spoke, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky and struck the surface of the sea. The entire stretch of seawater was filled with lightning, and it shone brightly, turning into a fluorescent green color. It was as if a huge heart had suddenly started to beat and breathe. The scene was spectacular and extremely terrifying. Pei Ming didn't want to wait any longer and shouted, "Open!" The body of the ship shook violently, and there was a series of sounds of a circular axis turning. Without anyone operating it, the ship actually left the beach on its own and quickly headed towards the depths of the sea. It opened up a path in the lightning, thunder, and stormy waves. Although the wind and waves were strong, Xiao Yan, Hua Cheng, Pei Ming, and Ming Yi all stood extremely steadily. Only Shi Qingxian didn't fall because he was grabbed by Ming Yi. Xiao Yan said loudly, "Can this ship withstand this kind of wind and waves?" Pei Ming said, "It should be able to barely do it now, but it's hard to say if it will work in the future." The ship was already moving extremely fast, and the seawater on both sides splashed up high. However, Shi Qingxian said, "Can you go a little faster?" Pei Ming said, "This ship burns mana, it's already the fastest it can go." Shi Qingxian clenched his right hand tightly. That hand was originally holding the Windmaster's fan. With a fan, a gale would rise from the ground. With a good wind, this ship could go at least 40% faster. However, right now, it was empty, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this moment, Hua Cheng patted Xiao Yan and said in a low voice, "Brother." Xiao Yan turned his head and opened his eyes wide. He saw that on the surface of the sea about 70 to 80 feet away, there was a small fishing boat spinning in the wild waves. On the boat, there were a few vague figures, and they seemed to be calling for help. However, the cries for help were all swallowed up by the thunderous waves. Fishermen in distress. This was the purpose of his trip. Ruoxia flew out, wrapped around the waists of those fishermen, and lifted them up. The few fishermen's feet stepped on the deck of the large ship, and they almost went limp. However, Pei Ming immediately opened the door of a cabin and threw them inside. When those fishermen opened the door again, they would discover that they were already on the shore. After Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan fished up 30 or 40 fishermen, the large ship also got closer and closer to the center of the storm and the huge waves. At this moment, there must be a lot of heavenly officials watching this terrifying scene from afar. There must also be a lot of mortals exclaiming in shock and fear at the might of heaven. More and more lightning struck this ship. This lightning would be attracted by the source of magic power and chase after people with strong magic power to strike. This was why it was best to hide far away when other people were going through a tribulation, because it would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Right now, Shi Qingxian was a mortal, and Xiao Yan's magic power was enough for him to ask a question in the spirit communication array. Hua Cheng's magic power didn't need to be used at this time, so he kept it well. Thus, that lightning would specifically greet Pei Ming. Several times, he used his sword to strike back the lightning with ease and skill. This kind of skill, Xiao Yan quite admired. If it were the heavenly officials of the central heavens here, not only would they be chased and struck, they wouldn't be able to fight back. That was why they couldn't let them in. After passing through this barrier, not long after, Shi Qingxian suddenly shouted, "Brother!" Xiao Yan raised his head, and sure enough, among the 7 or 8 water dragons that soared into the sky, he saw Shi Wudu, who was floating in the air with his white clothes fluttering. Although his body was still pressing on the huge waves, he seemed to be a little uneasy, and the pressure was not stable. Those savage water dragons would occasionally find opportunities to get close, waiting for the opportunity to swallow him into their stomachs. There were a few times when he narrowly avoided them. The large ship was still dozens of feet away from him. If the wind fan was still there, Shi Qingxian could suppress the wind and waves a little. However, right now, he was just a mortal, and even his voice couldn't travel far, so he could only be anxious. When Pei Ming opened her mouth, her voice traveled extremely far. Senior brother Shui. Qing Xian has found him. Just as she finished speaking, Shi Wudu opened his eyes. At the same time, a huge wave rose to the sky and suddenly fell down. The large ship was lifted high into the air, but it couldn't keep up with the falling speed of the huge wave. The whole ship hung in the air and fell rapidly. Xiao Yan used 1,000 pounds falling to stabilize his body, and firmly grabbed Hua Cheng's hand, saying, "Be careful." Speaking of which, it was strange. Hua Cheng was clearly taller than him, and it was effortless for him to carry him with one hand. However, Xiao Yan always felt that this person was light as a feather, as if he wasn't careful, he would disappear, so he grabbed him very tightly. At the same time, Hua Cheng also grabbed him with a backhand. On the other side, Pei Ming said, "Senior brother Shui, calm down. If you don't suppress the waves, your little brother will drown to death." Shi Wudu saw the ship on this side, and also heard his words. A green aura flashed across his face, and his hand seal suddenly changed. It was as if a layer of law field was shaken up around his body, and the 7 or 8 water dragons that had been circling around him were instantly destroyed, turning into a sky full of rain, and fell down with a pitter-patter. The falling rain was like falling stones, hitting the deck with a pitter-patter, and hitting people until they felt a dull pain. However, after this, the wind and waves also slightly restrained. Shi Wudu slowly descended and landed on this ship. Everyone was beaten until they were drenched. Shi Qingxian wiped his face and said hesitantly, "Brother." Shi Wudu's face was still green, and he strode over and said, "I told you to stay here, why did you run around? Are you happy because you want to anger me to death?" Shi Qingxian really didn't know what to say. When he didn't see him, he was worried, but when he saw him, he thought about that matter again. He couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart and said, "Sigh, in the end," he scratched his head and sighed, "it's good that you're done transcending the tribulation." I still feel that." Shi Wudu interrupted him and said, "Who said that I'm done transcending the tribulation?" Shi Qingxian was stunned and said, "Wasn't that just now?" Pei Ming wiped her hair with water and said, "Don't be happy too early, this is your brother's 3rd tribulation, how can it be so simple? It will take at least 7 days and 7 nights. That just now was just the beginning." In reality, even the first tribulation wasn't so simple. Come to think of it, the tribulation that Shi Qingxian faced back then, as compared to others, was much weaker. He must have also thought of this, and his face dimmed. Xiao Yan was concerned about the purpose of this trip, and he asked in the spirit communication formation, "Lingwen? We have now entered the sea region where Master Navy is transcending the tribulation, can you point out where the fishermen that got swept into the storm are?" Lingwen said, "Wait a moment." After a while, she said, "Sorry for the trouble. Today, there are 261 fishermen that got swept into the area of his tribulation, and they are scattered too far apart, there are only a few." After saying a few words, her voice started to stutter, and Xiao Yan couldn't hear it clearly. He said, "What's wrong?" "Lingwen." He thought that his magic power had been used up again, but when he raised his head and looked at Pei Ming's expression, it was obvious that it was the same on his side. The few of them hadn't discussed when Xiao Yan saw a few dilapidated boats floating over on the surface of the sea not far away, and he said, "It's probably because the aftermath of the opening was too big, and the spirit communication wasn't smooth, it might be better in a while." Lingwen said that 261 fishermen were washed away by the waves, "Let's save as many as we can first." Naturally, no one objected. Pei Ming said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui, go in and rest for a while. You have just endured the opening, I don't know when it will come again. You are also unlucky this time, to actually affect so many mortals." Shi Wudu seemed to be a little tired. He nodded his head slightly, pushed open the door of another cabin, and went in to meditate. Shi Qingxian seemed to want to say something serious to him, but since he hadn't finished transcending the tribulation, he couldn't say it at this juncture, so he could only swallow it down. He prepared to walk to the side with Ming Yi gloomily, but Shi Wudu opened his eyes again, and said sternly, "Don't run around, come over, sit here." Shi Qingxian could only squat down beside him. After half a day, when it was deep into the night, the big ship floated deeper into the East Sea. Although the spirit communication was still intermittent, it could still be used. During this time, Xiao Yan and the rest had already saved more than 200 fishermen. Those fishermen were originally fishing in the sea normally, who knew that there would suddenly be such a huge storm, sweeping them to the surface of the sea too far away. It was impossible for them to float back on their own. If they floated for a few days and nights, they might have starved to death, died of thirst, and become dried corpses. Suddenly being saved, it was like being saved from a desperate situation. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. Drifting on the sea like this, who knew how many days and nights it would take to save all the fishermen? Shi Wudu also didn't know when the third tribulation would officially start, and there would be danger at any time. Under such circumstances, Pei Ming still didn't change his style. At night, he saved a few fishermen sisters, and they were so scared that their eyes were blurry from crying. He hugged them into his arms and comforted them with a gentle voice, "What a sweet and sweet feeling," and then sent them into the cabin. A few girls were still reluctant to part, hoping to see him again when they opened the door. Shi Wudu meditated for a long time, and his complexion was much better. He opened his eyes and said, "Don't you always have high standards?" Although those few fisherwomen were in their youth, they were only average, and they were indeed far from the standards that Pei Ming used to hunt for beauties. But after he hugged the women, his face instantly glowed, and he touched his chin and said with a smile, "I saved 70 to 80 unshaven old fishermen in a row. When I see women, I feel that they are outstanding beauties, ha 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 ha." Hearing this, Shi Qingxian and Ming Yi didn't want to look at him anymore. Xiao Yan shook his head, and he found it a little funny. He sat side by side with Hua Cheng, and after sitting for a while, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his stomach. The others on this ship didn't need to eat, and although Shi Qingxian was also immortal now, Xiao Yan suspected that Shi Wudu must have fed him some celestial pill, the kind that could fill his stomach for a few days, so he didn't seem hungry now. This ship wasn't built in the mortal realm to go out to sea, so it definitely wouldn't be prepared with food. Xiao Yan got up and wanted to go into the sea to catch a few fish, but Hua Cheng, who was beside him, passed something over. Xiao Yan looked down, and it was a snow-white and soft bun. He sat back down and said in a low voice, "Thank you, San Lang." Hua Cheng also said softly, "Big brother, use this for the time being. You'll be fine in a while." It was still the same bun, and it was split into two halves. The two of them sat together and slowly gnawed on it. Pei Ming, who was on the other side of the ship, heard them talking in low voices. He wiped his hair and said, "Did the two of you discover something? Why don't you leave your small world and tell us about it?" Xiao Yan was just about to say a few perfunctory words to him, but he suddenly frowned and said, "Don't you guys feel that there's something wrong?" Ming Yi also frowned, raised his head and said, "Yes." Xiao Yan stood up and said, "This ship seems to be moving a lot slower. Is it because the mana is not enough?" Pei Ming said, "How is that possible? The mana that was poured into this ship before we set off can allow us to travel on the sea for another 2 days." Xiao Yan walked to the side of the ship and put his hand on the side of the ship. He said, "But I keep feeling that this ship suddenly became very heavy." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. Other than Shi Wudu, the few people gathered at the side of the ship and asked, "What's wrong?" There was no need to ask. Just by looking, they knew what was going on. Even though the sky was already dark, they could still vaguely see that the draft of this big ship had suddenly become abnormal. It had become a lot deeper. Furthermore, it was still continuously deepening. Xiao Yan immediately said, "Is the bottom of the ship leaking? Did it hit the rocks? Or did something dig a hole under the water?" Pei Ming said, "Impossible. How could we not sense it hitting the rocks? This ship isn't an ordinary ship. Ordinary things can't dig through it, unless..." He seemed to have thought of something and choked. Mingyi said, "Unless what?" Pei Ming said, "It's broken." Shi Qingxian said, "What's broken?" Chapter 119. Xiao Yan said, "One of the four. Blackwater sinking boat? 4 pests. Not the 4. Xiao Yan just remembered that he had subconsciously eliminated Qi Rong from the list of 4 people. It was probably because he really couldn't put Green Lantern Night Tour on the same level as the other 3. Xiao Yan, who had crammed scrolls, had some superficial understanding of this Blackwater sinking boat. Legend has it that this was a big water ghost that lived in seclusion overseas, just like Blood Rain Tanhua. They all fought in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Although he always kept a low profile, he only kept a low profile in the human world and the heaven realm. He had devoured at least 500 famous demons and ghosts from all over the world. Among them, more than 400 were water ghosts with high cultivation. Blackwater Ghost Territory was the territory where it lived. Just like the Ghost City was the territory of Flower City, once you pass this world, you will be lawless. When they arrived at their territory, they had the final say. There was a widely circulated sentence in the ghost realm: on the land, red is the king. The black in the water is the master. Red naturally referred to the red-clothed Blood Rain Tanhua. Black was this Blackwater Xian ghost. Pei Ming said, "Shui Shixiang, you are really unlucky this time. Xian ghosts are not like green ghosts, they don't like to cause trouble. Fortunately, they haven't drifted far. Hurry up and turn the ship around before we are discovered." The others looked at him. "You want to change it? Aren't you in charge of this ship?" Pei Ming was also puzzled. "It's not changing. This ship should be able to change by itself, there is no need to do anything." However, the rudder did not move at all. Pei Ming had no choice but to go up and manually control the rudder. As soon as he put his hand on it, he frowned. Xiao Yan also went over and said, "You can't push it." It was definitely not because Pei Ming did not have enough strength. Xiao Yan was still very confident in his own strength, but he could not push it either. Ming Yi came up to check for a moment and said, "It might be stuck by something, I'll go down to take a look." Shi Qingxian said, "Brother Ming, I'll go down with you." Shi Wudu said, "Come back. Don't run around again." Because he was still going through the tribulation, Shi Qingxian could not let him be angry or distracted, which would affect his mood. Shi Qingxian did not dare to disobey and returned awkwardly. Ming Yi then went below the deck to check on him. Xiao Yan originally wanted to go and help, but he knew that he wasn't as skilled as an Earth Master in repairing and manufacturing. Even if he went, he wouldn't be able to help. In addition, as he surveyed the pitch-black sea around him, he thought of an even more important matter. With rapt attention, he asked, "Could there be fishermen drifting over to this area?" Hua Cheng's eyesight was extremely good. Earlier, he had been cooperating with Xiao Yan's search and rescue. Many of the fishermen were discovered by him. He looked around and said, "There shouldn't be any." The Blackwater Ghostly Reef was in the South Sea, and the fishermen could not drift that far. Furthermore, there was a barrier around this area. Without special circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to enter. If you were to enter, there would be no hope. Basically, there's nothing that can float in without sinking. This was already the South China Sea. Who would have thought that they had drifted so far away unknowingly? Xiao Yan gave it a try. Sure enough, the spiritual communication technique was completely blocked. Previously, although it was intermittent, it was still possible to connect. Now, it was deathly still. Although the current sea was still calm, he didn't know what kind of dangerous undercurrents were lurking beneath the surface. The sky was also getting darker and darker. Xiao Yan had a bad feeling and said, since there aren't any fishermen drifting over to this area, if the Earth Master can't repair the ship in a while, why don't we abandon the ship and go ashore first? The Navy Master can then return to the East China Sea to undergo his tribulation. That way, we can continue our search and rescue. Pei Ming said, that's fine too. Then, he opened the cabin door. Who knew that after he opened the door, he would find the inside of the empty cabin instead of the scenery on land? His expression immediately changed as he said, the thousandly shrinking technique failed. Hua Qing laughed and said, isn't that to be expected? Since the spiritual communication technique failed, why can the thousandly shrinking technique still be used? Pei Ming turned his head and looked in this direction. He said, this little brother, I see that you're very calm despite your young age. Aren't you worried at all? Xiao Yan said, right now, the ship has already drifted into the ghost domain and is still sinking. We can't leave even if we want to. Let's think of a way to solve this problem first. Shi Qingxian shouted towards the bottom of the deck, Brother Ming, how is your inspection? Can it be fixed? Ming Yi said from below, it's not broken. There's nothing stuck either. It's something else that caused it to malfunction. Pei Ming said in a low voice, it's the mystical energy field of a profound demon. As he spoke, the entire deck suddenly sank again. Xiao Yan looked again and saw that more than half of the ship had already sunk into the water. If it was a normal ship, it would have long since collapsed. However, because it was made by an immortal, it was still stubbornly resisting and struggling with all its might. He said, there must be an exception to everything. It's impossible that nothing can float in this area of water. There must be something that won't sink. Hua Qing said, there is. Everyone looked towards him. Hua Qing crossed his arms and said leisurely, there's a kind of wood that can float on the surface of the black water ghost domain without sinking. Xiao Yan speculated about a few common and special woods and said, sandalwood? Agarwood? Locust wood? Hua Qing said, coffin wood. Coffin wood? Hua Qing said, yes. No one who accidentally entered the black water ghost domain could return alive. There was only one exception, and that was because there was a person on that ship who was transporting the corpses of his relatives back to his hometown. After the ship sank, he rode a coffin and floated back to shore. Pei Ming raised his eyebrows and said, this little brother knows quite a lot. Hua Qing also raised his eyebrows and said, not at all. It's just that you know too little. Although Shi Wudu was still holding the hand seal and meditating, his gaze shifted over and he narrowed his eyes slightly. He said, Brother Pei, I wanted to ask previously, who is this person? What is his background? Why is he with you guys? Pei Ming said, about this, I'm afraid you have to ask His Highness the Crown Prince. After all, he is a member of his palace. Shi Qingxian said, all right, don't talk about how much you know. Now that all the spells have failed, where can we find a coffin? Pei Ming said, simple. Come, Big Brother will make one for you on the spot and let you know what it means to do it yourself. However, Hua Qing said, it's useless. It must be a coffin that has been filled with dead people. Then there was no other way. He couldn't immediately make a coffin and then kill one of them and put it in. As they spoke, the big ship sank into the water again. The deck that everyone was standing on was slightly tilted and was almost level with the sea. Shi Wudu was originally meditating properly, but he almost tilted and said coldly, forget it. Let me do it. He took out a paper fan and lightly tapped the center of his forehead. When he opened it, there was a water character on the front of the fan and 3 water ripples on the back. Shi Wudu raised his fan and shouted, water. Just as he said that, Xiao Yan felt the body of the ship suddenly jump up. His feet were a few feet higher than the sea level, and he felt quite safe. He asked curiously, Shui Shi's fan can even control the water of the black water ghost domain? Hua Qing said, it's not the water of the ghost domain. He brought water from other places. It turned out that they had not floated into the black water ghost domain for long. Just as they crossed the boundary, Shi Wudu summoned the seawater of the South Sea not far away and surged to the bottom, lifting the ship up. Pei Ming said, well done, Senior Marshal Brother Shui. The rudder is useless, and the ship can't turn around. Hurry and use the water to lift it back. Before Shi Wudu could reply, the body of the ship sank again. It was the water of the ghost domain that refused to admit defeat and went against the foreign ocean current. This time, the ship sank even more, and the entire deck tilted even more. The top was heavy and the bottom was light. Everyone slid towards the bow and steadied themselves. Although Shi Wudu had a refined and handsome face, his personality was very tyrannical and he would never admit defeat. Feeling that something was going against him, a green aura flashed across his face. He closed the fan and opened it again. The 3 ripples were even greater, and the power of the water in the sea was also stronger. The body of the ship rose again. One force was clamoring for the ship to sink, and the other stubbornly wanted the ship to rise. Up and down, it was as if both sides were in a stalemate. The big ship moved and stopped on the sea, sometimes sinking and sometimes floating. Waves splashed wildly, and from time to time, the water would flow backwards. It was extremely annoying. If the people on the ship were all ordinary people, they would have been scared out of their wits. Xiao Yan grabbed the side of the ship with one hand and Hua Cheng with the other. He said, what's going on? The ship is starting to spin. It was absolutely true. The big ship had already started to spin in one direction, and it was spinning faster and faster. The more it spun, the heavier it sank. Xiao Yan suddenly realized that the body of the ship had already sunk into a huge whirlpool and was being sucked into the depths of the whirlpool. He shouted, everyone, be careful. The water on both sides is fighting. After all, this was not Shi Wudu's home ground. Although the power of the seawater that he had brought from other places was tyrannical, it had crossed the boundary and was reduced. It was slightly inferior to the ghost domain ocean current. After Xiao Yan shouted, the big ship was indeed sucked into the center of the whirlpool. At the last moment, Xiao Yan threw out his maiden heart and pulled Hua Cheng. The two of them stepped on the sword and flew up. He was originally extremely worried that his maiden heart would not be able to fly, but once he left the deck, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was flying crookedly, in any case, he could still fly. Looking down from above, the entire sea was a deep and terrifying pitch-black color. Below, he could clearly see that there were 2 huge currents of different colors fighting. It was precisely their chase and bite that formed this huge whirlpool. After the center of the whirlpool swallowed the big ship, the 2 huge currents also scattered. However, they had not given up on fighting each other. Like 2 poisonous snakes, they were still constantly attacking each other. Every time they collided, it would stir up a raging storm. Xiao Yan looked around and said, Sir Windmaster. Sir Earthmaster. General Pei. Are they all here? Behind him, more than a dozen feet away, Shi Qingshuan's voice sounded, Your Highness the Crown Prince. We are over here. Xiao Yan said, You guys are also flying swords. He turned around and was speechless. He saw Ming Yi standing on the handle of a crescent moon shovel, while Shi Qingxian sat on the head of the shovel, waving at him. This wasn't flying swords, this was flying shovel. This scene was truly unbearable to look at. On the other side, Pei Ming's voice also sounded, Where's Senior Marshal Brother Shui? He rode on his sword alone and did not see the navy. Shi Qingxian also shouted, Brother. brother? Xiao Yan said, don't worry, Senior Martial Brother is the water god, he shouldn't sink. However, when he thought of the power of the whirlpool, he didn't dare to underestimate it. He still turned around and said, San Lang, hold on to my waist tightly. Don't let go and fall. Hua Qing seemed very obedient as he said, okay. However, brother, there is something I must say. Xiao Yan asked, what is it? Hua Qing said, you can't fly above the Blackwater demonic island. Something will come out. As soon as Pei Ming finished speaking, a long, sharp whistle sounded. A huge white creature broke through the water and attacked Pei Ming. Pei Ming was an expert swordsman, so when he saw the monster attack, he subconsciously pulled out his sword. However, at this moment, his sword was stepped on the soles of his feet, so he pulled out empty air. Fortunately, his reaction speed was godly. He jumped down, grabbed his sword, and slashed in the air, cutting that thing in two. Then, before his body rapidly fell, he flipped over and climbed on his sword again. He steadily rose up, his hair not messed up. Rather calmly, he asked, what is it? After that thing was cut in half, it let out a wail and fell into the sea, faintly visible. Xiao Yan squinted his eyes and looked carefully, saying, fish? It was indeed a fish, but it wasn't an ordinary fish. It was a 5 zhang long and 2 zhang wide bonefish. That fish didn't have any flesh or scales, only a dense white bone. It had a mouth with sharp teeth, and it was unknown if it was poisonous. If it bit them, it would definitely be unbearable. Pei Ming flew even higher and said, everyone be careful, this thing definitely isn't just one. Sure enough, when he said one, the second one also suddenly jumped up. This time, it attacked Ming Yi and Shi Qingxian. Unfortunately, the Earth Master wasn't a martial god, so his attack power wasn't strong. The Wind Master also had a mortal body, and in addition, Ming Yi wasn't proficient in using the shovel. Although the two didn't get bitten, they were knocked down and fell into the sea. Falling into the air, Shi Qingxian said in despair, Brother Ming. In the future, remember to use your magic treasure more. Ming Yi said, scram. Pei Ming sighed and rushed over to save them. Xiao Yan observed his skills and knew that he alone was enough to deal with it. He thought to himself, this really can't be blamed on the Earth Master. A magic treasure like a shovel, a thin-skinned heavenly official really wouldn't want to take it out. At this moment, a cold aura jumped up his back. Xiao Yan immediately regained his senses and warmly said, Third Lang, hold on tight. Be careful, something is coming. Hua Qing said, okay. Sure enough, he tightened his arms. Not long after, 4 walls of water suddenly rushed up from all 4 sides, and 4 bonefish soared into the air. These 4 enormous skeletons, rather than saying they were fish, it would be better to say that they were more like dragons. Their skulls were jagged, and their horns were sharp. 2 balls of unextinguished will-o-wisps burned in their empty eye sockets, like a pair of large lanterns. 4 claws were complete, and their upper bodies stuck out of the sea. They were as thick as a water tank, at least 6 to 7 zhang long. Their lower bodies were buried in the sea, and it was unknown how long they were. These 4 things surrounded Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng in the middle, sealing off all directions. The 2 of them were suspended in the air. If they looked up, their hearts would no longer be able to fly any higher. If they looked down, it would be a silent, dead sea. Xiao Yan sighed and said, Then, who should we start with? After thinking for a bit, he clasped his hands together and said, It's better if we do it together. Just as he finished speaking, the bone dragon on the east side let out a sharp hiss and took the lead to rush over. Xiao Yan raised his hand and pointed a finger. That bone dragon was immediately frozen in place. It could also be considered a colossus, yet it had actually been firmly frozen in place by a sword, a person, and a finger. No matter what, it couldn't take another step forward. Its tail and hind claws frantically swung about, setting off huge waves in the sea. The other three also swarmed over. Xiao Yan changed his finger to a claw and grabbed the horn on the bone dragon's head. Using it as a weapon, he swung it in a circle. Whoosh! Amidst the sound of the air being torn apart, the 3 bone dragons were immediately beaten into a sorry state. The 4 bone dragons screeched as they fell into the sea, their bones smashed into pieces. When he was done, Xiao Yan looked down at the surface of the sea filled with broken bones. He clapped his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he turn around and ask, "San Lang, are you all right?" Hua Qing smiled and said, "With Big Brother protecting me, how could anything happen to me?" When he said this, Xiao Yan actually felt embarrassed. Thinking about it, if Hua Qing wanted to deal with this thing, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. If he asked if he was all right, it would seem a bit like he was deliberately asking for credit. At this moment, the blade of the sword suddenly sank. Before Xiao Yan could react, the 2 of them rapidly fell into the ice-cold seawater. It wasn't that she was pulled down by something, but rather that her heart was too old and couldn't hold on anymore. After using it for so long, she needed to rest. The ice-cold and bone-chilling seawater poured in from all directions. Xiao Yan choked on 2 mouthfuls of water before closing his mouth and trying his best to swim upstream. However, the water of this black water ghost realm was indeed very strange. Xiao Yan could be considered an expert swimmer, but in this water, his body was as heavy as lead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't float. He opened his eyes and looked around. The water was also dark, so he couldn't clearly see where Hua Qing was. He swept his arms around in the sea, but other than catching the falling heart, he couldn't catch anyone. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't swim up, and the faster his body sank. Fortunately, not long after, it was as if a hand had suddenly parted the dense fog. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, and in the next moment, someone grabbed his hand and wrapped it around his waist. They quickly floated up and soon broke through the surface of the water. Xiao Yan took a few breaths, wiped his face, and looked. The person who had brought him up was Hua Qing. It was strange to say that Hua Qing was a dead person. As the saying goes, the dead sink, the dead sink. Dead people would be heavier, so he should have sunk faster than Xiao Yan. However, in this water, he was as light as a feather and easily floated. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Yan. "Are you all right?" Xiao Yan nodded. However, this scene was very familiar. It was hard for him to not suddenly remember the same scene from last time, and his heart instantly began to boil. Hua Qing held him in the crook of his arm with one hand while his other hand leisurely pushed the water forward. He said, "Big brother, hold on to me tightly. If I let go, I'll sink." Xiao Yan didn't know what to say, so he just nodded randomly. At this moment, not far away, the water rippled, and a few sharp bone horns appeared on the surface of the sea like the fins of a shark. They quickly approached the 2 of them. Unexpectedly, the 4 bone dragons that had been knocked unconscious by Xiao Yan had surrounded them again, wanting to take revenge. They glared at them like tigers watching their prey, circling around the 2 of them for a while. In a flash, they finally couldn't restrain themselves and fiercely rushed over. Xiao Yan clenched his heart tightly. Just as he was about to counterattack, he heard Hua Qing click his tongue impatiently above him. That bone dragon had already rushed in front of the 2 of them, but when it heard this sound, its murderous aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. Its mouth of sharp teeth originally seemed like it was going to bite Xiao Yan's throat, but after it rushed over, it rubbed against the tip of the Maiden Heart's sword and kissed it twice. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan still had a dumbfounded expression on his face, but the 4 bone dragons seemed to be terrified. They wagged their tails and hurriedly swam away. Xiao Yan was speechless for a while. Hua Cheng continued to lead him in the water. As they swam, he said, "Brother, did you see that? In the future, if you want to raise a pet, you can't raise this kind. Trash. Pet." Xiao Yan said, "No, there's no need for this." Suddenly, a water dragon broke out from the bottom of the sea and soared into the sky. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over. He saw Shi Wudu sitting on top of the water dragon's head, his hands forming an extremely powerful seal. His face was filled with hostility, as if he was fiercely fighting with something. The originally turbulent sea became even more turbulent. Xiao Yan shouted, "Lord Wind Master! Lord Earth Master! General Pei! Where are you guys?" Borrowing the moonlight, he barely managed to scan his surroundings. He didn't find anyone else, but he discovered that he had sunk into a huge shadow. When he turned around to look, his eyes immediately widened. He saw a tall wall made of huge waves, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it rushed over. After that, he couldn't see anything anymore. After floating in the sea for an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes. He didn't sit up, but he could tell from the feel of his body that he had landed. After lying down for a while and gathering some strength, he raised one of his hands and looked at it. The lines on his palm were already wrinkled from being soaked in the water. Xiao Yan's waist bent slightly. He turned his head and saw that the thing that was poking him was Hua Cheng's arm. Hua Cheng was lying next to him. From the looks of it, he had been hugging him and hadn't let go. He was already awake, but Hua Cheng still hadn't woken up. His eyes were tightly shut. Xiao Yan immediately sat up and gently pushed him. "San Lang. San Lang." Hua Cheng didn't respond. As Xiao Yan pushed him, he looked around. Although they were already on shore, there were no docks, signs of human habitation, or houses. There was only a dense forest. It didn't seem like a mainland, but more like an isolated island. Furthermore, it was already daytime. Could it be that they had been floating for an entire night? Where could they have drifted to? After pushing him for a while, Hua Cheng also fell into a deep sleep and didn't move. Ghosts couldn't drown, so Xiao Yan believed that Hua Cheng definitely wouldn't drown. However, he couldn't guarantee that there weren't other things in the sea, such as venomous bonefish that secretly attacked him. Thus, Xiao Yan touched Hua Cheng's chest, arms, and legs. He wanted to check if there were any wounds on his body. However, other than the conclusion that Hua Cheng's body was really good, he didn't find anything else. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. He started to panic a little and muttered, "San Lang, don't joke with me." No response. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yan actually pressed his head against Hua Cheng's chest to listen to his heartbeat. Only when he pressed his head against Hua Cheng's chest did he remember. How could a ghost have a heartbeat? He didn't expect that when he listened, he would actually hear it. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. He couldn't help but have a guess. Of course, Hua Cheng's original form wouldn't drown. However, he had turned into a 17 or 18-year-old human youth. Would he still drown? Although he still felt that Hua Cheng wouldn't make such a mistake, he really didn't have any other choice right now. He pressed Hua Cheng's chest a few times, but he still couldn't wake him up. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan slowly stretched out his hands and gently held Hua Cheng's face. This face's eyebrows and eyes were too beautiful. Now that his eyes were closed, there was less sharpness and more gentleness. As he held and looked at Hua Cheng and thought about what he should do next, Xiao Yan found it really hard to calm down. He was conflicted for a long time. He looked around and saw that there was no one. He then looked at Hua Cheng, but he still didn't wake up. In the end, he finally steeled his heart and clenched his teeth. In a small voice, he said, "I'm sorry." When he said this, his voice was trembling. After he finished speaking, he put his palms together and silently prayed for a while. Then, he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and pressed his lips against Hua Cheng's face. Chapter 120. However, because Xiao Yan was too nervous. He was too guilty, his eyes were still tightly closed, and he did not feel anything. The last time he transferred qi into the water, it was Hua Cheng who led. His actions were too forceful, and his kiss was too heavy. Xiao Yan did not dare to recall it after that, he only remembered that his lips were swollen and numb. This time, he was in charge, but he was careful and only gently pressed against it. He did not dare to use too much strength as if he was afraid of waking Hua Cheng up. But thinking about it again, wasn't his original goal to wake Hua Cheng up? And the kiss was too shallow, the lips were not tightly pressed against each other. If the aura was leaked, wouldn't it be futile? Thus, Xiao Yan still had his eyes closed as he recited the Tao Te Ching at high speed in his heart. He parted his lips slightly and took a light breath. He pressed against it again. This time, the kiss was deeper than before. Xiao Yan held Hua Cheng's slightly cold thin lips in his mouth and slowly channeled air into them. During the process, he kept his eyes closed the entire time, not daring to look too long. After taking 5 or 6 breaths, he thought it was time to press on Hua Cheng's chest again. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he happened to meet Hua Cheng's wide-open eyes. Xiao Yan's hands were still holding Hua Cheng's cheeks. Their lips had just separated, and there was still a soft and numb touch on both of their lips. For a moment, both of them turned into stone statues, as if a gust of wind would blow them apart. Xiao Yan was already stunned. How could Hua Cheng, who had always been unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, not be stunned? Xiao Yan didn't know why he didn't die on the spot from bleeding to his brain. After a long while, he said, "San Lang, you're awake." Hua Cheng didn't say anything. Xiao Yan suddenly let go of his hands and jumped back several feet. No, 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 no. No, no, no. It's not what you think. I just want to give you. Give him what? Give him qi. Did ghosts need to transfer qi? Even he didn't believe what he said. Xiao Yan was stuck. Hua Cheng also sat up and reached out a hand to him. He seemed to be forcing himself to calm down and said, "Your Highness, you, calm down first." Xiao Yan held his head with both hands and his entire body was in a mess. Finally, he put his palms together and bowed to Hua Cheng, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." After shouting, he turned around and ran away in a flustered manner. Hua Cheng finally came back to his senses. He got up and chased after him, shouting, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan covered his ears as he ran and cried out loudly, "I'm sorry." Die. Die quickly. If he wasn't dead, he would dig a hole and pretend to be dead. He ran very fast and instantly rushed into the depths of the forest. As he ran, a sharp arrow-like object suddenly flew towards him. Although Xiao Yan was greatly agitated at the moment, his reflexes were not the slightest bit lacking. With a flick of his hand, he caught a bone spur. He abruptly came to a halt and looked in the direction of the attack. However, he did not see anything, only the rustling of shrubs. With danger lurking in every corner, he calmed down and turned around to run back. San Lang. Hua Cheng had been following closely behind him, so when he turned around, he almost bumped into Hua Cheng's arms. Xiao Yan grabbed his hand and ran out of the forest. "Run, there's something in the forest." Hua Cheng, who was originally chasing after him, was dragged back by him. Only when they reached the beach did Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief. Good, good, it didn't follow us." Hua Cheng also said, "Yeah, there are some small things on the island, but it's fine. They won't follow us." Hearing this, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something. Why would Hua Qing be afraid of these things? When he looked down, he realized that he was still holding on to Hua Cheng's hand. He froze again and hurriedly let go. The two of them were separated by a few feet. They were silent for a while before Hua Qing sighed. He pulled on the collar of his clothes and said, "Big brother, thank you for saving me just now. The human body really has many inconveniences. When I went into the sea, I even drank a few mouthfuls of water. It was so salty." Xiao Yan wasn't that stupid. He knew that Hua Cheng was giving him a way out of this embarrassing situation. Of course, he could only go along with it. Lowering his head, he vaguely said, "No, no." After a pause, Hua Cheng continued, "However, what Big Brother did was a bit wrong." Xiao Yan was startled. He embarrassedly said, "Wrong? I thought it would be fine to transfer air." Hua Qing said, "Yeah. Wrong. In the future, don't casually do this to other people. Otherwise, you might. Otherwise, not only would you not be able to save a person's life, you might even end up harming them." He said it with a deadpan expression. Xiao Yan felt a burst of shame. He was secretly glad that he had never done this before. Otherwise, he would have really committed a crime. He hurriedly promised, I won't." Hua Qing nodded and smiled. Although in his heart, Xiao Yan really wanted to ask Hua Cheng for guidance on how to transfer qi, how could he dare to get tangled up in this problem? He first secretly noted it down, then looked around and said, "This island is actually a deserted island. Is there not the slightest sign of human habitation?" Hua Qing said, "Of course. This is the center of the Blackwater Ghost Domain, Blackwater Island." He was very certain. Blood Rain Tanhua and Blackwater Sinks Boat. These two should definitely know each other. Xiao Yan said, "Has San Lang been here before?" Hua Qing shook his head and said, "I've never been here. However, I know of this island." Xiao Yan frowned and said, "I don't know where Wind Master and the others have drifted off to. Are they on the island?" This was the Blackwater Ghost Domain of the Southern Sea. It was their territory. Pei Ming's home ground was in the north. Earth Masters weren't martial gods. Wind Master's situation didn't need to be said. If something happened and they provoked the Blackwater Ghost, only the Navy could contend against them. However, no one knew when Shi Wudu's heavenly tribulation would arrive. The situation wasn't optimistic. Xiao Yan asked, "San Lang, does that Blackwater Ghost have a bad temper? If a heavenly official accidentally intruded into his territory and entered his home, what would happen to him?" Hua Qing said, "It's hard to say. However, Big Brother should have heard that saying before. On land, I am the king. In the water, he is the master. In the Blackwater Ghost Domain, even I have to be somewhat cautious." Not only was it not his home ground, but they were both peerless in the present age. No matter what, he had to give them some face so that they could meet again in the future. Xiao Yan said, "Then we have to leave quickly." They roughly walked around the island. During this time, the two of them didn't go deep into the forest. Xiao Yan shouted for a while, but didn't hear any response from Wind Master and the others. Hua Qing said, "They probably didn't drift to Blackwater Island." The two of them then arrived at the beach. The surface of the sea was lifeless. On the road, Xiao Yan picked up a piece of wood and threw it far away. Logically speaking, such a piece of wood should be able to float on the surface of the water. However, after it landed on the surface of the water several dozen feet away, it instantly sank. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the dense forest and said, "It seems that cutting wood to make a boat is definitely not possible. Even shrinking 1,000 miles doesn't work. How are we going to leave this island?" However, Hua Qing said, "Who said it's not possible?" Xiao Yan said, "But only the coffins of the dead can float in the Blackwater Ghost Domain. Before he finished speaking, he immediately remembered. Coffins. There were trees everywhere. Weren't the dead right in front of them? Sure enough, Hua Qing smiled and said, "Can't I just lie in it?" Although he was smiling, Xia Lian's heart inexplicably felt a slight sourness. Hua Qing spread out his palm, and the scimitar misfortune appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, the two of them began to pick up the wood. Because they didn't go deep into the forest, they didn't encounter anything lurking in the dark. In a short while, they chopped down several trees. In the blink of an eye, they had been busy for a whole day. The sky gradually darkened. The two of them divided up the work, rushing to do any work that came their way. Their efficiency was surprisingly high. By nightfall, the coffins were almost finished. Xiao Yan had only eaten half a steamed bun along the way, so his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. However, he wanted to finish the coffins as soon as possible and leave. Seeing that the coffins were finished, he found an excuse to go catch fish. However, how could there be fish in the water of the Blackwater Ghost Domain? Returning without accomplishing anything, he turned to the edge of the forest and picked some wild fruits in a less dangerous area. Unexpectedly, when he returned, Hua Qing had already started a bonfire. Sitting by the fire, he rested his chin on one hand and held a branch in the other, skewering a hare and roasting it. The hare had already been cleaned and roasted until its skin was slightly charred and oily. It was crispy and golden, and the fragrance of the meat overflowed. It was extremely tempting. Seeing that Xiao Yan had returned, Hua Qing faintly smiled, moved his hand away, and handed it to him. Xiao Yan took the fruit and handed it to him. "You can eat both." Both of them were dripping wet. Aside from soaking in seawater, their clothes were also soaked in sweat. However, they had a tacit understanding and didn't mention taking off their clothes to dry. Sure enough, the hare's meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. With a light bite, their teeth felt hot, but they couldn't stop. Xiao Yan still divided it in half and sighed. "San Lang's craftsmanship is very good." Hua Qing smiled. "Is that so? Then I have to thank brother for your praise." Xiao Yan replied, "Yes. Whether it's carpentry or cooking, I've never seen a better one than you." That noble lady must have cultivated her good fortune for several lifetimes. When he said this, he seemed to be very focused on eating the hare and didn't hear Hua Qing's voice. After a while, he heard Hua Qing quietly say, "Being able to meet him is the result of my cultivation over several lifetimes." Xiao Yan didn't know what to say, so he seemed to be even more focused on eating. After a while, he finally realized that Hua Qing was calling him, "Brother, brother." Xiao Yan blankly asked, "What?" Hua Qing handed over a handkerchief. Only then did Xiao Yan realize that he had bitten too hard, causing half of his face to be covered in oil. It was extremely comical. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he took the handkerchief and wiped it off. Hua Qing also handed over the other half of the hare and said, "Brother must be very hungry." "Don't worry." Xiao Yan took it and was startled for a moment. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, "San Lang, that noble person, what kind of person is he? How could you not catch up?" He truly felt that if Hua Qing wanted someone, there was absolutely no one in this world who could stop his attack. That day, Hua Qing said that he still hadn't caught up. He couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. In his heart, a strange feeling arose from the person who liked the Ghost King. It was probably because he felt that the other party had no vision, or that he didn't know how lucky he was. Hua Qing said, "I'm not afraid of brother laughing at me. I don't dare." Xiao Yan didn't know if it was because he wanted to fight against injustice or because he was afraid that Hua Qing would belittle himself, but he seriously said, "What do you not dare to do? You're the impassible Ghost King, the Blood Rain Tanhua." Hua Qing laughed out loud and said, "What bullshit, Ghost King. If I was really that powerful, I wouldn't have been hung up and beaten a few hundred years ago. I wouldn't have been unable to do anything. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Yan said, hey, you can't say it like that. Doesn't everyone train like that? After he said that, he remembered that before he ascended, he didn't seem to have experienced being hung up and beaten. He lightly coughed. Hua Qing said, he has seen me at my most battered and exhausted state. Xiao Yan said, then I'm very envious. Hearing him say this, Hua Qing looked over. Xiao Yan stopped eating and warmly said, your way of thinking. I can understand. After pausing for a moment, he continued, there was a period of time when things weren't going well for me. At that time, I often thought that if there was someone who saw me rolling around in the mud and unable to get up, it would be great if they could still love me. However, I don't know if there would be such a person. I also didn't dare to show it to others. However, since you are the person that San Lang yearns for, I think that even if they saw you at your most battered and exhausted state, they wouldn't say things like, ah, this person isn't that great after all. He focused and said, to me, you are the one who has limitless glory, but you are also the one who has fallen into the dust. The key point is you, not how you are. I, really, admire San Lang, so I want to understand everything about you. Therefore, I feel very envious that there was someone who saw you at such a young age. This is a fate that can only be encountered and not sought. Whether this fate can be continued or not, it depends 30% on the will of the heavens and 70% on courage. The bonfire crackled as it burned. For a long time, the two of them didn't speak again. Xiao Yan lightly coughed and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He said, did I say too much? I'm sorry. Hua Qing said, no, what you said is very good. What you said is very good, very right. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly hugged the hair and started gnawing on it. Hua Qing said, not only that, there are many other reasons. Xiao Yan felt that he had said too much and just wanted to quickly end this topic. Moreover, he didn't understand why he had said so much just now. Was it to encourage Hua Qing to courageously pursue the person he loved? He wasn't a heavenly judge who could control the fate of marriage, so he could only say, After this conversation, the atmosphere between the two of them became slightly delicate. They hurriedly finished eating and continued working. Not long after, the coffin was officially completed. Hua Qing pushed the brand new coffin into the water. Then, he nimbly flipped inside and sat inside. Sure enough, such a long and heavy piece of wood floated on the water's surface and didn't sink. That coffin couldn't be considered wide. Xiao Yan lifted the hem of his Taoist robe and stepped inside. However, he felt that there was nowhere to sit. At this time, the sky was filled with muffled sounds of thunder. Dark clouds rolled and purple lightning flashed from time to time. It was unknown when a thunderclap would explode in their ears. Fine raindrops floated down from the sky, and the raindrops were getting denser and denser. It looked like a rainstorm was about to arrive. Fortunately, the two of them didn't slack off when they were working and opened the lid of the coffin as well. Otherwise, if this coffin was pushed into the sea, it wouldn't be long before it would be filled with rainwater and sink to the bottom. The two of them glanced at each other before Xiao Yan said in a low voice, sorry for offending you. Hua Qing didn't say anything more and laid down inside the coffin. Xiao Yan also laid down inside and closed the lid. It was as if a lamp had been blown out, plunging them into a pitch-black darkness. The coffin boat went out to sea and floated up and down for a while. Outside the coffin, the torrential rain violently pounded against the coffin lid. Inside the coffin, the two of them didn't say a word as they squeezed into a narrow space. It was inevitable that their bodies would stick close to each other as they drifted along with the current, tossing and turning. Xiao Yan used one hand to support himself on the edge of the coffin, trying to make as much space as possible. His head lightly bumped against the wood a few times. However, Hua Cheng stretched out one hand and placed it on Xiao Lian's back, pressing it against his chest. His other hand protected Xiao Lian's head. Xiao Lian didn't even dare to breathe too quickly. He said, "San Lang. How about we switch?" Hua Cheng asked, "Change what?" Xiao Lian said, "You're on top, I'm on the bottom." Hua Cheng said, "Isn't it the same whether you're on top or below?" Xiao Lian was afraid of pressing down on him and said, "We'll drift for at least a day on this journey. Your body should only be 17 or 18 years old, right? No matter what, I'm still a martial god, so I'm very heavy." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Lian said, "San Lang, you don't suddenly become bigger." Although he couldn't see clearly in the darkness, he could feel that Hua Cheng, who was pressed against him, had changed. Although this change was extremely subtle, Xiao Lian could keenly sense it. He guessed that Hua Cheng had most likely changed back to his original appearance. Sure enough, when Hua Cheng opened his mouth, that low laughter was indeed the voice of his original appearance. Xiao Lian helplessly lay on his chest. However, this also diluted the indescribable awkwardness he felt. He lightly lifted his leg, wanting to shift his position and change his posture. However, Hua Cheng suddenly stopped laughing and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Xiao Lian froze. Right at this moment, a loud noise rang out, and the coffin boat the two of them were sitting on suddenly sank. Xiao Lian was stunned. What happened? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.